Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku went to RWBY and joined Beacon Academy movie. Before we start, please go support Mhan1NT3ND0 fan for writing that awesome fanfic. Izuku Midoriya, Clover Midoriya, Ricky Steele. These three were in the dorm rooms of UA when a strange portal appeared and out came a silver-haired man known as Professor Ozpin, who has discovered that villains from the trio's world have somehow come to Ashbin's. Determined to make things right, Izuku, Clover, and Ricky requested to be taken to his world so they can capture the lost villains and bring them back. Of course, they need to learn everything about this world, and to do that, they must enroll in Beacon. But what happens when Izuku captures the hearts of multiple girls by complete accident? Yet he's shy around girls, the twins of justice, the world of Remnant. It's a place of wonders. But at the same time fear. Crooks roam free. Monsters known as grim, ferocious and cruel exist. In times like these, people need to rely on someone. A symbol of peace, a symbol of hope, no, a symbol of justice. Right now, a group of men have entered a building known as Dusk Till Dawn. Roman, do you have any idea how hard it is to find a dust shop this late? One of his men pointed a blaster at the old man running the place. Shopkeeper, please. Just take my lien and leave. Roman, sure, calm down, we're not here for your money. Grab the dust. They started robbing the entire place. One thug, however, heard music from someone and went over to her with his red sword. Thug, alright kid, put your hands where I can see 'em. She wasn't paying attention. Thug, hey, I said hands in the air. You got a death wish or something? He grabbed her shoulder, and she turned around to face him. He noticed she was wearing headphones and signaled to her that he wanted her to take them off. So she did. Ruby, yes? Thug, I said, put your hands in the air now. Ruby, are you robbing me? Thug, yes. Ruby, oh. Next thing that happened was that the thug was launched into a wall. Another thug noticed and tried to attack her, but he was launched out the glass window with her. She then brought out her special weapon, Crescent Rose. Roman, okay, get her. 3 thugs went after her, but she dodged one of them that tried to attack and kicked him in the face. Another thug tried to attack her, but she dodged the attack and hit him with her weapon. Then, the last thug tried to blast her, but with incredible speed, she avoided it and defeated him when she rushed right over to him. Roman, you were worth every cent, truly you were. Well, Red, I think we can all say it's been an eventful evening, and as much as I'd love to stick around. He pointed his cane, which seemed to be a gun in disguise, at her. Roman, I'm afraid this is where we part ways. He shot his cane gun at her, but she dodged it by jumping, but when she landed, she saw he was gone. She looked around and found Roman climbing the ladder of a nearby building. Ruby, you okay if I go after him, mister? She was talking to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, She went after him by jumping on the rooftop. Ruby, hey. Roman, persistent. Then, a giant airship came and he jumped on it. Roman, end of the line, Red. He threw a red dust crystal at her and shot it with his cane, but someone jumped in and protected her. She fired a bunch of projectiles at the ship and Roman rushed over to the pilot. Roman, we got a huntress. Cinder, then we release him on them. Roman, you sure? Cinder, yes. Now release him. Roman, right. Glinda was about to fire another blast, but then she and Ruby were caught off guard and were attacked by. They barely dodged a punch from him when he jumped from the ship. They also noticed that he was mostly muscle fibers. Muscular, it's been a while since I got to kill. You two will be great kills. Ruby, who are you? Muscular, call me Muscular. It'll be the last name you learn. He charged at her and tried to punch her, but Glinda got in the way and conjured up a barrier. Unfortunately, the barrier broke almost instantly, and she was punched in the gut and was launched into Ruby, and they both were sent into the ground. Meanwhile, oof, you okay, bro? Yeah. Just a rough landing. Tell me about it. Where's Dash? Don't worry. I put him in his pokeball. Ah. Good. Then, a strange stabbing occurred in one of their heads. Danger sense went off. Someone's in trouble. Then we better hurry. Hop on. His brother did just that, and they rushed off at incredible speed. Back with the others. Roman, told you it was over, Red. Ruby and Glinda couldn't do anything to Muscular no matter what they tried. Muscular slowly walked over to them. Muscular, time for you to die. But then, Muscular was launched into the wall of an empty building. Muscular, that power. Muscular got up and launched himself back on the building, which was now enveloped in purple smoke. Roman, correct me if I'm wrong, but is smoke supposed to be purple? Cinder, no. No, it is not. Ruby, what's going on? Glinda, where is this smoke coming from? It's okay. Who is this? Everyone, wait, what? The smoke then cleared to reveal both. I'm sorry. They all stared dumbfounded at the two. Until, RWBY, anyone know what they just said? Everyone, nope. The two boys looked at each other, whispering guess they speak English, whispering epic fail on our part. They shrug. Muscular, I remember you too. It's been so long since our last fight. Muscular, it's been a while. Muscular, let's fight. He threw a punch at the boy in the rabbit costume, but he caught it. Same old. The boy in the cowboy getup blasted him with a giant yellow bullet and sent him flying. Same old. You take Muscular. I'll take care of the Osprey. His brother nodded and went after Muscular. The cowboy started shooting giant bullets at the ship, and it was actually doing some good against it, denting the ship. But then, he was blasted by an explosion, but he barely had a scratch on him. Cinder, what? How did you survive my explosions? He just laughed. You call that an explosion? Please. I've seen way bigger. He pointed his gun at Cinder and blasted a giant yellow beam at her. She was able to swerve the ship away from the blast and flew off. Damn it. They escaped. Glinda, who are you? He turned to them and lifted his hat a bit to show his eyes. Me? My name is Clover Midoriya. But you can call me Justice. Meanwhile, 1 for all 45% impact. Detroit Smash. That one punch was enough to take Muscular down. He had waited for some of his muscle fibers to retract so he could have a clear shot. Muscular was then wrapped up in black tendrils of energy from the green rabbit's fist and made his way back to the others. What did I miss? Clover. Well, the bad guys got away, but at least you caught Muscular. We'll get them eventually. Clover, yeah, we will. They fist bumped. Glinda, and you are? Eep. He hid behind his brother. Glinda, what the? Clover, sorry. He hasn't had much experience with girls. It also doesn't help considering the outfit you're wearing. Glinda's sweat dropped. Clover, you good? His brother took a deep breath and stopped hiding. Yeah. Sorry. As for who I am, I'm Izuku Midoriya. You can call me Seiji. Glinda, wait, are you too? RWBY, you're a huntress. Can I have your autograph? Clover, that sounds like something Izuku would say. Heh, Izuku, I know what you're thinking, Clover. Later in an interrogation room, Glinda, I hope you realize that your actions tonight will not be taken lightly, young lady. You put yourself and others in great danger. RWBY, they started it. Glinda, if it were up to me, you'd be sent home with a pat on the back and a slap on the wrist. She used her whip on the table, which made RWBY pull back in fear. Izuku, with all due respect, the 4 of us were the only ones in the fight, excluding the villains. Clover, besides, when you meddle where you don't need to, you act like a hero. Glinda, I'll deal with you boys later. And for goodness sake, take off that mask. It's clear to me that you aren't a monster considering you and that cowboy have the same last name. Izuku, oops. I forgot I was still wearing this. RWBY, that's not your face? Izuku, no. He then took off his mask to reveal. RWBY felt her cheeks heat up a little. This did not go unnoticed by Clover. Glinda, in any case there is someone here who would like to meet you. In came a man with silver hair, glasses, and a plate full of cookies. Ashbin, RWBY Rose, you have silver eyes. RWBY, Ashbin, so where did you learn to fight like that? Izuku brought out a notebook from nowhere. Glinda, wah? Clover and Ashbin, don't ask. Izuku, I'd also like to know. RWBY, Signal Academy. Ashbin, they taught you to use one of the most dangerous weapons ever designed? RWBY, well, one teacher in particular. Ashbin, I see. He gave her the plate of cookies and she started scarfing it down like crazy. Izuku and Clover, she eats fast. Ashbin, it's just that I've only seen one other side wielder of that skill before. A dusty old crow. RWBY, that's my uncle. Izuku and Clover, your uncle? Glinda, you understood her? Izuku, yeah. Clover, it's easier to understand someone with a full mouth rather than someone who motormouths like the two of us. Glinda, what do you mean by that? Izuku, best you don't find out for now. RWBY, well, anyways, yeah, that's my Uncle Crow. He's a teacher at Signal. I was completely garbage before he took me under his wing. And now I'm all like, Hawa. Wacha, Clover, so you became a much better fighter. Interesting. Ashbin, so I've noticed. And what is a girl such as yourself doing at a school designed to train warriors? RWBY, well, I want to be a huntress. Ashbin, you want to slay monsters? RWBY, yeah. I only have 2 more years of training left at Signal. And then I'm going to apply to Beacon. You see me sister starting the rethis year and she's trying to become a huntress and I'm trying to become a huntress cozy when I help yo plema parents always thought I still help others what they might. Translation. You see, my sister's starting there this year and she's trying to become a huntress. And I'm trying to become a huntress cause I wanna help people. My parents always taught us to help others, so I thought hey, I might as well make a career out of it. Hee hee. I mean, the police are alright, but huntsmen and huntresses are just so much more romantic and exciting, and really, gosh, you know, Izuku, when you put it like that, anyone would want to become one. Clover, yeah, Glinda, you actually understood all that? Izuku, remember when we talked about motor mouthing? See, we do the exact same thing. Glinda facepalmed. Ozpin, do you know who I am? RWBY, you're Professor Ashbin. You're the headmaster of Beacon. Ashbin, hello. RWBY, nice to meet you. Ozpin, you want to come to my school? RWBY, more than anything. Ashbin, well okay. RWBY, really? Ashbin, yes. And so will Izuku and Clover as well. RWBY turned to the two brothers. RWBY, this'll be awesome. Ashbin, make sure to show them around this world. RWBY, I'll make sure of. She paused. RWBY, wait, what do you mean, this world? Izuku, oh. Clover, Ashbin. Wait, Ashbin, Izuku and Clover are from a completely different world. And so was that muscular villain. RWBY and Glinda were in shock. RWBY and Glinda, what? Ashbin, allow me to explain everything. He went on to explain the world that Izuku and Clover came from. RWBY, whoa! That's amazing, Glinda, but why bring them here? Ashbin, to track down the villains from their world that somehow ended up here. These two brothers are warriors in the making. No villain can take them down. Of course, they need to know their way around our world and also be able to continue their studies, which is why they will be going to Beacon. RWBY, yes sir, she gave a salute. Izuku, well bro, looks like we'll be off to Beacon. Clover, yeah? Good thing we can disguise our quirks as these semblances or something. Izuku nodded. This was only the beginning of a new adventure. New friends. Oh, I can't believe my baby sister is going to Beacon with me. She was squeezing the life out of RWBY. Young, this is the best day ever. RWBY, please stop. Young, but I'm so proud of you. RWBY, really sis, it was nothing. Young, what do you mean? It was incredible. Everyone at Beacon is going to think you're the bee's knees. RWBY, I don't want to be the bee's knees. Okay? I don't want to be any kind of knees. I just want to be a normal girl with normal knees. Young, what's with you? Aren't you excited? RWBY, of course I'm excited. I got moved ahead 2 years. I don't want people to think I'm special or anything. Young, but you are special. Then they heard the news about Roman Torchwick and his gang and also about the White Fang before being interrupted by Glinda's message. Glinda, hello, and welcome to Beacon. Young, who's that? Glinda, my name is Glinda Goodwitch. Young, oh, Glinda, you are among a privileged few who have received the honor of being selected to attend this prestigious academy. Our world is experiencing an incredible time of peace, and as future huntsmen and huntresses, it is your duty to uphold it. You have demonstrated the courage needed for such a task, and now, it is our turn to provide you with the knowledge and the training to protect our world. The message ended. RWBY, wow, she looked out the window, enjoying the view. However, John, I think I'm gonna puke. He then felt a hand on his back. He looked over to see Izuku and Clover. Izuku, motion sickness, huh? John, yeah? Clover, we got something that might help. He gave him a pill. Izuku, this should help with your motion sickness. He took the pill and it worked very quickly. John, whoa! I feel so much better. Thanks, Izuku, I'm Izuku Midoriya, Clover, and I'm his twin brother, Clover. John, I'm John Ark, nice to meet cha. So, you guys are going to Beacon too, eh? Izuku, yeah? Clover, looking forward to it. After a while, they landed. John, thanks again for that pill. It really helped. Izuku and Clover, no worries. They separated. Izuku, hey bro? What other villains do you think are here? Clover, I don't know. But we can't let any of them roam free. Izuku, right. What about you, Ricky? The pokeball on Izuku's hip, which he kept hidden from everyone, shook. Ricky, telepathically, let's just hope it's nobody that requires all three of us. That could be troublesome. They nodded. Clover then noticed RWBY has somehow turned into a chibi. Clover, well, that's unexpected. Yang, easy there, little sister. They're just weapons. RWBY, just weapons? They are an extension of ourselves. They're us. So cool. Clover, she's just like you know? Izuku rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Yang, why can't you just fawn over your own weapon? Aren't you happy with it? RWBY, of course I'm happy with it. I just really like seeing new ones. It's like meeting new people. But better. Yang, why don't you try making new ones? RWBY, why would I need more friends when I have you? Yang made a quick excuse and dashed off, making RWBY dizzy and spun around. She then fell down and toppled over a bunch of suitcases. Izuku, oh, Clover, trouble. Weiss, what are you doing? RWBY, sorry. Weiss, sorry? Do you have any idea of the damage you could have caused? RWBY, she picked up a suitcase before Weiss snatched it out of her hand. Weiss, give me that. This is dust. Mined and purified from the Schnee quarry. What are you? Brain dead? She took some of the dust and shook it, which got into her nose. Clover, should we do something? Izuku, probably. Clover, Izuku, you don't see that every day. A dust bottle rolled by them and they looked over to where it stopped and saw. Izuku stepped behind Clover. Clover, Houston, we have a girl problem. RWBY, I'm really sorry. Weiss, you complete dolt. What are you even doing here? Aren't you a little young to be attending Beacon? This isn't your ordinary combat school, you know. Izuku stopped hiding and walked over to them. Izuku, hey. They looked in Izuku's direction. Weiss, what do you want? Izuku, stop bothering her. Weiss, excuse me? Izuku, I said stop bothering her. She apologized. End of discussion. Weiss just scoffed and stormed off. RWBY, thanks. Izuku, no problem. Clover, glad that's resolved. What about why? He turned to see that Blake was already leaving. Clover, guess she's not in the mood to meet newbies. Meh. He then felt someone put a hand on their shoulder. He turned to see John. John, hey, Clover. RWBY, hey, I know you. You're that guy who nearly threw up on the ship. John sighed in defeat. Izuku, this is John Ark. He's our newest friend. They started to walk around. John, look, motion sickness is a real problem, okay? RWBY, alright. So I got this thing. She shows him her crescent rose. John, whoa. Is that a scythe? RWBY, it's also a customizable high-impact sniper rifle. John, what? Izuku and Clover, it's a scythe and a gun. John, oh. That's cool. RWBY, what about you? John, I got this sword and shield. RWBY, you. John, what about you guys? Izuku, nothing much. Just some gauntlets. I focus more on my semblance. Clover, as for me, I use this here gun. With the help from my semblance, I can fire small bullets, large bullets, and even a giant beam that can vaporize the foes I come across. John, that sounds awesome. RWBY, as for me, I went a little overboard in designing this. John, you made this? RWBY, of course. All students at Signal make their own weapons. Didn't you make yours? John, no. It used to belong to my great-great-grandfather. Clover, seems like a family heirloom. RWBY, you seem like a very nice guy, even though we were strangers. John, meh. My mom always said that strangers are just friends you haven't met yet. Izuku then stopped. Izuku, guys? Weren't we supposed to go inside the building? Clover, oh. Ricky, telepathically I got your back. Just follow my directions. I can sense the auras of everyone. Izuku nodded. Izuku, I think I know where it is. Follow me. They all managed to make it in time. RWBY, thank goodness. Izuku, that was close. Yang, hey RWBY. Over here. RWBY, oh. I gotta go. Izuku, we'll talk later. RWBY, right. She went over to Yang. John, I should probably get going too. I'm meeting with someone. He was lying. He just wanted to seem like he had something cool he needed to talk about. Izuku, so bro. This is Beacon. Clover, wonder how this initiation event will go. Ashbin refused to say anything to us. Izuku, oh. Look, Cover turned to see Weiss was shouting and RWBY jumped into Yang's arms. RWBY, oh god, it's happening again. Weiss, we were lucky you didn't blow us off the side of the cliff. Yang, oh my god, you really exploded. RWBY, it was an accident. She got down from her sister's arms. RWBY, look, Weiss shoved a pamphlet into her face. Weiss, the Schnee Dust Company is not responsible for any injuries or damages sustained while operating a Schnee Dust Company product. RWBY, what? Clover went over to them and read the pamphlet. Clover, basically, if you hurt yourself with their products, you can't take them to court about it. Weiss, exactly. Now you points at RWBY, don't ever talk to me again. Clover, harsh. Yang, look, it sounds like you two just got off on the wrong foot. Why don't you start over and try to be friends? Clover, I second that. RWBY, great idea. Hello Weiss, I'm RWBY. Wanna hang out? We can go shopping for school supplies. Weiss, yeah, and we can paint our nails, and try on clothes, and talk about cute boys, like that cute green-haired boy. She pointed at Izuku, who wasn't paying attention because he believed that his brother would sort everything out. Clover, pardon? RWBY, really? Weiss, no. Clover, she says that, but he could see pink tints on her cheeks. Clover, she is so lying about my brother. Yang, I wouldn't mind him. Clover, alright, girls. Simmer down about my bro. Yang and Weiss, bro? Clover, yes. My bro. Ashbin, I'll keep this brief. They looked at Ashbin. Ashbin, you've traveled here in search of knowledge, to hone your craft and acquire new skills. And when you've finished, you plan to dedicate your life to protection of the people. But I look among you, and all I see is wasted energy in need of purpose, direction. You assume knowledge will free you of this. But your time at this school will prove that knowledge can only carry you so far. It is up to you to take that first step. Clover looked over to Izuku, who nodded. Glinda, you will gather in the ballroom tonight. Tomorrow your initiation begins. Be ready. You're dismissed. Later that night, RWBY was writing in her notebook, and Yang hopped beside her. Yang, it's like a big slumber party. RWBY, I don't think Dad would approve of all the boys though. Yang, I know I do. Some of the boys were trying to impress the girls by flexing. Clover, these dopes really think they can impress the girls by flexing? Izuku, is that why they're shirtless? Clover, what did you think they were doing? Izuku, some people have trouble sleeping with shirts on. Clover, you make a fair point. Yang, what are you writing? RWBY, a letter to my friends and Dad about how things are going. Yang, so cute. She was hit with a pillow. RWBY, shut up. I didn't get to take my friends with me to school. It's weird not knowing anyone here. Yang, what about John and RWBY, Izuku and Clover? Yang, that's their names? Well, they seem nice. So, plus 3 friends. RWBY, pretty sure Weiss counts as a negative friend. Back to 2. And I don't know about you, but I'd rather have at least 3 friends at the start. Yang, there's no such thing as a negative friend. You just made 3 friends and 1 enemy. She got hit with a dog pillow. Yang, look, it's only been 1 day. Trust me, you've got friends all around you. You just haven't met them yet. She then noticed Blake from before. RWBY, that girl. Yang, you know her? RWBY, no. She saw what happened this morning, but couldn't say anything because Izuku rushed in to defend me. Yang, oh, did he now? Another pillow to the face. Yang, well, now's your chance to meet her. She dragged RWBY over to Blake. Blake, aren't you that girl that exploded? RWBY, yeah, my name's RWBY. Blake, okay. Yang, so what's your name? Blake. Yang, well, Blake, I'm Yang. RWBY's older sister. I like your bow. Blake, thanks. Yang, it goes great with your pajamas. Blake, right? Yang, nice night, don't you think? Izuku and Clover's sweat dropped. Clearly, Blake didn't want to be bothered. Blake, yes. It's lovely. Almost as lovely as this book. That I will continue to read. As soon as you leave. Yang, yeah, this girl's a lost cause. RWBY, what's it about? Blake, huh? RWBY, your book. Blake, well, it's about a man with 2 souls, each fighting for control over his body. Izuku and Clover look at each other. Ricky, telepathically reminds me of Handjob and Power Stealer. Izuku and Clover agreed. RWBY, I love books. Yang used to read to me every night before bed. Stories of heroes and monsters. They're one of the reasons I want to be a huntress. Blake, why is that? Hoping you'll live happily ever after? RWBY, I'm hoping we all will. As a girl, I wanted to be just like those heroes in the books. As someone who fought for what was right and protected people who couldn't protect themselves. Blake, that's very ambitious for a child. Unfortunately, the real world isn't the same as a fairy tale. RWBY, well, that's why we are here. To make it better. Yang hugged RWBY and lifted her up. Yang, oh, I'm so proud of my baby sister. RWBY, cut it out. They started fighting with each other. Clover, remember when we were like that, bro? Izuku, yeah? Good times. Blake, well, RWBY, Yang, it's a pleasure to. Weiss, what in the world is going on over here? Don't you realize some of us are trying to sleep? Weiss and Yang, oh no! Not you again. Clover, alright. That's enough. Weiss is right. We should go to sleep. Weiss, oh, now you're on my. Clover, hey, listen close. He walked over to Weiss and whispered into her ear. Clover, I saw you blushing at my brother. Weiss's eyes widened. Clover, now listen well. Shut up, or I'll spill the beans. I don't lack self-confidence. I'm not afraid to do it. The question is, do you believe me? Weiss scoffed, and walked away after denying that she has a crush on Izuku. But Clover didn't believe her one bit. Blake then blew out the only source of light they had. Her candle. Everyone then went to sleep. Start of the initiation. Nora, wake up, lazy butt. Ren, ugh. He got up. Nora, it's morning. It's morning. It's morning. It's morning. While Ron was brushing his teeth. Nora, I can't believe we've been at Beacon for a full 24 hours. Not that I thought we'd get kicked out or anything. I mean, you're a perfect student, and me, well, I'm me. But it's just crazy, you know? While Ren was packing his bag. Nora, we've been friends for so long. What are the odds that we'd still be together? Well, not together. Not that I'm not saying you're not handsome. You are handsome, but that'd just be weird, right? While eating breakfast, Nora, with a pancake in her mouth, what was I thinking? But still, I hope we end up on the same team together. She ate her pancake. Nora, ooh. We should come up with some sort of plan. You know, to make sure we end up on the same team together. What if we bribe the headmaster? No. He has a school. In the locker room. Nora, I know. A signal. Some kind of secret signal so we can find each other in the forest. Can you imitate a sloth? Ren, Nora? Nora, yes, Ren. Ren put away his weapons. Ren, I don't think sloths make a lot of noise. Nora, that's why it's perfect. No one will suspect we're working together. Ren, come on, Nora. Let's go. They left. RWBY, wonder what those two were so worked up about. Yang, oh, who knows? You seem awfully chipper this morning. RWBY, yep. No more small talk or getting to know you kind of stuff. She got her weapon. RWBY, today, I get to let my sweetheart do the talking. Yang, well, remember RWBY, you're not the only one going through initiation. If you want to grow up, you need to meet new people and work together. RWBY groaned. RWBY, you sound like Dad. First of all, what does meeting people have to do with fighting? And second, I don't need people to help me grow up. I drink milk. Izuku walked over to them and got his hero gear from the locker. Izuku, I can answer your question. You can't win every fight on your own. I had to learn that the hard way. Yang, what do you mean by that? Izuku, you don't want to know. Anyways, there's a reason as to why this initiation is happening in the first place. Izuku walked away. Yang, he's right, you know. What'll you do when you form teams? RWBY, I don't know. I guess I'll be on your team or something. Yang, maybe you should try being on someone else's team. RWBY, my dear sister Yang, are you implying that you don't wish to be on the same team as me? Yang, no, of course I do. I just thought, you know, maybe it would help you break out of your shell. RWBY, I don't need to break out of my shell, that's absolutely. John walked by with a pamphlet. John, ridiculous. He was going on about the locker he needed to go to. Weiss, so Pira. Have you given any thought as to whose team you'd like to be on? I'm sure everyone must be eager to unite with such a strong, well-known individual, such as yourself. Pira, I'm not quite sure. I was planning on letting the chips fall where they may. Weiss, well, I was thinking maybe we could be on a team together. Pira, well, that sounds grand. Weiss, great. This will be perfect. The smartest girl in class combined with the strongest girl in class. Together we will be unstoppable. I can see it now. We'll be popular. We'll be celebrities. We'll get perfect grades. Nothing can come between us now. Then, Clover came between them. Clover, howdy. Pira, hello. You're that Cowber, right? Clover, yup. Name's Clover Midoriya. Pira, I'm Pira Nikos. Nice to meet you. Clover, nice to meet you too. Hey, I have a question. Pira, what is it? Clover, how many members of a team will there be? Pira, I believe that it's teams of 4. Clover, fascinating. So if I play my cards right, hen me bronda will be on the same team as well as at least on in a percent to meet which means the 12 people talk more efficiently. Translation. So if I play my cards right, then my bro and I will be on the same team as well as at least one new person to meet, which means that we'll be able to work more efficiently. Maybe we could mutter. Pira, what the heck? Clover snapped out of his muttering phase. Clover, sorry. My bro and I tend to mutter our thoughts sometimes. Weiss, hey, do you even know who you're talking to? Clover, yeah? Pira Nikos. What are you getting at? Weiss, she graduated the top of her class's sanctum. Clover, okay. Weiss, she's won the Mistral tournaments 4 years in a row. Clover, good for her. Weiss, SHE. Clover, Are you gonna bark all day, little doggy? Or are you gonna bite? Weiss, excuse me? Clover, look, I'm new to this kingdom. Same as my bro. We know nothing about this place. Pyrrha's no exception. And also, I don't care about what she did in the past. I'm focusing on the here and now. I will treat Pyrrha as a normal person. Not a celebrity, Weiss, but, Clover, also, have you forgotten the dirt I have on you? Don't go thinking I forgot it. Weiss flinched. Clover searched through his locker and got out his gun as well as, Pyrrha, what's that? Clover, these are called my justice gauntlets. They were made with my semblance in mind. My semblance normally creates projectiles that I shoot out from my gun. But these channel my semblance into my fist so I can fight in hand-to-hand combat. Pyrrha, impressive. Clover, thanks. They were all then called to go to Beacon Cliff, so they left. Beacon Cliff. Izuku was wearing his costume Zeta without the moss. Ashbin, for years, you have trained to become warriors. And today, your abilities will be evaluated in the Emerald Forest. Glinda, I'm sure many of you have heard rumors about the assignment of teams. Well, allow us to put an end to your confusion. Each of you will be given teammates. Today, Ashbin, these teammates will be here for the rest of your time here at Beacon. So it is best for you to be paired with someone who you can work well with. That being said, the first person you make eye contact with will be your partner for the next 4 years. Izuku and Clover looked at each other and knew what they had to do. RWBY, what? Nora, see. I told you, Ashbin. After you've partnered up, make way to the northern end of the forest. You must not hesitate in destroying everything in your path, or you will be destroyed. You will be monitored and graded for the duration of your initiation. But our instructors will not intervene. You will find an abandoned temple at the end of the path containing several relics. Each pair must choose one and return to the top of the cliff. Guard that item as well as your standing. Any questions? John, yeah, sir. Ashbin, good. Get ready for your positions. They all got into position. However, Izuku wrapped Black Whip around his brother. John, sir? I have a question. Weiss was launched. John, so this landing strategy, what is it? Are you dropping us off or something? Ashbin, nope. You will be falling. As they were talking, one by one, everyone was being launched. Ashbin, no. You will be using your own landing strategy. John, yeah. Yang gave a wink before putting on sunglasses and was launched. Yang, woohoo. RWBY was then launched. Izuku, hey John? John, why yeah? Izuku, good luck. Clover, we believe in you. John couldn't help but smile at this. It gave him a boost in confidence, and didn't even scream when he was launched. Izuku, ready bro? Clover, ready. Let's go beyond. Izuku nodded. Izuku plus. They were then launched at the same time. Izuku and Clover, ULTRAAA. RWBY used Crescent Rose to slow her descent. Weiss used her semblance, glyphs, to jumpers from platform to platform. Ren used his weapon on a tree to safely land. As for Yang, she was using her semblance like this. Pyrrha used her shield to block a couple trees, which she would have crashed into before simply landing on one. She then noticed John falling and shot her spear at him to catch him from making a harsh landing. John, thank you. Izuku and Clover managed to safely land thanks to Izuku's float quirk. Clover, great thinking, bro. We're already teammates. Izuku, yeah? Now we just have to find the relics. With RWBY, she had just landed and was searching for either Yang, Izuku, or Clover. She eventually ran into Weiss. They looked at each other in the eyes and Weiss turned around to leave. RWBY, hey! Wait! Weiss eventually saw John just hanging out. Weiss went back to RWBY. Weiss, by no means does this make us friends. She dragged RWBY by the hood. RWBY, you came back. John, hey wait. Pyrrha, hey John. Do you have any spots left on your team? John, very funny. He crossed his arms but couldn't help but smile. RWBY, what's the hurry? Weiss, I will not let my mission be delayed because you're too slow. I swear, if I get a bad grade because of you. RWBY shot right in front of Weiss. Weiss, what the dash? RWBY, I'm not slow, see? You don't have to worry about me. Weiss, when did? RWBY, Weiss, just because I don't know how to deal with people doesn't mean I don't know how to deal with monsters. You're about to see a whole different side of me, Weiss. And when it's all over, you're gonna be like, wow, that RWBY girl is really, really cool. She rushed off. Weiss, you may be fast, but you still excel at wasting time. Then she realized that she was left behind by RWBY. Weiss, RWBY? RWBY? She then noticed that she was now surrounded by Beowulf Grimm. Weiss, RWBY, Initiation Part 1. Yang was walking through the forest. Yang, hello? Is anyone out there? Hello? Getting bored here. She then heard rustling. Yang, someone there? She looked into a bush. Yang, RWBY? Is that you? She saw. Yang, nope. The Ursa charged at Yang, but she dodged it and got her weapons at the ready. Another Ursa tried to hit her, but she gave it a strong punch to the gut and sent it back. The other Ursa charged at her again, but she gave it an uppercut and then punched it in the gut as well, sending it back. Yang, you guys wouldn't happen to have seen a girl in a red hood, would you? They roared at her. Yang, you could just say no. One of the Ursa tried to slash her twice, but she dodged it with ease. Yang, ha! You couldn't hit the broadside of a. She then noticed a strand of her hair was cut off and right in front of her eyes. Yang, you? Her eyes turned red and the Ursa looked at each other in confusion. Yang, you monsters! She charged at the Ursa before unleashing a flurry of punches before punching so hard. A few trees were smashed to bits by the Ursa being launched back. The other Ursa approached her, and she glared at it. Yang, what? You want some too? It looked to be hesitating, but then Blake came in and killed it. Yang, I could have taken him. With Weiss. Weiss was about to attack a Grim, but RWBY interfered and Weiss had to direct her attack away and blew up a tree. RWBY had to block a slash from one of the Beowulf, and the impact made her collide with Weiss. RWBY, hey, watch it. Weiss, excuse me. You attacked out of turn. I could have killed you. RWBY, you'll have to try a lot harder than that. They got ready to fight, when the tree that was engulfed in flames collapsed. Weiss, we have to get out of here. They ran off. They then got into a heated argument about RWBY and left without knowing they were being followed by another Grim, with Izuku and Clover. Izuku, I wonder where the temple is at. Clover, it's too bad the temple is covered by all these trees. We can't just use float to find it. Izuku, that's not good. Clover, maybe we should try gear shift. That'll make us move far faster. Izuku, no, Clover. Remember, gear shift can only be used as a last resort. This is not one of those cases. Clover, good point. But what about F.A. Gene? Izuku, nope. I'd prefer it if we don't send a shockwave of that power. Plus, it's a store and release. Only one shot. At least for each leg. We can't just use it any time we want. Clover, fair enough. They eventually came across John and Pyrrha. And, Pyrrha, for it is in passing that we achieve immortality. Through this, we become a paragon of virtue and to glory rise above all, infinite in distance and unbound by death. I release your soul, and by my shoulder protect thee. She released his shoulder and looked tired. John, Pyrrha? Izuku and Clover rushed over to her. Izuku, are you okay? John, whoa! When did? Clover, just arrived. What happened? Pyrrha, I used my aura to unlock John's, but the energy that protects him now is his own. Izuku, Clover, and Ricky, aura, huh? They noticed John's wound healed quickly. Pyrrha, well, John, you have a lot of it. Clover, well, with Glinda and Ashbin. Glinda, our last pair has been formed. Nora Valkyrie and Lyran. Poor boy. I can't possibly imagine those two getting along. Still, he's probably better off than Ms. Nikos. John isn't ready for this level of combat. I guess we'll find out soon enough. At their current pace, they should reach the temple in just a few minutes. Speaking of which, what did you use as relics this year? Ashbin said nothing. Glinda, Professor Ozpin? Ozpin HM, with Weiss and RWBY. Weiss, it's definitely this way. I mean this way. Definitely this way. They were lost. Weiss, alright, it's official. We passed it. RWBY, Weiss, why can't you just admit we're lost? Weiss, because I actually know where we're going. We're going to the forest temple. RWBY, ugh. Weiss, well, you don't know where we are either. RWBY, at least I don't pretend like I know everything. Weiss, what is that supposed to mean? RWBY, it means you're a big, stupid jerk, and I hate you. Weiss, ugh. Just keep moving. RWBY started to mock her. RWBY, why are you so bossy? Weiss, I'm not. RWBY, stop treating me like a kid. Weiss, stop acting like a kid. RWBY, stop acting like you're perfect. Weiss, I'm not perfect. Not yet. But I'm still leagues better than you. She started to leave. RWBY, compared to Izuku and Clover? You're nothing. Weiss stopped. Weiss, what was that? RWBY, you don't even know me. And you definitely don't know those two. They are everything that hunters and huntress are supposed to be. Compared to them, you're just like what you make me out to be. Weiss scoffed and left. RWBY, TCH. At the temple, Yang and Blake had just made it. Yang, think this is it? Blake said nothing and walked towards it. Yang followed behind and found that the relics were all chess pieces. Yang, some of them are missing. We weren't the first ones here. Blake, well, I guess we should pick one. With Izuku and the others. John, think this is it? Izuku, somehow, I doubt it. John, trust me. Clover, okay, I guess. They all went into this dark cave with a torch. Pyrrha, I don't think this is it. John, Pyrrha, I'm holding the torch. Could you at least humor me for 5 more feet? He then tripped and the fire was put out by a puddle. Clover, great. Izuku, I got this. Pyrrha, huh? Izuku, full cowling. Electrical sparks light up the room. John, is that your semblance? Izuku, yes. It does more than light up the room, though. But these electrical sparks should light up the room. Clover, great job. Let's continue onwards. They kept moving forward, but then they came across. Clover, well, didn't see that coming. John then screamed like a girl. Izuku, OW. That hurt my ears. Clover, that hurt all of OURS, BRO. Pyrrha, any ideas? Izuku, can't use one for all here. The cave could collapse. We need to run. They ran out, but the Death Stalker followed them. Izuku, everyone, grab on. They were confused but did so, and Izuku used Black Whip to slingshot them away. John, WH. Pyrrha, amazing. They managed to land safely. Izuku, is everyone okay? John, we are now, thanks to you. Pyrrha, how did you jump so far? Izuku, my semblance tends to be pretty powerful. John, no shit. Then, they noticed RWBY and Weiss riding on. John, that's a big bird. Weiss, I told you this was a terrible idea. RWBY, we're fine. Stop worrying, Weiss. I am so far behind worrying. RWBY, in a good way? Weiss, in a bad way. RWBY, then let's jump. Weiss, what? Jump? Are you insane? She jumped. Weiss, you insufferable little brat. RWBY ended up falling on top of Yang. RWBY, ow. Yang, glad you're okay. Ow. Then, an Ursa came in and was about to attack before being killed by Nora. Nora, it's broken. She tried to make a sloth noise. Ren, Nora, please don't ever do that again. He looked to be out of breath. He noticed Nora was gone and saw her singing. I'm queen of the castle. With a gold rook in her hands. Ren, where? Nora giggled. Nora, coming, Ren. Izuku, well, that just. Izuku, behind us. They looked behind to see the Deathstalker followed them. John, run. Clover, no need. He charged up his quirk into his gun. Clover, take this. Clover blast. The Deathstalker, as well as a bunch of trees, were just vaporized. Izuku, I think you went a little overboard. Clover, whoops. Pyrrha, what the? John, holy guacamole. The others were also able to see the blast, and they were all shocked except RWBY. Yang, what the? RWBY, impressive, right? Blake, you're acting like you have seen that before. RWBY, I have. Nora, what? RWBY, which? She was looking up into the sky to see that Weiss was still hanging on to the Nevermore. Weiss, how could you leave me? RWBY, I said jump. Blake, she's gonna fall. RWBY, she'll be fine. Ren, she's falling. Izuku, I gotta help. Izuku, I gotcha. Izuku activated float, and they slowly made their descent. Weiss then noticed she was being carried like a princess. Izuku, are you alright? Weiss, she was blushing madly. Weiss, put me down. Izuku then realized the position they were in, panicked, and let her down. Izuku, sorry. Weiss turned away with a huff while RWBY pouted. Clover, glad we're all here. Danger Sense then came in and they saw that the Nevermore was about to rush at them. Yang, now we can all die together. Izuku, not on my watch. He rushed at the Grim. Blake, hey. Wait. Izuku, Detroit Smash. That single punch completely destroyed the Nevermore. Everyone, RWBY and Clover, what the buck? Izuku, that takes care of that. Weiss, what was that? Pyrrha, that was your semblance. Izuku turned to them and nodded. Izuku, alright, any pair who hasn't grabbed a relic yet should do so. Izuku took one of the relics. So did John. They then ran off to another area with a tower, but they got surrounded by a massive wave of Grim. John, we're doomed. Izuku, no we. He paused. John, Izuku? Izuku held up his hand as to signal him to wait. Izuku, what? You want to turn? You sure? I was hoping to save you for a more crucial time. Oh? Good point. Yang, has he lost his mind? Clover, don't worry. All will make sense soon. Izuku, alright. Alright. You can have a turn. He reached down to his waist and got out. Weiss, what's that? Clover, watch and learn. Izuku, alright Ricky. Let's go beyond. He threw the ball and it opened up and shot a blue light out of it before it dispersed and revealed. Ricky, let's do this. Now, everyone was flabbergasted. And not for the reason you may think. RWBY, and no way. Yang, that creature. Blake, could it be? Weiss, the legendary ruler of Aura. Everyone, Izuku, Clover, and Ricky Lucario? Izuku, ready to fight Ricky? Ricky, you know I am, Seiji. Izuku, then charge up your semblance. Ricky nodded and red veins started appearing on him. Ricky, you're all going down. Initiation Part 2. Izuku, Ricky. Use Dragon Pulse. Weiss, you can't just tell him what to do. He's the great Lucario. Ricky on it. He hit about 10 Grim with the powerful attack. Izuku, use Bone Rush. Pyrrha, so the rumors are true. John, the legendary ruler of Aura, has multiple semblances. Ricky rushed at his foes with great speed and destroyed 5 of them. Izuku, behind you. Ricky turned around to see another Grim behind him. Sinnoh Sinnoh Strike. Ricky, right. 1 for Aura Sinnoh Strike. Yeah, the Grim was sent far away, never to be seen again. John, wasn't that your semblance, Izuku? Clover, no it isn't. Izuku, it's pretty similar though. Ricky, use Aura Sphere. I'll help. Ricky, right. They both fired off an explosive sphere of aura and exploded a bunch of Grim. Blake, they can both do that? Clover, Ricky taught us how to weaponize our own aura. RWBY, that's possible? Clover, yes. But it takes some serious training. Izuku, use Water Shuriken. Ricky on it. Second user's signature move. Ricky, Water Shuriken. He shot a bunch of Water Shurikens at a bunch of Grim and destroyed them. One Grim, however, snuck up behind him and slashed him in the back. Ricky, ga. Izuku, Ricky. He went over to Ricky to check that he was bleeding a bit. Izuku, you okay? Ricky, yeah? I'm fine. Izuku, then use Bitter Blade. Ricky nodded. Ricky, 7th user's signature move. His paws transformed into Ricky, Bitter Blade. Ricky slashed the Grim and killed it while also sucking its life force out of it and healing himself. Izuku better? Ricky much. A bunch of Grim charged at them. Izuku, Galar Strike. Ricky, Galar Strike. The Grim that charged at them were all launched into the forest where their fates remain unknown. Weiss, Lucario really lives up to his legend. Clover legend? Izuku, Smokescreen. Ricky proceeded to track down the Grim and destroy them all. Unfortunately, more Grim came to fight. Ricky, there seems to be no end to these beasts. Izuku, well, maybe it's time we kick things up a notch. Ricky, are you saying what I think you're saying? Izuku smiled and nodded. Clover, everyone stand back. Things are about to get awesome. They all took a step back in confusion. Then they noticed that Izuku's left eye turned red and Ricky's right eye turned green. And then, a giant veil of aura erupted from the two. Everyone could feel the aura emanating from them. Even Ashbin and Glinda. Glinda, what is this? Ashbin, it seems that the legend of Lucario has some secrets. With the teams, RWBY, what is happening? The aura veil then bursted, and what they saw surprised them. Lucario's fur went from blue to green. As for Izuku, none was more shocked than Blake. He looked to be a Lucario faunus. He had green Lucario ears and a green Lucario tail and spikes on the back of his hands. Weiss, what happened to them? Blake, did Izuku turn into a faunus? Clover, faunus? Oh no. But I can see the confusion. This is a special power that Ricky and Izuku can only use when their bond has reached the limit. Izuku and Ricky, aura for all max cowling. Green sparks appeared and aura enveloped them. Clover, it's called the bond phenomenon. They charged at the Grim with even greater speed. Clover, in this form, they share everything. Izuku and Ricky, Sinnoh Smash. They punched some of the Grim and destroyed them, as well as uprooted a bunch of trees. Clover Power. Danger sense went off and they tried to dodge a bunch of Grim. Clover Movement. Unfortunately, one got lucky and hit Ricky's shoulder, making them both grab their shoulder. Clover, Even Pain. Blake, so he's not a faunus? Clover, not really. More like a faux faunus. It's only temporary, but Izuku and Ricky's right spike became Clover. The effects are incredible. A massive wave of Grim charged in front of them. Izuku, I'm getting tired of this. What about you, Ricky? Ricky, let's end this. Izuku's hands glowed with aura. So did Ricky's. Izuku and Ricky, Aura Storm. They blasted a giant beam of aura at the Grim, vaporizing them all. Izuku and Ricky, now's our chance. The two wrapped up the others in Black Whip. Izuku and Ricky then jumped and activated Float. Izuku, buckle up and hold on tight. Ricky, you and me on a wild ride. Please tell me someone got this reference. With the incredible speed they all showed, they were able to make it back safely. Later, Ashbin, Russell Thrush, Carden Winchester, Dove Bronzewing, Skylark, the four of you have retrieved the Black Bishop pieces. From this day forward, you will work together as Team CRDL Cardinal, led by Carden Winchester. Ricky, telepathically to Izuku and Clover, I don't like the aura on those guys. Reminds me of early Bomberanian. Izuku and Clover agreed. CRDL got off the stage and John, Pyrrha, Nora, and Rin were going up. Ashbin, John Arc, Lyrin, Pyrrha Nikos, and Nora Valkyrie. The four of you retrieved the White Rook pieces. From this day forward, you will work together as Team JNPR, Juniper, led by John Arc. John, huh? Led by? Ashbin, congratulations. Ashbin, Blake Belladonna, Ruby Rose, Weiss Schnee, and Yang Xiaolong. The four of you retrieved the White Knight pieces. From this day forward, you will work together as Team RWBY, Ruby, led by Ruby Rose. Yang hugged her half-sister. Yang, I'm so proud of you. Ashbin, and finally, Izuku Midoriya, Clover Midoriya, and Ricky Steele. The three of you retrieved the White Bishop pieces. Since there are only three of you on this team, I must forego the tradition of naming you after colors and instead call you by a unique name. Team JSTC, Justice, led by Izuku Midoriya. Ricky, alright. Great job, Seiji. The three high-fived each other. Ashbin, I must say, I wasn't expecting the legendary Lucario to be joining this school. Ricky, legendary? Izuku, what makes him legendary? Ruby, you don't know? The great Lucario is known for having multiple semblances as well as the ability to sense and even weaponize auras. Even I know that. Izuku, well, we've known that ever since we met Ricky, Clover, and we've known each other since we were 5. Everyone in the room was shocked. Ashbin, if I may ask, what is Ricky's main semblance about? Ricky, we'll explain another day. Ashbin chuckled and sipped his hot chocolate. Ashbin, looks like things are shaping up to be an interesting year. Blake, however, was curious about something. Blake, how does he feel about faunus? It must be a good thought if he's okay with looking like one. First day at Beacon. Izuku, Ricky, and Clover had just woken up in their new room. Izuku, morning, gang. Clover, morning. Ricky, I had a good nap. Wonder how the others are doing. Clover, hey bro? What time is our first class? Izuku, 9 o'clock. So we've got 3 hours. Ricky, you know, Seiji. Justice. It's a little hard to process the fact that we're in a completely new world now. Clover, tell me about it. Seems like only yesterday when we first met Ashbin. Izuku, I know, right? Flashback. Izuku, Clover. Ricky. Look, he rushed to his brother and best friend with a newspaper in his hand. Clover, what's going on? Ricky, whatever it is, it's gotten Seiji worried. Izuku, just listen. Most of the prisoners in the newly rebuilt Tartarus prison have inexplicably vanished. The only prisoners remaining are Spinner, Mr. Compress, Kurogyri, and Tenko Shimura. Clover and Ricky. What? Ricky, oh man. This is bad. Clover, at least All for One isn't there since we killed him. Izuku, but still. The fact that most of the villains are gone from Tartarus without even a trace is very concerning. Ricky, but where could they have gone? Izuku, that's a good question. Clover, we should tell Mr. Aizawa about this. Ricky, I'm pretty sure he would be first to know before the news came out. He is a pro-hero after all. Izuku, but we have to do something about all this. Clover, I hate to say this, bro, but what exactly can we do? Izuku, damn. You're right. Then a portal appeared in front of them. Izuku, what the? Clover, this doesn't look good. Ricky, could it be Miss Man? They all got into a fighting position. Then Ashbin stepped out of the portal. Ashbin, hello there. Izuku, who are you? Clover, what do you want? Ricky, where did you come from? Ashbin, greetings you three. Allow me to answer your questions. I am Professor Ashbin. As for where I came from, it's a completely different world. Izuku, Clover, and Ricky, a different world? Ashbin, I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. As for why I'm here, I need your help. Izuku, help? For what? Ashbin, you see, in my world, Remnant, there were many crooks that suddenly appeared. And their strength is very concerning. There was someone who had blades for teeth. Someone that could control water. Some of them didn't even look human. Their eyes widened hearing that. Izuku, that must mean, Clover, the villains of our world. Ricky, somehow got into his world. Ashbin nodded. Ashbin, what my world needs are heroes. And not just any. My world needs heroes that will make sure that justice is properly served. The trio looked at each other before nodding. Izuku then stepped forward. Izuku, we'll do it. We'll help you in your world, Clover. As heroes in training, it's our job to make sure that the world is safe. Ricky, and as heroes in training, it's also our job to make sure that justice is served. Ashbin smiled. Ashbin, I'm happy to hear that. Step into the portal. It will take you to Remnant, Izuku, in a moment. First, Clover and I need to get our gear. Ashbin, I'll go on ahead. Ashbin entered the portal. The twins then put on their hero gear and jumped into the portal. As they fell through, Izuku returned Ricky to his Pokeball in case people would treat Ricky differently in this world. They ended up taking a rough landing. Izuku, oof. Clover, you okay, bro? Izuku, yeah? Just a rough landing. Clover, tell me about it. Where's Dash? Izuku, don't worry. I put him in his Pokeball. Clover, ah. Good. Then Danger Sense went off. Izuku, Danger Sense went off. Someone's in trouble. Clover, then we better hurry. Izuku, hop on. Clover hopped on Izuku's back and they rushed off at incredible speed. End of flashback. Izuku, and to think that Ricky is some kind of legendary creature here in this world. Ricky, it's kinda embarrassing. Clover, nevertheless, we shouldn't lose sight of our mission. Izuku, do you think Ruby, Weiss, Blake, and Yang are doing alright? Ricky, they'll be fine. Meanwhile, Weiss had just woken up and yawned. Then she had a whistle blown into her ear by Ruby and fell off her bed. Ruby, good morning Team RWBY. Weiss, what in the world is wrong with you? Ruby, now that you're awake, we can officially begin our first order of business. Weiss, excuse me? Yang, decorating. Weiss, what? Blake, we still have to unpack. She held up her back, which opened up and spilled her stuff out. Blake, and clean. Ruby blew her whistle in Weiss' face again. Ruby, alright. Weiss, Blake, Yang, and their fearless leader, Ruby have begun their first mission. Bonsai, Yang and Blake, bonsai. After some time, they finished decorating but their beds were cluttered up against each other. Weiss, this isn't going to work. Blake, it is a bit cramped. Yang, maybe we should ditch some of our stuff. Ruby, or we could ditch the beds and replace them with bunk beds. Weiss, that sounds incredibly dangerous. Yang, and super awesome. Blake, it does seem efficient. Weiss, well, we should put it to a vote. Ruby, I think we just did. And in a flash, the regular beds became bunk beds. Ruby, alright. Our second order of business, the ISS classes. Now, we have a few classes together today. At 9, we've got a big. Weiss, what? Did you say 9 o'clock? Ruby, Weiss, it's 8:55, you dunce. She ran out the room. Ruby, Tita class. Ruby and her team followed after Weiss along with Team JNPR. Meanwhile, Izuku, alright. We made it with 5 minutes to spare. Ricky, man, this place is enormous. Can't believe it took us that long just to find a classroom. Clover, we told you to stop and ask for directions. Ricky, alright. My bad. Izuku, hey, isn't that Weiss? Weiss, get out of my way. She ran into the door. Ricky, she looked to be out of breath. Then, the others came along. Izuku, are you all okay? Yang, yeah? Just exhausted. We spent a lot of time remodeling our room. Clover, you didn't do it when we first got in? Blake, you guys did? Izuku, it was pretty easy. Guess it helps that there's only 3 of us. Ricky, I hate to ruin this moment, but do we really have time to stand around and chat? Izuku, good point. Let's go inside. Everyone then entered the classroom. During class, port monsters, demons, prowlers of the night. Yes, the creatures of Grimm have many names, but I merely refer to them as prey. He laughed, and was given, port, and you shall too upon graduating from this prestigious academy. Now, as I was saying, Vale, as well as the other 3 kingdoms, are safe havens in an otherwise treacherous world. Our planet is absolutely teeming with creatures that would love nothing more than to tear you to pieces. That's where we come in. Huntsmen, huntresses, individuals who have sworn to protect those who cannot protect themselves. From what, you ask? Why, the very world. That is what you are training to become. But first, a story. A tale of a young, handsome man. Me, Team JSTC, we may be here for a while. As he blabbed on and on, Ruby was drawing a funny picture of Port. This annoyed Weiss, as well as the other things she did while he was talking. Izuku, I don't like that look on Weiss' face. Port, so, who amongst you believes they have the embodiment of these traits? Weiss, I do, sir. Port, well then. Let us find out. Step forward and face your opponent. He gestured over to the cage beside him that was shaking. Clover, whispering, hang on, was that cage there from before? Ricky and Izuku shook their heads. Weiss got ready to fight whatever was in the cage. Yang, go Weiss. Blake, fight well. RWBY, yeah. Represent Team RWBY. Weiss, RWBY. I'm trying to focus. RWBY, oh. Sorry. Port, alright. Let the match begin. He destroyed the lock with his weapon, and out came. The Borbotusk charged at Weiss, but she dodged it and attacked it with her weapon to its side. Unfortunately, it didn't do anything. Port, haha. Wasn't expecting that, were you? RWBY, hang in there, Weiss. She charged at the Grim again, but her weapon ended up getting caught in its tusks and wouldn't let go. RWBY, come on, Weiss, show 'em who's boss. Weiss looked at RWBY and her weapon was flung to the other side of the area. She then got hit by the Borbotusk again. Port, oh ho. Now what will you do without your weapon? The Borbotusk charged at her again, but she rolled out of the way and it hit a wall. She then got her weapon. RWBY, Weiss. Go for its belly. There's no armor under there. Weiss, stop telling me what to do, then. Weiss knew what to do, however. The Borbotusk fell on its back and Weiss jumped on a glyph from above and dove at it, and stabbed it in the stomach, killing it. Port, bravo. Bravo. It appears we are in the presence of a true huntress in training. Izuku, I'm not so sure about that. Port, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. Be sure to cover the assigned readings and remember, stay vigilant. Class dismissed. Weiss stormed off. John, sheesh. What's with her? Clover, Weiss doesn't really seem like much of a team player. Ricky, you think? The path she's walking down is not the right one. Later. RWBY, Weiss. Weiss, what? RWBY, what's wrong with you? Why are you being? Weiss, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? You're supposed to be a leader, yet all you've been is a nuisance. RWBY, what did I do? Weiss, that's just it. You've done nothing to earn your place as a leader. Back in the forest, you've only acted like a child. And you continue to do so. RWBY, Weiss, where is this coming from? What happened to working together? I thought you believed in acting as a team. Weiss, not a team led by you. I've studied. And trained. Quite frankly, I deserve better. She turned her back. Weiss, Ashbin made a mistake. She walked off. Ashbin, Now that didn't seem to go well. RWBY, is she right? Did you make a mistake? Ashbin, that remains to be seen. But there are some people out there who believe in you. Little did RWBY know, Izuku was watching the entire argument. He knew what he had to do. He walked over to where Weiss was. Izuku, hey. She looked behind her and saw Izuku. Weiss, so. It's you. Midoriya, was it? Izuku, you'll have to be a bit more specific. Weiss, right. You have a twin. I meant Izuku. Izuku, ah. Yes. Weiss, what do you want? Izuku, I want to talk to you about what happened. I overheard your conversation with RWBY. Weiss scoffed. Izuku, are you really that frustrated about something like being the leader? Weiss, no. I'm just bent up about RWBY being the leader. Ashbin made a mistake. Izuku, you really think so little of RWBY? Weiss, if we end up in a crisis then she'll be useless. Izuku, what makes you so sure of that? Weiss, huh? Izuku, sometimes, people change when put in certain situations. I know from experience. And quite frankly, you act as though you are jealous of her. Weiss, I'm not. Izuku, jealous of some brat. Don't bother lying. Besides, you may not believe that RWBY has what it takes to be a leader, but if you asked me, she is much more capable than you. Weiss, what's that supposed to mean? Izuku, it means that you don't act as a team player. During your match, RWBY was cheering you on as well as Yang and Blake. But you only criticized RWBY for cheering you on. Why not Yang and Blake when they did the same thing? Weiss, you Izuku, another thing. RWBY was actually giving you advice on how to beat the Grim. You could have said nothing at first, and then put it into action, and then thanked her. You could have said nothing at all. Heck, you could have even said that you already knew that. But instead, you just shouted at her for doing her job as a leader. Weiss' eyes widened a bit. Izuku, I'll admit, you are a great fighter and pretty smart. But it takes more than strength and smarts to be considered a leader. Would you ever want to follow someone who doesn't even appreciate the work you do? Weiss, and no. Izuku, well, the way I see it, that's how you're acting. You don't even act like a team player. I'm sorry, but I can't see you as a leader. Weiss, what? Izuku, With RWBY on the other hand, yes, she can act like a child at times, but did you forget that she's 2 years younger than you? She doesn't have as much experience in life as you. And quite frankly, she's not the only one who acts like this. She's excited to be at her dream school. She still has much more room to grow. And besides, she has the right mindset. She cheers her teammates on. Helps them. And she doesn't get mad at them for little things. I saw how you looked at her during Port's speech. Quite frankly, though, most of us weren't paying attention. Including you, Weiss. What do you mean I wasn't? Izuku, you were so distracted by RWBY that you weren't listening. And honestly, it didn't matter in the slightest. The story Port told us was just of him bragging about himself. He could have just told us the traits of a hunter or huntress. But that's not the point. The point is that it doesn't matter what position your teammates are in. You should still treat them as you would anyone else. With respect, Weiss. RWBY wouldn't treat me with respect during the initiation, Izuku. But did you ever treat her with respect? Weiss thought about it, and realized that he was right. Weiss was rude to RWBY from the start when she accidentally bumped into her. Izuku, that's what I thought. If you want RWBY to treat you with respect, you need to treat her with respect as well. Try to change yourself for the better, and be the best person you can be. That's all I wanted to say. He then left. Weiss, the best person I can be, huh? Later that night, Weiss returned to see that RWBY was asleep and had written down a lot of notes. Weiss then woke RWBY up. RWBY, oh. Weiss. I was studying, and then I fell asleep and I am sorry. Weiss covered her mouth and signaled her to be quiet. Weiss, how do you take your coffee? RWBY, I don't. Weiss, answered the question. RWBY, cream and 5 sugars. Weiss then rushed to get coffee with cream and 5 sugars. Weiss, here. RWBY, thanks, Weiss. Weiss, RWBY, I think you have what it takes to be a good leader. Just know that I am going to be the best teammate you will ever have. Good luck studying. And RWBY? RWBY, yeah? Weiss, I always wanted bunk beds as a kid. She then left to go to sleep. Yellow's troubles. Glinda, that's enough, Carden. Carden and John had finished a training match in Glinda's class with Carden as the winner. Glinda, students, as you can see, Mr. Ark's aura has dropped into the red. In a tournament-style duel, this would indicate that John is no longer fit for battle, and that the official may call the match. Mr. Ark, it's been weeks now. Please try to refer to your scroll during combat. Gauging your aura will help you decide when it's important to attack, or when it is better to move to a more defensive strategy. We wouldn't want you to be gobbled up by a Beowulf. Now would we? Carden, speak for yourself. Glinda, remember everyone. The Vital Festival is only a few months away. The other students were getting excited. Glinda, it won't be long before the students from the other kingdoms will be in Vale. So keep on practicing. Those who choose to participate in the contest will be representing all of Vale. The bell then rang. Izuku helped John up. Izuku, you okay, John? John, yeah? Thanks. They all left for lunch. At lunch, Nora, so. There we were. In the middle of the night. Ren, it was day. Nora, we were surrounded by Ursi. Ren, they were Beowulfs. Nora, dozens of them. Ren, 2 of them. Nora, but they were no match. And in the end Ren and I took them down, and made a boatload of lean selling Ursa's skin and rugs. Ren, she's been having this recurring dream for nearly a month now. Although, the only one paying attention to the story was Yang. Izuku, hey John, are you good? John, huh? Oh yeah? Why, Ricky, you're lying, man. Your aura is telling me that you're not okay. John, gee guys, I'm fine. Seriously. Look, he gave them a thumbs up and chuckled nervously. Clover, do you really think we believe that? Pira, John, Carden has been picking on you since the first week of school. John, WH who? Carden Winchester? No, he just likes to mess around. You know, practical jokes. RWBY, he's a bully. John, oh don't be silly. He hasn't been able to bully me even once. Pira, yeah, because Izuku, Clover, and Ricky are always there to protect you. Remember? Flashback 1. Carden and John had just crossed paths. Carden, I'll knock his book out of his hand. He was about to do that but, Ricky, what was that you were gonna do? Carden turned to see Ricky. Ricky, try it. Ricky, see what happens. John, you good? Ricky, I dunno. Are we? Carden scoffed and walked away. Flashback 2. Carden wanted to activate John's shield as he entered the door to get him stuck but, Clover, I see what you're trying to do. Hey John, huh? What's up, Clover? He ran over to Clover, ruining Carden's plan. Flashback 3. Glinda, each of you will be assigned one rocket-propelled locker to store your weapons and extra armor. Additionally, your locker can be sent to a custom location based on a 6-digit code. Carden shoved John into his locker and was about to enter a random code, but Izuku, ahem! Carden turned to see Izuku. Carden, what do you want? Izuku wrapped him up in Black Whip. Glinda, Mr. Midoriya. Izuku and Clover. Which one? Glinda's sweat dropped. Glinda, I meant Izuku. What are you doing? Izuku, helping John, who Carden shoved into a rocket locker. Glinda, he what? Carden, you stupid snitch. Izuku, Ms. Glinda? How can we unlock these lockers? Glinda, I'll deal with it. Mr. Winchester, you have detention for the next 2 days. Carden grit his teeth as Glinda freed John. End of flashbacks. John, well, Pira, you know, if you ever need help, you can just ask. John, but I never asked for help from Izuku, Clover, and Ricky, but they still helped me. Izuku, as kids, we have always had dreams of becoming superheroes. Clover, and someone we look up to told us. Ricky, that meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. Izuku, so you don't need to ask us for help. We're always willing to help. John, thanks guys. Nora, I have an idea on how to help. We'll break Carden's legs. Izuku, don't you think that's a little harsh? I've broken my legs before. Multiple times. It's not a good feeling. Ricky, I feel you there, Seiji. Nora, pardon? You broke your legs before? Clover, it was never a pretty sight. John, come on, guys. I'm fine. Besides, it's not like he's only a jerk to me. He's a jerk to everyone. Clover, that's even worse. Ow. That hurts. They turned to see. Please stop. Carden, I told you it was real. Sky, what a freak. Izuku, alright, that tears it. Izuku shot up from his seat in anger and walked over to Carden. Izuku, hey. Carden looked at Izuku. Carden, no? What do you want? Izuku, let her go. Now. Carden, no? And what if I don't? Izuku, listen. I don't want to have to resort to violence. But I'm not afraid to do such a thing. Now. Let her go. Carden, if you say so. He shoved the rabbit faunus to the ground and laughed at her. Velvet, ow. Izuku, guess you leave me no choice. Carden, what are you talking abo? Izuku grabbed him and lifted him up in the air. Carden, hey. Let me go. Izuku, if you say so. He activated One for All and shoved him with enough force that he was sent crashing into a wall. Carden, GH. Russell, hey. You can't. Izuku, don't test me. RDL, yikes. They rushed over to Carden to help him up and Izuku went over to the rabbit faunus and smiled. Izuku, hey. Are you okay? She gazed into his emerald eyes and blushed while feeling safe because of his smile. Yeah? I'm fine. Izuku held out his hand and helped her up. Izuku, are you sure? He gently touched her ears, making her blush a little more. Izuku, does it hurt when I touch your ears? No. They're fine. Izuku, let go. Izuku, I'm glad to hear that. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. V Velvet SC Scarlatina. Thank you for helping me. I should go back to my friends. She left and Izuku went back to the others. Clover, good job, bro. Izuku, thanks. Ricky, man, I hate people like him. Blake, he's not the only one like that. Yang, it must be hard to be a faunus. Blake, hey Izuku? Izuku, yeah? Blake, why did you help that faunus? What was your reason? Izuku narrowed his eyes at Blake. Izuku, are you saying that it was wrong of me to do so? Blake, what? No. That's not what I meant. It's just that faunus are often discriminated against. People treat them as freaks. So why do you help her? Izuku, if you asked me, the real question is why wouldn't I help her? And the answer to that question is that there is no reason why I shouldn't help her. So she has rabbit ears. So what? That doesn't mean she doesn't have feelings. She didn't choose to have those rabbit's ears. She was born with them. Not her fault. Why should she be discriminated because of it? Faunus have feelings too. Blake, but do you think of them any differently for their animal features? Izuku, are you crazy? Of course not. If anything, they seem pretty cool. Blake, cool? Izuku, yeah. Besides, if I hated faunus, I would hate that form Ricky and I used back in the initiation. RWBY, you know, he has a point. Izuku, now I have a question for you, Blake. What do you think of the faunus? Blake, I'm perfectly fine with them. Honestly, I feel like they deserve better. Izuku, glad we're on the same page then. Although there is another reason why I defended Velvet. But this one is more of a personal reason. It's because I know what it feels like to be. Weiss, you do? Izuku nodded. Izuku, you see, to make things simple, I was often discriminated for something out of my control. Including my best human friend. Blake, why did you emphasize on the human part? Ricky, because I'm not a human. Clover, he's right. Izuku, anyways, I was often treated as a freak for something out of my control that I can't really go into detail about just yet. So, I know how the faunus feel about being discriminated for something they can't change. I'd rather they have someone to help them out. Blake couldn't help but admire his reasons. Clover, honestly, after a year of bullying, he had ended up with trust issues. Young, he did? Ricky, yeah? In fact, when we first met, he didn't trust me one bit. He was worried I would treat him the same as his own best friend at the time. Weiss, you actually wouldn't trust the legendary Lucario? Ricky, seriously, enough with the legendary title already. Just call me by my name. Ricky, Weiss, so. Sorry, Ricky. Ricky, no worries, Ice Queen. Weiss, what did you call me? Ricky stayed silent for a moment before slamming his head on the table. Ricky, ga. WHYYYYYYY. Yan, is he alright? Izuku forgot to mention, Ricky has a habit of giving everyone nicknames. He's always trying to break it, but fails every single time. Weiss, yikes. After lunch, Oblek. This is prior to the faunus rights revolution, more popularly known as the Faunus War. Humankind was quite adamant about centralizing faunus population in menagerie. Now, while this must feel like ancient history to many of you, it is imperative to remember that these are relatively recent events. Why, the repercussions of the uprising can still be seen to this day. Ricky, this guy is a lot like Seiji. He took a sip from his coffee. Oblek, now, have any among you been subjugated or discriminated because of your faunus heritage? A few students, including Velvet, raised their hands. Oblek, dreadful. Simply dreadful. Remember, students, it is precisely this kind of ignorance that breeds violence. He sipped his coffee again. Oblek, I mean, just look at what happened to the White Fang. Now, which of you young scholars can tell me what many theorists believe to be the turning point in the third year of the war? Weiss raised her hand. Oblek, yes, Weiss. The battle at Fort Castle. Oblek, precisely. And who can tell me the advantage the faunus had over General Lagoon's forces? Carden decided to mess with John again and flicked a piece of paper at his head while he was sleeping. Yellow, hey. This made him lift his hand up and make Oblek think that he knew the answer. Oblek, yes, John. What is the answer? John, the binoculars? A bunch of the class laughed at this. Oblek, very funny, Mr. Ark Carden. Perhaps you would like to share your thoughts on the subject. Carden, well, I know it's a lot easier to train an animal than a soldier. Izuku, seriously? That's your answer? Carden, excuse me? Izuku, forget it. I think I may know. Oblek, ah, yes. You, my doppelganger. Izuku's sweat dropped at that remark as Clover and Ricky tried to hold in their laughter. Izuku, ahem. In my opinion, there were various advantages that the faunus had over General Lagoon. While yes, most faunus are known for having near-perfect vision in the dark, that is not the only advantage they had. It all depends on what kind of faunus they are. For example, a chameleon faunus could camouflage themselves and blend into the background, allowing them to take their opponents by surprise by getting the jump on them. A faunus with a poisonous animal's traits could use their venom to easily kill their foes. Faunus with wings could attack from above and their foes could do nothing to stop them depending on their weapon. There are many advantages that the faunus had that gave them the edge in battle. Oblek was shocked by his very detailed answer. Izuku, Oblek started clapping. Oblek, incredible. That was a much better answer than I expected. Yes. You are absolutely correct. The faunus had more than just night vision. With the massive variety of different faunus, there were many advantages they had over battle. Excellent answer. Good doppelganger of mine. Izuku chuckled lightly. Carden, you little. He got up. Oblek, Mr. Winchester. Sit back down. Carden groaned and complied. This made John laugh, but, Oblek, you and Mr. Winchester will see me after class for additional lessons. John, later. Pira, hey, Izuku? I'm a little worried about John. Izuku, I am too. John then came over to them and Carden tried to shove him, but Izuku saw that coming and caught his hands. Izuku, get lost, Carden. Carden, tch. He left. Pira, you know, I really would break his legs. Yellow sigh. Pira, I have an idea. She dragged John with her. Pira, come on. Clover, what was that about? Izuku, I don't know, but I'll go with them. Clover, alright. I'll keep an eye on Kaisen in case he tries something. Izuku, good idea. He followed them outside. John, Pira, I know I'm going through a hard time, but I'm not that depressed. I could always be a farmer or something. Pira, no! That's not why I brought you up here. John, I know you're having a difficult time in class, and that you're still not the strongest of fighters. So I want to help you. John, what? Pira, we can train together after class where no one can bother us. John, you think I need help? Pira, and no. That's not what I meant, John, but you just said it. Pira, John, everyone needs a little push from time to time. It doesn't make you any different from the rest of us, you made it to Beacon. That speaks volumes of what you're capable of. John, you're wrong. I don't belong here. Pira, a terrible thing to say. Of course you do. John, no, I don't, he sighed. John, I wasn't really accepted into Beacon. Pira, what do you mean? John, I mean I didn't go to combat school, I didn't pass any tests, I didn't earn my spot at this academy. I lied. I got my hands on some fake transcript, and I lied. Pira, what? But why, John? Because this is what I've always wanted to be. My father. My grandfather. And his father before him were all warriors. They were all heroes. And I wanted to be one too. I was just never good enough. Izuku, John. John then noticed that Izuku was there. John, oh no. Izuku, I must say, I'm a bit disappointed. However, Izuku, Ashbin is very smart. He's head of this academy for a reason. I have no doubt that he already knows that your transcript was fake. John, what? Izuku, you can't fool Ashbin easily. And yet he still let you in. Why do you think that is? John, Izuku, because he saw potential in you, John. He wants to see you grow into a powerful hunter. John said nothing. Izuku, that look in your eyes. I can tell what it is. You still feel like you don't deserve to be here in Beacon. John, well, yeah. I mean, look at everyone. They're so strong and are able to hold their own, and I'm just some wimp. No muscles or strength or anything. Izuku put his hand on his chin. Izuku, so the problem is that you feel like you lack in enough training, is that right? John, well, yeah. Izuku, how about I help you out with that? John, I told you I don't want your help. I want to be the hero, not the damsel in distress. Izuku, not like that, John. What I mean by helping you is this. I can create for you a training regimen for you to follow. John, a training regimen? Izuku, you see, when I was 14, someone I looked up to gave me a training regimen to follow to build up my muscles for you, Beacon. John, and it worked? Izuku, yes. And if you'd like, I can create a training regimen for you too. But that's where my help would end. The rest will be up to you, John. So I just have to follow an easy training schedule you make and I build up more muscle? Izuku, not exactly. This training regimen is going to be far from easy. It will be absolute hell for you. And it won't be going on for just a week or two. You'll have to follow it for 10 months straight. John, 10 months? Izuku nodded. Izuku, that's how long it took me. It was far from easy. But in the end, he flexed his right arm. Izuku, it was all worth it. However, this is your choice, John. This is going to be a big decision. It will cut into your free time. It will make you exhausted. The only question is, are you willing to do this? I won't force this onto you. John thought about it for a moment. This was a tough decision. Should he let the professors at school do their job and he gets to keep hanging out with his friends? Or take the offer with his friend and accept the training regimen he could create for him and make him even stronger than ever? But he won't be able to hang out with his teammates as much and leave him incredibly exhausted every single day. John, I have a question, Izuku. How much did you use your semblance when doing this training? Izuku, in all honesty, my semblance did not manifest back then. John, I see. Well, I accept your offer, Izuku. Izuku smiled. Izuku, alright. I'll come up with a training regimen for you, but it may take me a bit of time. Do you think you can hold off until then? John, sure thing, Izuku. Pira, good luck on it, John. John, thanks. I'm gonna need it. Izuku, you really will. John chuckled nervously. Izuku, we better head back. It's pretty late. John, good idea. And so, they all left. Meanwhile, Clover, nice try, Kaisen. Ricky, you really thought we were going to let you eavesdrop on them. Kaisen was cornered by Clover and Ricky. Kaisen, Why, you little Izuku Clover. Ricky. The conversation is done. Ricky, ah. Good to hear. Clover, let's head back to the dorms. After that, they left. John takes a stand. A few days has passed ever since the talk between John and Izuku. Izuku had told John to meet him at a secret place. When he got there, he was met with Izuku as well as his twin brother and best friend. John, what are Clover and Ricky doing here? Ricky, we wanted to help you out with that schedule. Clover, we learned about the deal with your transcript. It's hard to keep secrets from us. John lowered his head. Clover, relax, man. We can keep a secret. Ricky, so chin up, man. John raised his head again. John, so, what's the plan? A few push-ups? A few sit-ups? Maybe a 2-kilometers run. Izuku, Ricky, and Clover's sweat dropped. Izuku, well, he cleared his throat. Izuku, look around you, John. What do you see? John looked around to see that there was trash everywhere. This place was a trash heap after all. John, a bunch of trash? Clover, yep. This is a trash heap. But there's way more trash here than there should be. Why do you think that is? John, I dunno. Ricky, we did some research and found out that this place has been abandoned for a few years now. So people have been taking advantage of it and piling on trash. John, that's pretty rude. But what does that have to do with my training? Izuku, Clover, and Ricky, wheel. John, wait, oh no. Izuku, yep. John, you're joking, right? You expect me to clean all of this? There is no way you did anything like this. Izuku, you're right. It was a beach I cleaned. But it was just as messy. If not more. John, you're lying. Izuku, I had to push a truck. And not a broken into pieces truck. John gulped. Clover, Izuku did tell you this was going to be hell. John, this all seems a bit extreme. Ricky, oh, you have no idea. Izuku, but knowing all this, do you still wish to do this? John, of course. I need to get stronger. To become a great hunter like my father and grandfather. Izuku, that's just what we need to hear. That's why we made this. He showed John a few sheets of paper. John, paper? Izuku, no. A training schedule. It details every aspect of your life. John, even my sleep? Izuku, even your sleep. John took the papers and looked through them with his eyes wide open. John, man, you guys really went above and beyond. Ricky, we have a catchphrase for that. Clover, go beyond. Izuku, plus ultra. John, what does that mean? Izuku, it means we train as hard as we can to surpass our current limits. And that's what you're going to do. Think you're still up for it? John, for the last time, yes. Izuku, then let's begin training. John, I suppose you guys aren't helping out at all. Clover, you didn't want our help, remember? That's why we limited our helping to making that training schedule. John, me and my big mouth. He gained a determined look. John, whatever. I'll make sure to go beyond. Plus ultra. Izuku, Clover, and Ricky, that's the spirit. After that, John started training. Little did they know, however, Glinda was watching. Glinda. So John is trying to get stronger to prove his worth here at Beacon. Not sure what is going on with his transcript. Nor do I care. He clearly is focusing on the here and now, and I support it. She left so she wouldn't disturb them. Ricky, seems that Professor Telek was here. I'll keep it to myself. 1 week later, Nora was jumping on her bed. Nora, how come John gets home so late? And why is he always sweaty when that happens? It's gross. Rin, he's been like that ever since our class about the Faunus War. Nora, that's weird. Doesn't he know we have a field trip tomorrow? We need our rest. She flopped on the ground. Pera, I'm sure our leader knows exactly what he's doing. Nora, I guess so. Then, John came in, out of breath. John, phew. Nora, oh. There you are, John. Pera, you okay? John, panting, yeah. I'm fine. Just really exhausted. Pera, just what kind of training did Izuku give him? The next day at Forever Falls. Glinda, yes, students. The forest of Forever Falls is indeed beautiful. But we are not here to sightsee. Professor Peach has asked all of you to collect samples from the trees deep inside this forest. I'm here to make sure none of you die while doing so. Each of you is to gather 1 jar's worth of red sap. However, this forest is full of the creatures of Grimm. Be sure to stay by your teammates. We will rendezvous back here at 4 o'clock. Have fun. Ruby, hey John? What are you doing? John HM? John was currently using hand grippers. John, just a little bit of training. Nora, come on, John. John, no. Right. Sorry. John rushed over to his teammates. Izuku, let's get going, team. Ricky and Clover nodded and the trio went to gather some sap with Team RWBY and JNPR. Later, Russell, hey, Carden? Why did we get 7 jars? There's only 4 of us. Carden, I'll show you. He brought them over to a place that hid them from the others as they looked towards Teams RWBY, JNPR, and JSTC. John, Nora, you have to stop drinking the sap. Nora, but it tastes so good. Ricky, good grief, Hammer Girl. Damn it, they all laughed at this. Weiss, hey John? You've been using those grippers the entire time we've been here. Even while collecting sap. Why is that? John, just a bit of training. That's all. Carden, we're getting a little payback on the 3 that have been getting in our way. Luckily, we managed to get a box full of rapier wasps that we can release on them. Seeing as how these nasty things love sweets, we'll throw 3 of our jars at them and let the wasps do their thing. Sky, good idea. Carden, alright. Russell, Sky, grab a jar. Russell, you'll aim for the so-called legendary Lucario. Sky, you aim for the cowboy wannabe. I'll handle the leader. Russell, Sky, and Carden each grabbed a jar and took aim. Carden, ready, aim, fire. They all threw their jars at JSTC, but Izuku sighed. Izuku, you guys heard them too, right? Clover and Ricky, yep. They all caught the jars aimed for them. Carden, huh? Pira, are you guys okay? Ricky, we're fine. But those dumb bullies tried to hit us with these. Clover, hey, what do you say we give them a taste of their own medicine? Izuku, sounds like a plan. CRDL, Team JSTC threw the jars back at them and splattered the sap against them. Carden, why you little? Clover, hey, you started it. So piss off. Carden, that's it. Then danger sense went off. Izuku, behind you. They looked behind to find Pira and Ursa. Clover, but why is it here? John, it must be because of the sap you splashed on them. They love the smell. Clover, oops. Ricky, well, that would have been nice to know before we threw the nectar at them. Carden, run guys. They started to run, but the Ursa was hot on their heels. John, I have to help them. He ran off to face the Ursa. Pira, John. Wait, Blake, why would he defend that racist bully? Izuku, as hunters, it's our job to save people regardless of whether we like them or not. If we only save the people who we like, we can't really call ourselves huntsmen or huntresses. Blake, I see. Izuku, I'll admit. I don't like Carden, but we can't just leave him to die. Clover, let's go. Ruby, right. Young. Blake. Go get Professor Goodwitch. Just in case. Pira, you too, Nora and Ren. There could be more Grim out here. Izuku, you as well, Clover. Clover, right. Let's go, gang. Clover, Ren, Nora, Yang, and Blake rushed off to find Glinda while the rest went after John. By the time they got there, they saw John protecting Team CRDL from the Ursa with his shield. Weiss, let's help him OU. Izuku, hold on. Look, John slashed at the Ursa with his sword and sent it back a bit. The Ursa then swiped its claw at John, but he dodged it. It then tried again, but he jumped over its claw. Unfortunately, he then got hit in the gut by its claw, sending him back. But he quickly got back up and charged at it again. However, he was hit again by its claw. John noticed his aura was in the red. John, my aura is in the red. Come on, John. Think. What would Izuku do? He would use everything he had at his disposal. I have a shield to block its swipes and a sword to attack it. I have to switch to the defensive side right now. Then switch to attacking. He charged at the Ursa again, and this time, when it went for a swipe, he blocked it with his shield. Then, he slashed its neck with his sword, beheading it. Carden, holy crap, John. John, don't ever mess with my friends again. Got it? He didn't let Carden answer. He left. Later that night, Pira, still working hard, John? John, if I want to get stronger, I gotta follow the training regimen I was given. Pira, seems like a lot to handle. John, oh it is. But I'm not giving up. I'll go beyond. Plus Ultra. Pira plus Ultra? John, Izuku, Clover, and Ricky told me that it's a saying they use. A message that means that we work hard to surpass our limits. Pira, I see. Well, when you're done with training, how about some pancakes that Ren made? No syrup though. You can thank Nora for that. John, really wish I could. Unfortunately, this training also puts me on a strict diet. Pira, do you regret making this decision? John, a little bit. I'll admit that. But I won't give up. I'll finish this training regimen eventually. Pira, well, I wish you luck. John, thanks. Pyrrha left, and John kept on training until it was time for bed. Blake has a secret. Teams RWBY and JSTC were walking around town and saw people preparing for the Vital Festival. News had traveled fast about the legendary Lucario being real and attending Beacon, so the excitement about it all had died down a bit at this point, allowing them to walk around peacefully. Weiss, the Vital Festival. Oh, this is absolutely wonderful. Ruby, I don't think I've ever seen you smile this much, Weiss. It's kinda weirding me out. Weiss, how could you not smile? A festival dedicated to the cultures of the world. There will be dances, parades, a tournament. Ricky, ooh. A tournament, Weiss. Oh, the amount of planning and organization that goes into this event is simply breathtaking. Yang, you really know how to take a good thing and make it sound boring. Izuku, how did she make it seem boring? She simply appreciates the effort that the people put into this special occasion just for us to enjoy ourselves. It's an admirable thing to do, and she appreciates how hard they work. Yang, whatever stud. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Izuku stud? Yang, does he not understand what that means? She noticed that Clover and Ricky had face-bombed. Yang, guess not. She sweat-dropped at this. Yang, remind me again why we're spending our Friday afternoon visiting the stupid docks. Ruby, ugh, they smell like fish. Ricky, that is a good question actually. What's the reason, Ice Queen? Weiss, can you stop calling me that? Ricky, I would if I could. Trust me, Weiss sighed. Weiss, I've heard that the students visiting from Vacuole will be arriving by ship today. And as a representative of Beacon, I feel as though it is my solemn duty to welcome them to this fine kingdom. Clover, so basically you want to spy on them so you'll have the upper hand in the oncoming tournament. Weiss, you can't prove that. Izuku then noticed something off. A building with police tape around it. Izuku, hey, what's going on over there? Ricky, let's check it out. Izuku, good idea. They walked over to the building where there were 2 cops. Ruby, what happened here? Cop 1 robbery. Second dust shop to be hit this week. This place is turning into a jungle. He walked over to a broken window. Yang, that's terrible. Cop 2, they left all the money again. Cop 1, yeah, just doesn't make a lick o' sense. Who needs that much dust? Cop 2, I dunno, you know what I mean? Cop 1, you thinking the, White Fang? Cop 2, yeah, I'm thinking we don't get paid enough. Clover, the White Fang? Weiss, humph. What an awful bunch of degenerates. Blake, what's your problem? Weiss, my problem? I simply don't care for the criminally insane. Izuku, I'd hardly call robbery a criminally insane thing. Blake, the White Fang is hardly a bunch of psychopaths. They're a collection of misguided faunus. Weiss, misguided? They want to wipe humanity off the face of the planet. Clover, if that's true, then they couldn't be the ones responsible for this robbery. If they were, the shopkeeper would be dead, but there was no report of any deaths. Blake, so then they're very misguided. Izuku, either way, it doesn't explain why they would rob a dust shop in the middle of downtown Vale. Ruby, Izuku's right. Besides, the police never caught that Torchwick guy that Izuku, Clover, and I ran into a few months ago. It could be him. Weiss, that still doesn't change the fact that the White Fang are a bunch of scum. Those faunus only know how to lie, cheat, and steal. Yang, that's not necessarily true, then. Man, hey! Stop that faunus. Clover, well, that was terrible timing. Izuku, we should check it out. They ran over to the boat, and saw 2 guys chasing a guy with a monkey tail. Thanks for the ride, guys. Hee. He jumped off the ship and ran to a lamp post and hung upside down from it with his tail. Man, you no good stowaway. He brought out a banana. Hey. No good. Stowaway would have been caught. I'm a great stowaway. A cop threw a rock at him, but he dodged it. Cop 1, hey. Get down from there this instant. The monkey faunus threw his banana peel at his face, laughed, jumped off the lamp post, and ran off with the cops chasing after him. When he passed by the 2 teams, he winked at Blake for some reason. Yang, well, Weiss, you wanted to see the competition and there it goes. Weiss, quick! We have to observe him. Weiss, Ruby, Yang, Clover, and Ricky ran after the faunus and the cops chasing after him. Izuku, Clover was right. That was terrible timing. Blake rushed off to catch up with the others. Izuku followed behind. As they chased after the faunus, Weiss accidentally ran into someone. That's when the monkey faunus got away. Weiss, no! He got away. Ricky, a ice queen? Look, Ricky pointed at the girl she crashed into. That's when Weiss finally noticed her and got up. Salutations. Ruby, hello? Yang, are you okay? I'm wonderful. Thank you for asking. Clover, do you want to get up? Yes, she got up. My name is Penny. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hey, isn't that the legendary Lucario? Ricky, really wish people would stop calling me legendary. It's getting on my nerves. Please just call me by my name, Ricky. Ruby, I'm Ruby. Weiss, I'm Weiss. Blake. Izuku, I'm Izuku. Clover, I'm his twin bro, Clover. Yang, are you sure you didn't hit your head? Clover, Yang, though. Sorry. I'm Yang. Penny, it's a pleasure to meet you. Weiss, you already said that. Penny, so I did. Weiss, well, sorry for running into you. They began to leave. Ruby, take care, friend. They left. Yang, she was weird. Weiss, now. Where did that faunus riffraff run off to? Izuku, them guys? He pointed in front of them to see Penny. Clover, how did we not notice her? Ricky, more importantly, how did she get in front of us so fast? Penny, what did you call me? Yang, though. I'm really sorry. I definitely didn't think you heard me. Penny, no, not you. She walked over to Ruby and got very close to her face. Penny, you. Ruby, me? I don't know what I am. Penny, you called me friend. Am I really your friend? Yang, Weiss, and Blake tried to signal her to say no, but Ruby, yeah, sure. Why not? Blake, Weiss, and Yang fell down. Penny, ahaha. Sensational. We can paint our nails, and try on clothes, and talk about cute boys. Ruby, ooh, is this what it was like when you met me? Weiss? Weiss, no. She seems far more coordinated. Ricky, what exactly are you doing here in Vale? Penny, I'm here to fight in the tournament. Weiss, wait, you're fighting in the tournament? Penny, I'm combat ready. Weiss, forgive me, but you hardly look the part. Clover, aren't you wearing a dress right now? Weiss, it's a combat skirt. Ruby, yeah, they high-fived each other. Ricky, so a dress with a stupid name. Ruby and Weiss, hey, Weiss, wait a minute, if you're here for the tournament, does that mean you know that monkey-tailed rapscallion? Penny, the who? Weiss, the filthy faunus from the boat. Izuku, Clover, and Ricky, that was harsh. Blake, why do you keep saying that? Huh. Stop calling him a rapscallion. Stop calling him a degenerate. He's a person. Izuku, I agree with her. Clover and Ricky, same here. Weiss, oh, I'm sorry. Would you like me to stop referring to the trash can as a trash can? Or this lamppost as a lamppost? Blake, stop it. Weiss, stop what? He clearly broke the law. Give him time, he'll probably join up with those other faunus in the White Fang. Blake, you ignorant little brat. Blake started to walk away, but Weiss followed her. Weiss, how dare you talk to me like that? I am your teammate. Izuku, maybe you should start acting like her teammate. Blake, you are a judgmental little girl. Weiss, what in the world makes you say that? Izuku, enough. Both of you. They stopped shouting. Izuku, you girls need to work things out. And Weiss, I suggest you treat faunus with a little more respect. You treat that monkey faunus like he's about to become a major criminal, despite the only crime we saw him do was hitch a ride on the boat. Izuku started to walk away. Izuku, this world isn't all black and white. There are shades of gray in between. Come on, Clover. Ricky. Let's head back. Clover and Ricky nodded and left with Izuku. Unfortunately, their arguing never stopped, and Izuku, Clover, and Ricky could hear it all the way from their dorms. And Team RWBY were in their dorms at the time. Izuku, alright. Let's put a stop to this. Clover and Ricky agreed. They entered Team RWBY's dorm. Ruby, Izuku. Clover. Ricky. Boy, am I glad you're here. Izuku, they're still arguing, huh? Yang, yup. Weiss. I don't understand why this is causing such a problem. Blake, that is the problem. Weiss. You realize you're defending an organization that hates humanity, don't you? The faunus of the White Fang are pure evil. Blake, there's no such thing as pure evil. Izuku, Clover, and Ricky, well, that's not entirely true. They remembered all for one. Blake, why do you think they hate humanity so much? It's because of people like Carden, people like you that forced the White Fang to take such drastic measures. Weiss, people like me? Blake, you're discriminatory. Weiss, I'm a victim. You want to know why I despise the White Fang? Why I don't particularly trust the faunus? It's because they've been at war with my family for years. War. As in actual bloodshed. My grandfather's company has had a target painted across its back for as long as I can remember. And ever since I was a child, I've watched family friends disappear, board members executed, an entire train car full of dust stolen. And every day, my father would come home furious, and that made for a very difficult childhood. RWBY, why sigh? Weiss, no! You want to know why I despise the White Fang? It's because they're a bunch of liars, thieves, and murderers. Blake, well, maybe we were just tired of being pushed around. She then realized what she said. Clover, wait, we? Blake, I. She ran out of the dorm fast. Izuku, Blake. Wait, Izuku rushed after her. RWBY, hey. Come back. Clover, are you proud of yourself, Weiss? Weiss looked at Clover to see his hat was shadowing his eyes. Clover, it seems that you've driven your own teammate away. Ricky, I'm gonna be honest with you, Ice Queen. I'm very disappointed. Teammates don't do that to each other. Who knows where those two are now? Clover, let's go to bed, Ricky. He turned to the others. Clover, listen well, girls. Tomorrow, we are looking for Izuku and Blake. I don't care if you want to or not. We're going. Clover and Ricky left. Meanwhile, Blake ran and ran until she got in front of the statue of Beacon. She then undid her bow to reveal cat ears. Blake sighed and wiped a tear from her eyes. However, Izuku, I see. So you're a cat faunus, Blake? Blake turned around to see Izuku. She then took a step back. Blake, oh no. Izuku, hey, relax. I'm not going to hurt you for it. Blake, why you're not? Izuku, of course not. I'll admit though, I am a little surprised. Didn't expect you to be a cat faunus. Although, Blake looked worried as to what he was about to say. She was so worried that she didn't notice the slight blush on his face. Izuku, why you look really cute with those cat ears. Blake, huh? I was thinking the same thing, man. They looked over to see the monkey faunus from before. Izuku, it's you. Yep. I remember you. You're that broccoli boy alongside the legendary Lucario. Izuku, his name is Ricky. Waitevs. Blake, why are you both here? Izuku, you seem to be going through something serious right now. I want to help you. Same here. Blake, I suggest we meet up in a cafe tomorrow morning. Meet me there. Izuku and the monkey faunus. Alright. They all went their separate ways. The White Fang. It was the next day and RWBY, Weiss, Yang, Clover, and Ricky were walking around downtown Vale trying to find Izuku and Blake. RWBY, they'd been gone for a while now. Weiss, Blake's a big girl. I'm sure she can handle herself. Same as Izuku. Yang, Weiss, come on. She's one of our teammates. Weiss, is she? We all heard what she said. A member of the White Fang. Right beneath our. Clover shot a rubber bullet near her head to make her shut up. Clover, you listen and you better listen well. I don't give a crap about your damn beliefs in faunus. I don't give a shit about who your family is. And I sure as hell couldn't give a buck about your family's damn past with the White Fang. No one here does. Stop acting like some spoiled princess. You're not the first person I met to discriminate others. Far from it. And I doubt you'll be the last. And when someone discriminates people I care about, I make sure they end up with a rubber bullet to the face. I don't care if you're a friend of my friend. You sure as hell aren't my friend. So shut your damn mouth and help find her. Ricky, calm down, Justice. While I agree with you, let's keep the violence down a bit. This ain't the time. RWBY, I just hope she's okay. Meanwhile with Blake, Izuku, and the monkey faunus. Blake, so, you two want to know more about me? Izuku, yeah? Finally, she speaks. You've given me nothing but small talk and weird looks. She glared at him. Yeah. Like that. Izuku, don't push it, dude. Hey, I have a name, you know. Izuku, you never even told it to us. Izuku took a sip of the tea he got. Oh yeah? My bad. My name's Sun Wukong. Izuku coughed violently. Son, dude, you okay? Izuku, yeah? Cough, I'm fine. Sorry. Blake, that was gross. Izuku again, I'm sorry. Son, least he didn't get any on us. Blake, fair. Izuku cleared his throat. Izuku, anyways, you were going to tell us about your past, right? Blake, son. Izuku, are you familiar with the White Fang? Son, of course. I don't think there's a faunus on the planet who hasn't heard of them. Izuku, unfortunately, I barely know anything about them. But I highly doubt that they are as bad as Weiss makes them out to be. Son, well, bud, they're a bunch of stupid, holier-than-thou creeps that use force to get whatever they want. Bunch of freaks if you asked me. Son and Izuku both sipped their drinks. Blake, I was once a member of the White Fang. Son, wait a minute, you were a member of the White Fang? Blake, that's right. I was a member for most of my life actually. You could almost say I was born into it. Izuku, what do you mean by that? Blake, back then, things were different. In the ashes of war, the White Fang was meant to be a symbol of peace and unity between humans and the faunus. Of course, despite being promised equality, the faunus were subjected to discrimination and hate. Humanity still thought of us as lesser beings. And so, the White Fang rose up as a voice of our people. And I was there. I was at the front of every rally. I took part in every boycott. And I actually thought we were making a difference, but I was just a youthful optimist. Then, 5 years ago, our leader stepped down, and a new one took his place. A new leader, with a new way of thinking. Suddenly, our peaceful protests were being replaced with organized attacks. We were setting fire to shops that refused to serve us. Hijacking cargo from companies that used faunus labor. And the worst part was that it was actually working. We were being treated like equals, Izuku, but out of fear instead of respect, am I right? Blake nodded. Blake, very much so. So I left. I decided I no longer wanted to use my skills to aid in their violence. And instead, I would dedicate my life to becoming a huntress. So here I am. A criminal hiding in plain view. All with the help of a little black bow. Izuku, you could not be more wrong, Blake. Blake, huh? Izuku put his cup down. Izuku, yes, you were part of the White Fang. But you never really did anything illegal. All you did was protest against the humans for their discrimination against the faunus, which is actually an admirable thing to do. Blake, what do you mean by admirable? Izuku, you wanted your people to be treated the same as humans, and only participated in the White Fang's activities during their non-violent ways. But when they took a more violent approach, you didn't join them in those activities. You never did anything illegal. Son, you know, he's got a point. Izuku, however, I don't get why you are making yourself out to be just as bad as the current White Fang when you aren't. If you were, you never would have left the White Fang. You would have joined them in their violent ways. But you never did. Instead, you chose to become a huntress and fight to protect not only faunus, but humans as well. Do those sound like the kinds of things a criminal would do? Blake, Izuku shook his head. Izuku, no. No, they don't. In other words, you are not a criminal. Far from it. So stop treating yourself as such. I may not have known you for all that long, but I know you have a good heart and good intentions. I know you are not a criminal. You are not Blake of the White Fang. You are Blake Belladonna, a future huntress who will fight for what's right. Blake, Izuku. Blake was touched by Izuku's words. Izuku, hey, are you okay? Your face is red. He got up from his chair and put his hand on her forehead. Izuku, weird. It doesn't seem like you have a fever. Son's sweat dropped. Son, dude's got Riz and is too dense to even notice. That's a dangerous combo. He took a sip of his drink as Izuku fell back down on his chair. Son, so have you told your friends any of this? Blake stopped blushing and looked down. Izuku, we'll have to tell them eventually. Blake, not everyone is as understanding as you, Izuku. I wouldn't be surprised if Clover, Ricky, and Ruby would be as understanding, but I'm not so sure about Yang and Weiss. Especially Weiss. Izuku, oh Blake. With the others, Ruby Blake, Yang Blake, Clover Brew, Ricky Seiji, Ruby Blake? Where are you? Yang Blake, Clover, you gonna help out Weiss? Weiss, so. You know who might be able to help? The police. Clover, Weiss. Weiss. It was just an idea. Clover, whatever. Yang, Weiss, I think we should hear her side of the story before we jump to any conclusions. Weiss, I think when we hear it, you'll all realize I was right. Penny. And I think Weiss' hair looks wonderful today. They looked behind in surprise to see Penny. Clover, Jesus Christ. Oh. Penny. Where did you come from? Penny, hey guys. What are you up to? Yang, looking for our friends Blake and Izuku. Penny, oh. You mean the faunus girl and the green-haired boy. Ricky, wait, how did you know about Blake being a faunus? Penny, the cat ears? Yang, what cat ears? She wears a bow. Silence. Only a tumbleweed flew by. Until, Clover, you know, in hindsight, she does like to eat tuna. Penny, so where are they? Ruby, we don't know. They ran off yesterday. Clover, yeah? Thanks to a certain someone. He glared at Weiss, who rolled her eyes. Penny, that's terrible. Well, don't you worry, Ruby, my friend. I won't rest until we find them. Ruby, that's really nice of you, Penny, but we're okay. Really? Right, guys? Clover, they left. Ruby looked to see he was right. Weiss, Yang, and Ricky had fled, leaving Ruby and Clover. Silence. Only the same tumbleweed from before made a sound as it was blown the other way. Penny, it sure is windy today, with Izuku, Blake, and Sun. Sun, so, what's the plan now? Izuku, I have a question. Did the White Fang ever need this much dust before? Blake, no. That's why I still don't believe they're behind it. Sun, but what if they did? Izuku, here's the problem. As things are right now, there is only one way to prove they didn't do it. We need to go to the place they most likely would go to if they were indeed responsible for all this. If they show up, then that means they're responsible. If not, then they're innocent. There's just one problem. We have no idea where that is. Sun, well, while I was on the ship, I heard some guys talking about offloading a huge shipment of dust coming in from Atlas. Izuku, how huge are we talking? Sun, huge. Big Schnee Company freighter. Izuku, did you say Schnee? Sun, yeah. Izuku, then that has to be it. Weiss did say that her family was at war with them for years. It would be most logical for them to go for it. Blake, then we head there. Izuku, alright. If you guys don't mind, could you send me the location? There's some things I have to get from Beacon that can help. Blake, alright. Izuku then ran off. With Weiss, Yang, and Ricky. Yang, you really don't care if we find her or not, do you? Weiss, don't be stupid. Of course I do. I'm just afraid of what she'll say when we find her. Ricky, I feel like you're more concerned for her safety rather than whatever relation she has with the White Fang. Weiss, believe what you want. Wait, can't you track their aura? Ricky, it's a bit difficult. We're in downtown Vale. There are many different auras around. Too many. It's hard to differentiate them all. They could be anywhere. Weiss, darn it. They continued to walk onwards, with RWBY, Penny, and Clover. Penny, so. Blake and Izuku are your friends? RWBY, yes. Penny. Clover, well, for me it's just Blake. Penny, you don't see Izuku as your friend. Clover, it's not that. It's just that we're not friends, we're brothers. Penny, brothers? Clover, yeah. Penny, but you're mad at them? RWBY, no. Weiss is. And only at Blake. Not Izuku. Penny, is Esachi friends with Blake and Izuku? Clover, to be honest, at this point, we're not sure. Penny, why? RWBY, you see, Blake might not be who we think she is. Penny, is she a man? Clover, how the heck did you come to that conclusion? Look, Blake didn't exactly talk to us before she decided to run off. And my brother didn't waste any time to run after her. Penny, I don't have a lot of friends, but if I did, I would want them to talk to me about things. Clover, so do we? That's probably one of the reasons why Izuku went after her. He wanted to hear her out. They continued onwards. Later that night with Blake and Sun, they were at their location. Sun, did I miss anything? Blake, not really. They've offloaded all the crates from the boat. Now they're just sitting there. Sun, cool. He held out his hand, which had an apple in it. Sun, I stole you some food. Blake, do you always break the law without a second thought? Sun, hey, weren't you in a cult or something? She glared at him. Sun, okay. Too soon. But I'm willing to bet you'd be more comfortable sharing food with Izuku, am I right? He had a smug smirk on his face. Blake, what are you talking about? Sun, come on. I saw you blushing at him. Blake blushed. Sun, it was so obvious. Surprised he thought you just had a fever. Blake, I merely admire his respect. Nothing more. Sun, yeah? And in reality, I'm actually a dragon faunus. I'm not an idiot. Blake glared at him again. Sun, hey, glare all you want. You can't deny it forever. Then, a harsh wind blew at them from behind and they looked up to see an osprey landing down at the docks. And unfortunately, out came members of the White Fang. Blake, oh no. Sun, is that them? Blake, yes. It's them. Sun, you really didn't think they were behind it, did you? Blake, no. I think deep down I knew. I just didn't want to be right. Hey! What's the hold up? They looked to see Roman. Roman, we're not exactly the most inconspicuous bunch of thieves at the moment, so why don't you animals try to pick up the pace? Blake, this isn't right. The White Fang would never work with a human. Especially not one like that. Blake stood up and drew her weapon. Sun, hey! What are you doing? She jumped from the building they were on and landed on the ground before rushing to get closer to the White Fang. She hid behind a crate. Roman, no, you idiot! This isn't a leash. Blake then snuck up behind Roman and held her weapon up to his neck. Roman, what the dash? Oh for F. Blake, nobody move. Roman, whoa! Take it easy there, little lady. 4 members of the White Fang rushed to Roman and drew their weapons. Blake removed her bow to show her cat ears. Blake, brothers of the White Fang. Why are you aiding this scum? Roman, oh kid. Didn't you get the memo? Blake, what are you talking about? Roman, the White Fang and I are in on a joint business venture together. Blake, tell me what it is, or I'll put an end to your little operation. Then, a bunch of wind blew and 2 more ospreys came in. Roman, I wouldn't exactly call it a little operation. Roman then smirked. Roman, you're up now. Then someone jumped out of one of the ospreys and landed. Blake, what the? Roman, I'd like you to meet my friend Geeton. He's a strong one. Hey Geeton. A little help here. Geeton, sure. He raised his hand and suddenly, some of the water from the ocean froze and he was lifting it in the air. Blake, what the? Roman, told ya. Geeton launched the ice at Blake, and she had to jump back to avoid it. He also nearly hit Roman. Roman, hey! Watch it. You almost hit me. Geeton, whatever. He launched more ice at Blake, and she had to keep dodging. Unfortunately, Roman was also shooting her with his cane. So she had to run for cover. Roman, here kitty kitty kitty. Then, a banana peel fell on his head and Sun jumped down and kicked Roman in the face. Sun, leave her alone. Unfortunately, a bunch of members of the White Fang jumped out of the osprey and surrounded Sun. Roman, you are not the brightest banana in the bunch, are you, kid? Geeton, you handle the cat? Geeton nodded and rushed off to find Blake. With Blake, how on Remnant is he able to turn water into ice and manipulate it like that? Then Geeton showed up. Geeton, unfortunately, you won't be around to see it. Blake gasped and tried to attack Geeton, but he dodged the attack and jumped up high. And then, he created an ice dragon. Blake stared at the construct in complete surprise before Geeton sick his creation at Blake. She dodged it trying to ram her and tried to destroy it with her weapon, but it barely did anything to the construct. Blake, oh no! The ice dragon rushed at Blake again, and she had to dodge it again. Meanwhile with RWBY, Clover, and Penny. RWBY, is that an ice dragon? Penny, where did that even come from? Clover, wait, oh no. Back with Blake. Blake was barely able to avoid the ice dragon construct, but she was out of breath. And then, Geeton found you. Blake looked to see Geeton from above, riding floating ice. He sent his ice dragon construct at her, and she didn't have the energy to avoid it. Blake, no! This can't be it. But then, Izuku, full 100%. Izuku came in and rescued Blake just in time. He wrapped his arms around her, and they were able to avoid the ice dragon. They landed roughly on the ground. Blake, Ooal. Izuku, are you okay? Blake looked to see Izuku, who was wearing his mask. But even so, she recognized his voice. Blake, Izuku? Izuku, sorry I'm late. Navigating through beacon is tough. Blake then took note of the fact that she was basically being hugged by Izuku and blushed a bit. Blake, can you let go? Izuku, oh. Sorry. He let Blake go. Izuku, I'll handle him. Blake, what? Izuku, you can't. Izuku, it'll be okay. He walked towards Geeton, who jumped down to the ground. Izuku, Geeton Himura, former member of the Paranormal Liberation Front. Geeton's eyes widened and he sent some icicles at Izuku. Izuku, Delaware Smash Air Force. He shot a bunch of air bullets at the icicles and destroyed them. Blake, he destroyed them so easily. Izuku, Quirk, Ice Ply. It allows you to freely manipulate any and all nearby ice. You can freely gather, move, attack with, and defend with the ice you control, with the range of your power being the size of an entire town. After going through an awakening, you can now manipulate the temperature of ice, thus allowing you to freeze water into ice and give you more ammunition. Geeton stepped back a bit, and Blake was in complete shock. Blake, how do you know all that? Izuku then realized that he was still right in front of Blake and sighed. Izuku, crap. Blake, you're not the only one who is keeping secrets. I have secrets of my own. I'll explain later. It's a secret that RWBY, Clover, and Ricky know. Blake slowly nodded. Geeton, I know who you are. You're Seiji, aren't you? Izuku, that's correct. Izuku, and I will protect Blake with my life. Blake blushed hearing him say that. Geeton, I will not lose to you. He created an ice dragon construct and launched it at Izuku. Izuku, Detroit Smash. He punched the ice dragon construct and destroyed it easily. Blake, his strength is truly incredible. Geeton, shit! Izuku rushed at Geeton. Izuku, St. Louis Smash. The kick sent him flying into a wall and cracked it upon impact. Geeton got up again, now enraged. He sent 2 ice dragons at Izuku. Izuku destroyed one of them, and then a giant yellow blast destroyed the other one. Geeton, that blast. Clover, finally! I found you too. They looked up to see Clover on top of one of the crates. Izuku, you found us. Clover, of course I did. Gitan's giant ice dragon made it painfully obvious as to where you guys were. Ruby and Penny are currently dealing with Roman. Clover adjusted his gauntlets as they glowed yellow. Clover, what do you say we take Gitan down together? Izuku, I say, let's do this. Clover jumped down beside him and turned to face Gitan. Gitan, this isn't looking good. They saw a bright green flash of light that split 3 ospreys in half. Clover, well, didn't see that coming. Izuku, focus, Clover. Let's take Gitan down. Clover nodded and they charged at Gitan. He tried to launch icicles at the twins, but Clover blasted them with his Clover Blast move and vaporized them. They then both punched Gitan with their combined attacks and caused a massive shockwave that sent Gitan flying through a bunch of metal crates and knocked him out cold. Clover, alright. Izuku, we did it. Blake couldn't help but laugh at their interaction. Izuku then removed his mask and wrapped Gitan up in Black Whip. Izuku, we need to get Gitan to Ashbin. Clover, yeah? Luckily, he'll be out for a while. After that, the cops came and arrested the members of the White Fang that Penny managed to defeat. That's when Yang, Weiss, and Ricky came. Ruby, look Weiss, it's not what you think. She explained the whole thing. You see, she doesn't actually wear a bow, she has kitty ears and they're actually kinda cute. She said nothing and walked over to Blake. Blake, Weiss, I want you to know that I'm no longer associated with the White Fang. Back when I was with Weiss, stop. Do you have any idea how long we've been searching for you? 12 hours. That means I've had 12 hours to think about this. And in that 12 hours I've decided I don't care. Blake, you don't care? Weiss, you said you're not one of them anymore, right? Blake, no, I haven't been since I was younger. Weiss, up. I don't want to hear it. All I want to know is that next time something this big comes up you'll come to your teammates. Or at least your classmates. And not someone else. Blake, of course. Izuku smiled. Izuku, I'm glad you made up. Clover, hang on. Where's Penny? They all shrugged. After that, they all returned to Beacon. Both teams full again. However, Blake, am I really in love with Izuku? She put her hand on her chest and felt it beating rapidly. Blake, there's no use in denying it, Blake. You are obviously in love with him. I'm not dense. I can tell how I feel. But what do I do about it? She decided not to think about it at the moment, and went to sleep. Blake learns the truth in Food War. It was lunchtime and Blake was looking through her notebook. It has been a few days since the fight against the White Fang. However, she was lost in thought. Yang, watcha doin', Blake? Blake, nothing. She closed her notebook. Blake, just, going through notes from last semester. Yang caught a grape in her mouth. Yang, lame. She caught another one. They were being thrown by Nora to see if she could catch them in her mouth. But Blake was still thinking about something she learned a couple days ago. Flashback. Blake and Ruby arrived in Team JSTC's dorm. Ruby, are you ready to learn the truth, Blake? Blake nodded. Izuku, what we're about to tell you must be kept secret from everyone. There may come a day when we'll explain it to everyone, but today is not that day. Blake, so I can't even tell Weiss and Yang? Clover, nope. Sorry. Blake, well, alright. So explain. How did you know about that Gitan guy? Izuku, here's the truth, Blake. Clover, Ricky and I? We're not from here. Blake, yeah? I know you're from a different kingdom. He shakes his head. Izuku, what I mean is we're not from Remnant. Blake was silent for a minute before speaking again. Blake, what do you mean by that? Ricky, we come from an entirely different world. Blake, is this a joke? Clover, nope. This is the truth. Izuku, Ricky, and I as well as Gitan are from another planet. Blake, Gitan too? Izuku nodded. Izuku, we come from a planet known as Earth. In that world, there are no huntsmen or huntresses. Nor are there grim, semblances, or even faunus. An aura doesn't work the same way in our world as yours. Blake, wait, if semblances don't exist, how did you guys do all that stuff? Izuku, in our world, we do have something similar to semblances. 80% of the world has superpowers, or quirks, as we call them. They can range from anything. Manipulating certain elements like Gitan. Being able to transform into a wolf. Or even quirks like faunus. Blake, huh? Ricky, mutant-type quirks. They are quirks that permanently alter a person's appearance. Unlike transformation-type quirks, they can't be turned off. Blake, I see. Ricky, also, there are creatures like me that roam the world. We are known as pocket monsters, or Pokemon for short. In our world, I am not a legendary being. People see me as a pretty cool Pokemon, but legendary? Nope. Blake, that explains why you aren't big on being called a legendary being. Ricky, yeah? And I'm not the only Lucario in my world. Far from it. Blake, seems like a great place to live. I bet the faunus would be treated better. Izuku, I'm not entirely sure about that. Blake, huh? Clover, true, there are no Grims, so we don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. But our world is not all sunshine and rainbows. Far from it. People with mutant-type quirks do indeed get discriminated against by others. Not sure if it's as bad as the discrimination against the faunus or a little bit better, but they still get discriminated against. Sometimes it turns them to villainy. Blake, like the White Fang? Ricky, yep. Blake, hang on. Villainy? Izuku, we may not have hunters in our world, but we do have heroes and villains. The three of us go to a school that trains us to become heroes. Blake, interesting. Clover, but there are villains in our world. They will steal, kill, and do many more illegal things. And they have quirks of their own. Blake, seems like a waste of their power. Ricky, maybe so, but Blake, Izuku, in most cases, villains have a reason to do what they do. Some villains have dealt with a terrible past that forced them into villainy. Most of the time, villains aren't born, they're created. Blake, I see. Could discrimination have to do with it? Clover, a lot of the time, yeah. But there is one more thing we have to tell you about in our world. A terrible thing. Blake, what is it? Ricky, remember how we said that 80% of the world has superpowers? Blake, yeah, why? Clover, we said 80%. Not 100%. Blake, wait, is this about the remaining 20%? They nodded. Clover, they are known in our society as the Quirkless. They are the members of society that are treated the absolute worst. Blake, they are? Ricky, we have seen it happen firsthand. Blake, what do you mean? Izuku, you see, my quirk did not manifest until I was 15. Quirks normally appear at the age of 4. So I was mistaken for being quirkless. Blake stayed silent. Izuku, when my classmates found out, I was immediately labeled an outcast. Deemed as someone who was worthless. Useless. Someone who should just give up on his dream to become a hero and die. Blake's eyes widened. Izuku, the worst part was that even my best human friend, Katsuki Bakugo, or as I call him, Kaken, became my main tormentor. Blake, he did? Izuku nodded sadly. Izuku, every day I went to school, I would often get picked on. Always being called a cruel name. Deku. Blake, Deku? Clover, it's their way of saying that he is useless. Blake, oh. Izuku, luckily, whenever anyone tried to bully me, Clover would come to my rescue and protect me from my bullies. Blake, what about Ricky? Izuku, we didn't meet him until we were 5.5. I saved him from a flock of Pokemon known as Spearow, and he wanted to become my friend. However, I didn't really trust him. I was worried that he would treat me the same as my bullies. So I ran away. But then I bumped into another Pokemon known as Ursaring, and it tried to kill me. But Ricky came in and saved me from it, and we've been friends ever since. Blake, I see. So that's how you two met. Izuku nodded. Blake, but why are you, Clover, and Ricky here in Remnant? RWBY, it all ties into a reason that involves Giton. Blake, Izuku, a few months ago, most of the villains that were held in a secure prison known as Tartarus suddenly disappeared. Blake, what? How? Izuku, we're not sure. But on the day we found out, a portal opened in front of us, and Ashbin came out of it. Blake, Ozpin? Clover, yep. Ricky, Head Beacon told us something that shocked us. Izuku, as it turns out, the villains that disappeared from Tartarus somehow ended up here on Remnant. Blake, what? RWBY, it's true. When I met Izuku and Clover, Ms. Goodwitch and I faced not only Roman, but a man known as Muscular, who had so many muscle fibers. They weren't even kept in his skin. Izuku, and Giton was another one. Luckily, Ashbin is able to send them back to our world. After we took Giton to him, Ashbin sent him back to our world, where he is locked up in Tartarus once again. Same with Muscular. Blake, that's good. Ricky, the reason we're here is because we need to find all the villains that were sent here and get them back to our world. Once that's done, our mission will be complete, and the three of us can go back to our normal lives. Blake, wait, are you saying that when you send all of the villains back? Izuku, yeah? We'll be heading back to our world. RWBY and Blake felt their hearts sink. RWBY, I forgot that they still have their own lives in their world. Blake, so when it's all over I'll never see him again? Izuku, so now you know the truth. where we came from, why we know so little about this world, and how we know about Geeton. Clover, please keep this a secret. We don't need people treating us like aliens or something. Blake, alright. Thanks for sharing this with me. End of flashback. Blake, another world, huh? I don't want him to leave. Ruby then came and slammed a huge stack of papers inside a white binder on the table. Ricky, what's with the stack of papers, Silver Eyes? Arceus, damn it. He slammed his head on the table. Ruby, ahem. Sisters. Friends. Weiss, hey, Ruby, 47 minutes ago, I had a dream. Young, this ought to be good. Ruby, a dream that one day, the four of us would come together, as a team, and have the most fun anyone has ever had, ever. Izuku, hang on. Isn't that Weiss' binder? Weiss, you stole my binder? Ruby, I am not a crook. Clover, back on the subject of Ruby's speech, what are you talking about? Ruby, I'm talking about kicking off the semester with a bang. Yang, I always kick off my semesters with a yang. Nora threw a fruit at Yang. Ricky, seriously? Clover, that was a lame pun. Izuku, I liked it. Ricky and Clover, you would. Ruby, look guys, it's been a good 2 weeks, and between more exchange students arriving and the tournament at the end of the year, our second semester is going to be great. But classes start back up tomorrow. Which is why I've taken the time to schedule a series of wonderful events for us today. Weiss, I don't know whether to be proud or scared of what you have in store. Yang threw an apple at Nora. Blake, I think I might sit this one out. Weiss, sit out or not, I think however we spend this last day, we should do it as a team. She stood up. Weiss, I for one think that. She got hit in the face with a pie. Ricky, anyone else got a bad feeling about this? Midoriya's, yep, and then a food fight started. Izuku, take cover. Izuku, Ricky, and Clover got a table, ran to a wall, and brought it sideways in front of them to hide behind. When they looked up, Team JNPR somehow ended up with a castle made out of lunch tables. Izuku, how did they do that so fast? Clover, no idea. Team JNPR threw tons of watermelons at Team RWBY. Ruby, Yang. Turkey. Yang rushed towards 2 turkeys and started using them as gauntlets to destroy every watermelon that came towards her. Blake then ran ahead and started using 2 baguettes as swords to destroy more watermelons. Yang then threw her turkeys to try and hit Pyrrha and John, but it only hit John. Clover, you know, this is the most intense food fight I have ever seen. Izuku and Ricky agreed. Pyrrha grabbed a baguette and clashed it with Blake's. The two were locked in a baguette duel until Pyrrha was able to win. She threw her baguette at Yang as a javelin and hit her. Ruby then rushed in on a tray and surfed on a table. She deflected a baguette aimed for her, and Pyrrha was barely able to dodge as she kept on table surfing before she slammed it on Pyrrha and sent her back. Ren and Nora charged at Ruby, but Weiss came and squirted ketchup on the ground, making Ren slip on it and crash into a bunch of tables, which Nora used as airborne platforms to jump off of. She then grabbed a pipe and slimmed it down onto a watermelon to make a watermelon hammer. Ricky, talk about creative. Ruby tried to defend Weiss, but got blown back. However, Weiss grabbed a swordfish and attacked Nora with it, sending her back. Clover, why do we even have a swordfish? Nora got back up and stayed clashing with Weiss until she sent her back with her hammer and made her crash into a pillar and knocked her out. Izuku then noticed while Weiss was falling that the pillar was falling. Izuku, Weiss. Izuku shot forward with one for all and rescued her before she was crushed by the pillar. Izuku, thank goodness. Yang and Rin started clashing with turkeys and leeks until Yang won the duel and punched Rin into a table. Then, she clashed with Nora until she was hit by the hammer that sent her flying through the roof. Ricky, this is not a food fight. This is a food war. Blake hit Nora with a chain of hot dogs that sent her crashing into the soda vending machines. Picking up the soda cans, she threw them at Blake and they exploded like grenades. Blake dodged them at first, but then Pyrrha used her polarity semblance and launched a bunch of soda cans at Blake, who couldn't dodge them. Ruby then had one more trick up her sleeve. Using her semblance, she took off at blazing speeds and dragged every food item with her. Clover, good thing we're safe behind this table. Team JNPR was blown into the wall, and Ruby jumped up, letting all the food items hit Team JNPR. Izuku, and we have a winner. Ricky, yikes. Weiss then woke up and saw that Izuku was carrying her like a princess, making her blush. Weiss, some Izuku? Izuku, Weiss. Are you okay? Weiss, can you put me down? Izuku HM? Oh. Sorry. He let her down. Glinda then came in with an angry expression on her face as she used her semblance to fix everything up. Glinda, children, please. Do not play with your food. Ricky, hey, Seiji? You might want to move out of the way. Izuku, why? Then, Yang came crashing down and landed right on top of Izuku and knocked him out. Could. Yang, ow. Ricky, that's why. RWBY, you okay, sis? Yang, yeah? Something broke my fall. Clover, that something was my brother. Yang looked down to see she was sitting on him. Yang, oops. She got up. Clover then picked up Izuku and held him in a piggyback position. Clover, let's not mention that last event to him. Ricky agreed. Everyone laughed and Glinda groaned. Ashbin then came. Ashbin, let it go. Glinda, they're supposed to be the defenders of the world. Ashbin, and they will be. But right now, they're still children. So why not let them play the part? After all, it isn't a role they have forever. After that, they all left. Izuku's nightmare and Blake's worry. Izuku has been unconscious for a while now. He had not waken up ever since Young fell on him yesterday. It was currently 8 in the morning. However, Izuku was dreaming something very odd. Izuku's dream. Izuku, what happened? I'd better wake up. Wow, you must be really determined. To kill me. Izuku, wait, what? He saw that he was in a place unfamiliar to him. He also saw 2 figures but couldn't make out who they were. They were incredibly blurry. Izuku, what's going on? Just face it, kid, you will never kill me. Izuku, who are they? What are they talking about? Then, the figure that wasn't talking made a sound that seemed like they were in pain before another voice from the same figure let out a laugh. Finally, I've absorbed. The other figure said nothing as the one they were fighting summoned a knife in their hands. Izuku, is that a quirk? Now give me a. The figure with a knife suddenly disappeared. Izuku, where did they go? Where did the kid go? Hey, look behind you. The figure looked behind to see a bunch of crescent waves that shot towards them. Somehow, they were able to block it with some sort of attack, but it was impossible to make out what it was. However, the figure couldn't block them all and narrowly ducked under another wave. What in the world am I fighting? Then, the figure with the knife came from above. Found you. The figure without the knife sent a projectile at the knife-wielding figure, but they dodged the attack and tried to slash at the other figure with their knife. The other figure dodged it and tried to attack the knife-wielding figure with some other kind of attack. But Izuku just couldn't make out what it was. Everything was too blurry as the figure with the knife kept on dodging the other figure's attacks. The other figure tried to keep the knife-wielding figure away as much as they could, but they got tired quickly as the knife-wielding figure got right in front of them in an instant. Wait! Izuku rushed forward to try and save him. Izuku, I gotta get to him in time, but let's go together. Izuku was too late. The figure with the knife slashed the other figure in half. Izuku, no, I'm sorry. That's when Izuku woke up. Back in the real world, Izuku shot up. Izuku, no. He then looked around to see he was in his dorm. He then sighed in relief. Izuku, thank goodness. It was just a dream. Clover, are you okay, bro? Izuku looked towards Clover. Izuku, Clover. Yeah. I'm fine. Just had a nightmare. Clover, do you want to talk about it? Izuku, alright. But later, okay? Clover, okay. Ricky, we better get going, guys. Classes are starting soon. Izuku, you're right. They all got dressed and left. Later, Team RWBY was playing some kind of board game. RWBY, Yang Xiaolong, prepare your kingdom for battle. Yang, bring it on. RWBY, I deploy the Elysian Air Fleet. Yang gasped. RWBY, looks like I get to fly right over your Ursai and attack your walls directly. RWBY made airplane sounds. Yang, you fiend. RWBY, and since Atlas is part of Mantle, my repair time only lasts 1 turn. Yang, hey, pretty sneaky sis, but you've just activated my trap card. RWBY, way out? Yang, giant nevermore. If I roll a 7 or higher, fatal feathers will slice your fleet in 2. RWBY, but if you roll a 6 or lower, the nevermore will turn on your own forces. Yang, that's just a chance I'm willing to take. As they kept on playing their game, Izuku was telling Clover and Ricky about his dream. Izuku, and then the figure with the knife sliced the other figure in half. The last thing I heard was the figure that was sliced in half apologizing to someone. After that I woke up. Clover, yikes. Ricky, and you say you have no idea who those figures are? Izuku nodded. Izuku, the figures were so blurry, the only thing I could make out clearly was the knife. Ricky, I see. Clover, it's probably nothing to worry about. Izuku and Ricky, huh? Clover, nightmares often have meaning behind them. I'm sure that this nightmare represented Izuku's fear of failing to save someone. Much like how he failed to save that figure from the other. Izuku, huh? You make a good point. Ricky, yeah? That dream probably won't show up again. Izuku, I really hope so. Back with Team RWBY. Yang, well, Weiss, it's your turn. Weiss, I have absolutely no idea what's going on. Yang, look, it's easy. You're playing as Vacuo, which means all Vacuo-based cards come with a bonus. Weiss, that sounds dumb. Yang, see, you've got a Sandstorm, Desert Scavenger, Resourceful Raider. See, now you can take Ruby's discarded air fleet. Ruby, no. Yang, and put it in your hand. Weiss, okay? Yang, and since Vacuo warriors have an endurance boost against natural hazards, you could use Sandstorm to disable my ground forces and simultaneously infiltrate my kingdom. Just know that I will not forget this declaration of war. Weiss, and that means, Ruby, you're just 3 moves away from conquering Remnant. Realizing this, Weiss laughed evilly. Weiss, yes. Fear the almighty power of my forces. Cower as they pillage your homes and weep as they take your children from your very arms. Yang, trap card. Weiss, huh? Yang, your armies have been destroyed. Weiss started crying. Weiss, I hate this game of emotions we play. Ruby hugged her. Ruby, stay strong, Weiss. We'll make it through this together. Weiss hugged back. Weiss, shut up. Don't touch me. Yang, alright, Blake. You're up. Blake, huh? Oh. I'm sorry, what am I doing? Yang, you're playing as Vale, trying to conquer the kingdoms of Remnant. Blake, right? John, hey, can I play? Ruby, sorry John, we've already got 4 people. Weiss, besides, this game requires a certain level of tactical cunning that I seriously doubt you possess. Clover, didn't you attack your own team 2 turns ago? Weiss, humph. John, bring it on, Ice Queen. I'll have you know that I've been told I'm a natural born leader. Weiss, by who? Your mother? John and Pyrrha. Pyrrha, hello again. John, come on. Let me play your hand for a turn. Weiss, I'm not trusting you with the good citizens of Vacuo. John, why not? You've trusted me with way more important things before. I mean, you told us all that Blake is secretly a. Izuku shot Black Whip to keep his mouth shut. Izuku, careful, John. John nodded and Izuku released him from Black Whip's hold. John, ladies, enjoy your battle. Then, Sun came to them. Sun, sup, losers. Izuku, oh. Sun, Izuku, Clover, Ricky, Ruby, Yang, Blake, Ice Queen. Weiss, why does everyone keep calling me that? Ricky, you want a list? Weiss, no. Sun, I never got a chance to formally introduce you to my old friend. Aren't libraries for reading? Ren, thank you. Sun, shut up. Don't be a nerd. Intellectual. Okay. Thank you. I'm Neptune. Weiss, so Neptune, where are you from? Neptune Haven. He walked over to Weiss. Neptune, and I don't believe I've caught your name. Snow Angel. Weiss, I'm Weiss. Son, I never took you as the board game playing type. Blake, right? Well, I think I'm done playing, actually. She got up from her chair. Blake, I'll see you guys later. She walked away. Nora, women. Ricky, you're a woman. Hammer Girl. Nora, oh yeah. Later that night, Ruby, Weiss, and Jan had returned to their dorm to see Blake about to leave. Weiss, stop. She stopped. Weiss, lately, you've been quiet, antisocial, and moody. Jan, have you met Blake? Weiss, which I get is kind of your thing. But you've been doing it more than usual, which quite frankly is unacceptable. You made a promise to me, to all of us, that you would let us know if something was wrong. So, Blake Belladonna, what is wrong? Blake, I don't understand how everyone can be so calm. Ruby, you're still thinking about Torchwick. Blake, Torchwick, the White Fang, all of it. Something big is happening and no one is doing anything about it. Yang, Ashbin told us not to worry. Between the police and the huntsmen, I'm sure they can handle it. Blake, well, I'm not. They don't know the White Fang like I do. Weiss, okay. Between blowing up nightclubs, stopping thieves, and fighting for freedom, I'm sure the 3 of you think you're all ready to go out and apprehend these ne'er-do-wells, but let me once again be the voice of reason. We're students. We're not ready to handle this sort of situation. Ruby, well, yeah, but Weiss, we're not ready. Blake, and we may never be ready. Our enemies aren't just gonna sit around and wait for graduation day. They're out there somewhere, planning their next move, and none of us know what it is, but it's coming. Whether we're ready or not. Ruby, okay. All in favor of becoming the youngest huntresses to single-handedly bring down a corrupt organization conspiring against the kingdom of Vale, say aye. Team JSTC, AYE. They looked to see Izuku, Clover, and Ricky. Blake, why are you guys here? Izuku, Ricky was concerned about your aura. So we decided to check things out. We overheard what you were talking about and we're all in. Yang, so am I. I love it when you get feisty. Ruby, Weiss, well, I suppose it could be fun. Blake, alright then. We're in this together. Ruby, oh. I left my game in the library. I'll be back. She ran off. Little did they know, this mission would have a great effect on Izuku. Infiltrating a meeting. Class was finally over and everyone had gotten ready. Ricky, man, Professor Blabby was going on and on. Izuku, I know, right? Ruby, alright, everyone. Today's the day. The investigation begins. Weiss, I'm glad to see that we are taking this so seriously. Yang, hey. We've got a plan. That's moderately serious. Ruby, right? Everyone remember their roles. Weiss, you, me, and Ricky will head to the CCT and check the SHNI records for any dust robberies or inconsistencies. Seeing as I'm in the family and Ricky is known as a legendary being, it shouldn't be a problem. Blake, the White Fang has regular faction meetings to hand our orders and recruit new members. If I can get in, I can hopefully find out what they're planning. Izuku, and since my costumes tend to represent rabbits, I can disguise myself as a rabbit faunus and join Blake. Yang, I have an old friend on the shady side of town that typically knows everything going on in Vale. Getting information out of him shouldn't be too hard. But it would be wise to have someone who wields a gun to join me as, like I said, it's the shady side of town. Ricky, so, we meet up tonight near Pun Girl to go over what we found. Arceus, damn it, Clover, and on that note let's do this, then. Sun, yeah, Sun was hanging upside down from the window. Izuku-san? Ricky, what are you doing here, Spider Monkey? Arceus, damn it, Sun, what's with him? Izuku, he has a habit of giving everyone nicknames. Sun, well, I do this all the time. Weiss, you what? Sun, I climb trees all the time. So, he jumped inside the room. Sun, are we finally getting back at that Torchwick guy? Blake, we are going to investigate the situation. As teams. Ruby, sorry Sun, we don't want to get friends involved if we don't have to. Sun, that's dumb. You should always get friends involved. Ricky, that explains why you brought goggles. Oh come on. Sun, I assume you're referring to Neptune. Ricky, yeah? They looked out the window to see Neptune. Neptune, sup? Ruby, how did you even get up here? Neptune, I have my ways. Seriously though, can I come in? We're like, really high up right now. They let them in. Ruby, alright. I'll go with Weiss and Ricky. Sun, you can go with Blake and Izuku. And Neptune, you can go with Yang and Clover. Everyone good? Weiss, I think so. Izuku, let's go then. They all left. Later. Ricky, so that's the transit tower, eh? Weiss, yep. Ricky, so why are we here instead of making a call at the library? Ruby, so I can take a picture. Ricky sighed. Ruby brought out her scroll only to drop it from her hands and it landed in front of Penny. Oh, Penny picked up Ruby's scroll. Penny, you dropped this. Ruby, Penny? Penny, Ruby, where have you been? We haven't seen you since the night at the docks. Penny, sorry. I think you're confused. Ricky, nah. You've got the same aura. Penny let out a hiccup and the scroll she was holding flew out of her hands and Ruby caught it. Penny, I've got to go. She ran off. Weiss, what was that about? Ruby, I don't know. But I'm going to find out. You go make your call, I'll meet up with you later. Weiss, wait. Ruby left. Ricky, want me to go after her? Weiss, go on. Someone's gotta keep her in check. Ricky nodded and went after Ruby. Ruby, Penny. Where have you been? It's been days. Penny, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Ricky, I seriously doubt that. Ruby, Penny, is everything okay? Penny kept on walking. Ruby, Penny, please stop. She stopped. Ruby, look, I don't know what's wrong. But you have to listen to me. Those guys we fought at the docks, we think they're up to something big. Something bad. I need you to tell us what happened to you that night. Please. As a friend. Penny sighs. Penny, it isn't safe to talk here. They walked over to another location. Penny, I wish I could help you. But I don't know anything about those men. Ruby, well, what happened to you that night? We were all together, and then you just disappeared. Were you kidnapped? Penny, oh no, nothing like that. Ricky, then where did you go? Penny, I've never been to another kingdom before. My father asked me not to venture out too far, but oh, you have to understand, my father loves me very much. He just worries a lot. Ruby, believe me, I know the feeling. Ricky, must be nice. Ruby and Penny, huh? Ricky, look, my father died before I was born. I never got to meet him. Ruby, oh, Penny, sorry. Ricky, it's alright. I just have a question. Why didn't you let Silver Eyes know you were okay? Penny, Silver Eyes? Ruby, he means me. Penny, oh. Well, I was asked not to talk to you too. Or Weiss or Blake or Yang or Clover or Izuku. Anybody really. Ruby, was your dad that upset? Penny, Nam, it wasn't my father. Then, they heard an announcer talking about some kind of machine known as the Atlesian Knight. Ricky, huh? Science has come a long way. Then, they saw a hologram of some kind of giant mecha. Ricky, okay, that is awesome. Penny, Ruby? Ricky? Maybe we should go somewhere else. Ricky, wait, why are those two guys pointing at you? Penny, oh no. She started to run away. Ricky, wait, where are you going? Ruby, Ricky? The two soldiers are coming after us. Ricky, oh. Let's go after her. Ruby agreed. They rushed after Penny and tried to lose the soldiers. Unfortunately, they were hot on their trail. Ricky, I have a plan. Look, he pointed to a platform being held up by wood pillars. The platform was holding up a bunch of crates. Ricky, take out one of the legs. Ruby, on it. She used her crescent rose to slash one of the legs and make the platform collapse and block the soldier's path with crates. Ricky, hop on my back. Ruby nodded and hopped on Ricky's back. Ricky, one for aura. He activated one for aura and shot forward with incredible speed and grabbed Penny. Ricky, this way. He took off at incredible speed in the north direction, thus losing them. Ricky, that was close. He let Penny go and Ruby hopped off Ricky's back. Ricky, look. I want answers. Right now. Penny, I don't know. She let out a hiccup. Ricky, you're lying. That hiccup is proof of it. What is going on? Do you really not trust us? Ruby, Penny, please. Penny, you two are my friends, right? You promise? Ricky, yes. Ruby, we promise. Penny, Ruby, Ricky, I'm not a real girl. I'm a robot. Ruby and Ricky were silent until. Ricky, okay, that is awesome. Penny, huh? Ruby, Penny, I don't understand. Ricky, she's saying that she's not a human. She's a robot. Penny, actually, I'm the world's first synthetic person capable of generating an aura. Ricky, same thing. Penny looked down. Ricky, did I say something wrong? Penny, no. It's just that I'm not real. Ricky, respectfully, Robogirl, I disagree. Arceus, damn it. Clear's throat, you're very much real. Penny, you're taking this extraordinarily real. Ricky, Robogirl. I'm a blue, talking, anthropomorphic jackal that can manipulate and weaponize aura. Pretty sure that's weirder than a synthetic human. Ruby, he has a point. Besides, you're not like those things we saw back there. Ricky, yeah? You got a heart. And a soul. Ruby, finding out you're a robot changes nothing. We're still friends. Penny, oh Ruby! Ricky, she brought Ruby into a tight hug. Penny, you're the best friends anyone could have. Ricky, hee hee. She let Ruby go and was about to hug Ricky. Ricky, whoa. While I'm okay with hugs, he points to the spike on his chest. Ricky, I think it's best you don't get impaled. Penny noted. Ricky, so, I assume your pops is the one who built you. Penny, well, him and Mr. Ironwood. Ricky, who? Ruby, the general. Ricky, hang on, is that why those soldiers were chasing after you? Penny, they like to protect me too. Ruby, they don't think you can protect yourself? Penny, they're not sure if I'm ready yet. One day, it will be my job to save the world. But I still have a lot left to learn. That's why my father let me come to the Vital Festival. I want to see what it's like in the rest of the world and test myself in the tournament. Ruby, Penny, what are you talking about? Save the world from what? We're in a time of peace. Penny, that's not what Mr. Ironwood said. Then, they heard some voices. Penny, you have to hide. Ricky, alright. Will you be alright? Penny, yeah. Ricky grabbed Ruby, activated one for aura, and jumped to the top of the closest building. Penny was then taken back by the guys from before. Meanwhile with Yang, Clover, and Neptune. Clover, so where are we? Yang, follow me boys. A couple of guys saw Yang and ran inside and locked the door. Clover, I don't think you're welcome here. Yang, nah. They're always like that. Don't worry, I have the key. She blew the door open with her semblance and entered. Clover, that is not a key. He and Neptune followed her. Yang, guess who's back? A bunch of guns were then pointed at her. Clover, you were saying? Neptune, what is this place? Clover, pretty sure it's some kind of nightclub. Host, stop everyone. Nobody shoot. He walked to the front of the horde. Host, why are you here? Yang, you still owe me a drink. She dragged the host with her. Neptune, whoa. What a woman. Clover, snap out of it. Lover boy. Meanwhile, with Blake, Izuku, and Sun, they snuck around and found the entrance to the recruit meeting building. Izuku, so this is it? Blake, yeah? Izuku put on his mask to make him look like a rabbit faunus, and Blake undid her bow. They then walked over to the entrance. Sun, I don't get it. If you believe what you're doing is right, why hide who you are? Izuku, I'm curious about that too. Blake, the masks are a symbol. Humanity wanted to make monsters out of us, so we chose to don the faces of monsters. Izuku, that's depressing. Blake, I'm well aware. The three put on grim masks and entered the building. White Fang Member 1, thank you all for coming. Those of you who are joining us for the first time tonight, allow me to introduce a very special comrade of ours. I can assure you, he is the key to what we have fought to obtain for so long. Roman showed himself to them and the other members started yelling. Roman, thank you. Thank you? Please hold your applause. White Fang Member 2, what's a human doing here? Roman, I'm glad you asked. Now, I'll be the first to admit, humans are the worst. Case in point. So, I understand you'd love to see us all locked away or better yet killed. Son, is he going somewhere with this? Izuku, give it time. Roman, you and I, all have a common enemy. The ones in control. The ones pulling the strings. The dirty, rotten humans that run our kingdom. Governments. Military. Even the schools. They're all to blame for your lot in life. And they're all pests that need to be dealt with. Fortunately, I'm the best exterminator around. No offense to any rodents in the room. He then pulled off the tarp behind him to reveal the giant robot that Ricky, RWBY, and Penny saw a hologram of. Izuku, whoa. Blake, how did he get that? Roman, some of you may have heard that this right here is Atlas' newest defense against all of the scary things in the world. But thanks to someone I know, we managed to snag a few before they hit the shelves. Although, he said that this was the strongest of the bunch. Why is that? Well, why don't we let him answer? Come on over. Then in came Redestro. Hello, everyone. I am Rikiya Yatsubashi. But you can call me Redestro. Blake, I don't recognize that guy. Izuku, Blake, come with me. Now, Son, wait, what about me? Izuku, sorry, Sunday. Just me and Blake. Son, Okawe? Izuku brought Blake far away from Son so he would hear them. Blake, what's wrong? Izuku, I know who that guy is. He's the former leader of a villain group from my world known as the Meta Liberation Front. Blake, is he as strong as Giton? Izuku, no. He's stronger. Blake, not good. I can't beat Giton and this guy is stronger. Hang on, you're pretty good at analyzing quirks. Do you know what his is? Izuku nodded. Izuku, quirk, stress. It grants Redestro the ability to convert stress, anger, and frustration into power. Power that is capable of increasing his strength and size. The higher degree of stress, the more powerful he becomes. Any limb can be enhanced at will, or he can improve his entire body at once. Blake, that's not good. What about his weaknesses? Izuku, because stress requires the user to experience unhealthy emotions to work properly. More positive feelings like peace and relief can counteract its effects. Blake, I see. That's not very helpful. Izuku, although I've noticed something. You see, a long time ago, Redestro lost some of his limbs and had to get artificial ones. I don't know how, but he has his real limbs back. Blake, what are you getting at? Izuku, here's the thing. His quirk can't work on prosthetic limbs. Take out the limbs, he can't use his quirk on them. Although, I'd rather we didn't do that. Blake, well, that's more helpful, I suppose. Let's get back to Sun. Izuku nodded and they headed back. Sun, glad you're back. That Redestro guy said something about this machine being able to heal injuries or something. Izuku, did he explain how it works? Sun shook his head. Sun, nope. He said it's a secret. Not even Roman knows about it. Izuku, interesting. Roman, now many of your brothers have already moved down to our base in the southeast. If you'd rather stay in the city, that's fine. But if you're truly ready to fight for what you believe in, this is the arsenal I can provide you. Any questions? All he got was cheering. Blake, well, should get out of here. Back with Yang and Clover. Host, I told you I don't know. Yang, how can you not know? Host, I haven't talked to him. I haven't even seen him since the night you first came in here. He paid up front, I lent him my men, and none of them ever came back. Neptune came over to them. Neptune, so where did they go? Clover came to them and hit Neptune on the head. Clover, what the heck makes you think he knows? Young, we got as much info as we can. Let's go. Clover, sounds good. They left the club. Back with Izuku, Blake, and Sun. Roman noticed them. Sun, he sees us. Blake, he can't see in the dark. She shot the fuse box and the lights went out. Izuku, while that was a good idea, did you forget someone? Blake then remembered that Izuku is not a faunus. He can't see in the dark unless he lights the way with One for All, which would give their location to Roman and Redestro. Blake, oops. Sun, I hate to say this, but you goofed. Blake, don't worry. I know what to do. She grabbed Izuku and held him in a piggyback position. Izuku, what's going on? Blake, just hold on tight. After that, they jumped out the window. Izuku, whoa! They landed and Izuku got off Blake. Sun, run! They nodded and ran. However, the giant robot followed after them. Sun, do we have any form of backup? Izuku, I'm on it. He messaged RWBY, Weiss, Yang, Clover, and Ricky about what was going on. They were on their way. The three were now being chased on the highway. The giant robot was faster than the cars. Way faster. Izuku, that thing is fast. They kept running from it. However, danger sense went off. Izuku, incoming. Black Whip came from Izuku's back and wrapped around Blake and Sunday. Then, he used Black Whip from his right arm to launch them farther ahead. Good thing too. If they didn't, they would have been crushed by Sun, holy shit. Blake, wow. You weren't kidding. Yang, what the hell? Clover, no. RWBY, what is that? Ricky, crap. It's Doof. RWBY, who? Ricky, I'll explain later. The impact of the landing made the bridge collapse with the whole team following after them. Redestro shrunk down, and Roman hopped out of the machine. Roman, it's been a while, Red. Same for you two boys as well. Redestro, yes. Seiji and Justice. I remember you two. Weiss, you two met him? Izuku, yeah? Redestro. I want an explanation. How did you get your legs back? Last time we saw you, you had prosthetic legs. Redestro smirked. Redestro, allow me to show you. It was thanks to the power source of this machine. I'll show you what's powering it. Roman, do tell. Redestro pressed a button, and a hatch on the chest of the robot opened up. And what was inside horrified everyone. Even Roman, but none more so than Izuku, Clover, and Ricky. Ricky, no. Clover, you monster. Inside the machine, wrapped in wires, was Izuku Eri. Roman, whoa. Hold the phone here, Rikia. This little girl is the power source? Redestro, yes. She has a very special power called Rewind, allowing her to rewind the state of any living being to a previous point of existence. I kidnapped her and made her the power source, allowing this machine to be able to heal our injuries. What do you think, Roman? What is wrong with you? That is a little girl, and what is with that face on the green-haired boy? Everyone looked to see that Izuku had a horrified face. Ricky, oh no. Clover, everyone get down. Team RWBY, Sun, Neptune, and Roman didn't know what they were talking about, but took a step back and then smoke erupted from Izuku and Izuku, you bastard! Everyone but Redestro was horrified at the pure rage that Izuku was showing. Clover, bro. Calm down. But Izuku wasn't listening and charged at Redestro with incredible speed. But, Redestro, just as I expected, he pressed a button, and because Izuku couldn't register danger sense through his rage, he got shot by a laser through the chest. RWBY, Weiss, Blake, Yang, Sun, Neptune, Clover, and Ricky, Izuku, he fell to the floor. Not moving an inch. Bravery. All Izuku could see right now was black. Izuku, I can't feel anything. I can't get up. Am I dead? He thought back to what happened. Izuku, damn it. Izuku, you stupid idiot. You let your rage control you once again. And now you're dead. He felt tears well up inside him. Izuku, I'm so sorry, RWBY. I'm so sorry, Blake. I'm so sorry, Weiss. I'm so sorry, Yang. I'm so sorry, Sunday. I'm so sorry, Neptune. I'm so sorry, Ricky. I'm so sorry, Clover. I'm sorry, Eri. This is all my fault. I'm so sorry. He closed his eyes, ready to accept his fate. But then, seriously? You're giving up? Just like that? Izuku opened his eyes and heard someone walking towards him. Izuku, who's there? He lifted his head up a little to see. You didn't answer my question. Are you seriously giving up? Just like that? Izuku, Who are you? The orange figure sighed. I suppose it's only fair that I reintroduce myself. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. My name is Randy Delta. But you can call me Bravery. Izuku, well, I'm Randy. I know who you are, Izuku. But I knew you much better in your last life. Izuku, huh? Randy, here's the thing. A long time ago, you weren't Izuku Midoriya. You were someone else. Someone much, much different. You were a lazy, weak, depressed skeleton. Izuku's eyes widened. Izuku, SK skeleton? Randy nodded. Randy, in the past life, you weren't human, animal, or even faunus. You were a monster. A skeleton by the name of Sans. And weak you may have been, but an easy foe you weren't. When you had no other option, you became someone who fought to protect the entire world. But even you weren't a match for your foe when they absorbed the soul of your old friend. You tried to beat them, but you stood no chance. Izuku said nothing. Randy, at least until you managed to get your hands on my soul. The king of all monsters gave you my soul to use against your fight, and you won. Izuku, wow. Randy, unfortunately, lots of lives were lost. And you swore to defend the other worlds so that they wouldn't suffer like you did. But death comes to us all. You were no different. Eventually, you lost your life and were reincarnated as Izuku Midoriya. In an entirely different universe. Izuku, a different universe? Randy nodded. Randy, yes. A different universe. But what you didn't know was that you still have the powers that you did back when you were Sans. Izuku, wow. But I'm dead now. I couldn't use them even if I wanted to. Randy, do you want to die? Izuku, what kind of question is that? Of course not. Randy, then let me help you. Izuku, huh? Randy, you're not dead yet. And with my help, you'll survive. No. Better than that. You'll become stronger than ever before. You'll have your old powers back. Together we are an ass-kicking machine. That Doofenshmirtz ripoff will stand no chance against us. Izuku, do you promise? Randy, I sure do, Sans. I sure do. Izuku, call me Izuku. Randy, nah. I'm sticking with Sans. He held out his hand. Randy, so what do you say? Izuku took about 10 seconds to process before smiling and taking Randy's hand. Randy then brought him up and the two were surrounded in a bright orange aura. Randy, can you feel it? Izuku, yeah. It makes me feel very brave. Randy, of course it does. After all. Right now you are filled with bravery. Back in the real world, everyone but Roman and Redestro was crying over Izuku. Clover, you bastard! Clover shot a giant yellow blast at Redestro, but he dodged the attack, got in front of Clover, activated his quirk on his arm, and then punched Clover far back. Clover, GH, everyone, Redestro and Roman Clover. They rushed to him to help him up, but Redestro got in front of them. Redestro, you kids had a good run. But now, it's time for you to die. Everyone's eyes widened as they thought they were done for, but then they noticed orange sparks emitting from Izuku. Redestro, huh? He looked at Izuku's body. Redestro, what is? Then Izuku got up. Redestro, what? Izuku, whose back was facing him, turned around. His eyes looked to be completely gone. Izuku, you should have finished me off when you had the chance. Redestro took a step back in surprise. Then everyone noticed that Izuku's hands were shaking. Redestro, you look to be afraid. He started walking towards Izuku. Izuku, I can't possibly be afraid when. Suddenly his gloves exploded and revealed. Izuku, I am filled with bravery. Everyone stared at him dumbfounded. Ricky, okay, someone tell me they knew he could do that. No one said anything. Clover, even I didn't know. Redestro, well, that's new. Izuku charged at Redestro at a speed so fast, he couldn't register it until it was too late, and was hit with a powerful uppercut that sent him flying. Clover, holy shit. Then, a strange blaster appeared on his back, and he used it as a jetpack to get above Redestro. Izuku, you have made a big mistake, Redestro. You brought Eri into this. Redestro tried to punch him, but he blocked the attack with his new gauntlets. Redestro, what? Izuku, nice try. Redestro started falling, but then, a giant orange blast came from Izuku's mouth and made Redestro crash into the ground and kick up tons of wind pressure. Ricky, so strong. Roman, hey kid. Izuku looked at Roman, who pointed his finger at Eri. Roman, I'm assuming this kid is someone very important to you, am I right? Izuku glared at Roman. Roman thought so. Now listen here. I may be a crook, but I'm not heartless. I'd rather not use a little girl as some kind of power source. Unfortunately, I'm not too sure on how to get the kid out of here. I'm not the smartest one here. But I can tell that you are. As well as being the strongest. If anyone can save this kid, it's you. Izuku's eyes widened hearing him say that. Roman, well, what are you waiting for? An invitation? Get the kid out of here. Redestro, you traitor. He then got blasted by Clover. Clover, we'll hold him back for now, bro. You get Eri out of here. Redestro, you bastard. He then transformed again. Ricky, get ready, everyone. We have to hold him off. Everyone, right. They all charged at Redestro and unleashed everything they had. Clover blasted his burden technique attacks. Ricky aimed his strikes to Redestro's exposed jaw. Same as Yang, RWBY used her semblance and crescent rose to impale his giant legs. Blake used her weapon against Redestro's stomach. Weiss impaled his other leg. Sun attacked Redestro's left arm while Neptune attacked Redestro's right arm. Redestro is strong, yes. But he can only take so much damage. And Clover and Ricky were doing the most damage. As for Izuku, he got to the machine. Izuku, any ideas, bravery? Randy, yeah? Just rip her out of there. It won't hurt her. She's already unconscious. And she'll stay that way until we get her out of there. Izuku, right. He grabbed Eri and easily ripped her out of the machine and hugged her tight. She then started to wake up. Eri, PA? Is that you? Izuku, it's okay, Eri. You're safe now. He wrapped Eri up in Black Whip and charged at Redestro. Izuku, you will pay for what you did, Redestro. Redestro turned to see Izuku charging at him, and his face was met with his orange gauntlet and sent him flying back. Clover, you got Eri. Izuku flew back down and gave Eri to Clover. Izuku, keep her safe, Clover. I'll take care of Redestro. Blake, what about the robot? Izuku, without Eri, the robot won't function. She was the power source. And Redestro will pay for using her as such. He sped off towards Redestro and Redestro tried to punch Izuku. But Izuku countered it with his own punch and completely broke Redestro's hand. Redestro, GH. You bastard! He used his burden technique in his other hand. Izuku, I think it's time to finish this. Wouldn't you agree, bravery? Randy, let's take him down. Izuku's green eyes turned orange as he activated One for All and orange and green sparks flew everywhere. Redestro stepped back in fear. Izuku scared, huh? That's unfortunate. Because I feel very brave right now. Redestro scowled and charged at him, ready to punch. Izuku also charged at him. Izuku, take this. Veil smash. Their fists collided and Redestro's fist broke almost immediately as Izuku shot forward and punched Redestro in the face and knocked him out immediately. He fell to the ground and shrunk back down. Izuku then wrapped Redestro up in Black Whip and rushed back to his friends and brother. Izuku, is everyone okay? Everyone nodded. Izuku, what about Eri? Is she alright? Clover, she's asleep, but unharmed. Izuku sighed in relief as he dropped back down to the ground. Izuku, that's a relief. Wait, where's Roman? They looked around to notice that Roman was gone until Ricky, there he is. He pointed up to where Roman was. Everyone looked towards him. Roman, you're a lot stronger than I thought. Anyways, make that bastard pay. I don't care how. See you around, kid. He left. Clover, gone again. Ricky, I don't know about you guys, but as far as crooks go, Mr. Kane's alright. Oh Arceus, damn it, I hate this stupid habit. Everyone, SHH. Eri stirred a bit before relaxing. Clover, we don't want to wake her. Ricky, oh. Right. RWBY, by the way. How do you guys know this adorable little girl? Izuku laughed nervously. Ricky, okay, how do we explain this? Clover, I got this. So this is Eri. She's Izuku's daughter. Silence. That's all that was heard for a full minute until everyone, what? JSTC, sure, Weiss, you need to explain. Izuku, darn it, Clover. You left out the adopted part. Blake, wait, adopted? Clover, yeah? My bad. Izuku adopted her about 6 months ago. Yang, you should have said that. Clover, yeah? Sorry about that. Izuku, we should get back to Beacon. Everyone, right. Clover, but tomorrow, you're explaining everything, bro. This is very strange. You couldn't do that before. Izuku, yeah? I'll explain everything to you all tomorrow. But as things are right now, I need time to process everything myself. But at least I can get us back to Beacon in a second. Weiss, just a second? How? Izuku, everyone grab on. Everyone okay? They all grabbed onto Izuku and suddenly, they were teleported back to Beacon, and nearly lost their lunch. Izuku ulp. Sorry. Guess I need to get used to that. Clover, no worries. Ulp. Let's get Redestro to Ashbin. Ruby, Blake, and Ricky, good idea. After that, Izuku brought Redestro to Ashbin and he was sent back to Tartarus in his world. With that done and over with, everyone went to bed. With Aryan Team JSTC's room. In Izuku's bed. Izuku, thank you for the help back there, bravery. Randy, no problem, Sans. But remember, this is only the beginning. We'll get stronger. Strong enough to protect everyone. Just like we did back then. Looking forward to working with you again, Sans. Izuku, same here, bravery. With that, Izuku went to sleep. Explanation. It was now morning and Izuku just woke up. He looked down and smiled seeing his precious daughter sleeping in his arms. Randy, so that's your daughter? Izuku, yeah. Her name is Eri. Randy, she's absolutely adorable. It's no wonder you flew into such a rage seeing her in that state. Izuku, yeah. But at least it led to us meeting again. Randy, yeah. Then Eri started to stir. Izuku, was I talking out loud? Randy, no, you're good. She's just had enough time sleeping. Eri slowly opened her eyes. Eri, Papa? Is that really you? Izuku, yes, Eri. It's me. Eri started to cry. Eri, Papa! She hugged Izuku as tight as she could. Izuku, Eri, Clover and Ricky woke up. Clover, man. I had a really weird dream last night. Ricky, really? Me too. What was it about? Clover, we went on a mission to infiltrate the White Fang to find out what they were up to, saw that Redestro was involved, found Eri being used as a power source. Izuku lost it and ended up getting shot in the chest, and then he suddenly got back up, got new powers, and beat the snot out of Redestro. Ricky, really? That was my dream. Izuku, guys? It wasn't a dream. They look over to see Izuku hugging Eri while still wearing his orange gauntlets. Clover, oh, Ricky, huh? What do you know? Eri, hi, Uncle Clover. Uncle Ricky. Clover and Ricky smiled. Clover, hey Eri. Ricky, you doing alright, Snowball? Eri nodded. Izuku then let go of her. She then noticed Izuku's gauntlets. Eri, Papa, what's with the new gloves? Izuku, they're gauntlets. And they really pack a punch. Clover, I'll say. You made Redestro seem like some kind of chump. Ricky, it was sick. Eri, was it cool? Clover, Eri, I saw him using a blaster as a jetpack. Eri's eyes sparkled in amazement. Eri, can you show me, Papa? Izuku, not in here, Eri. Sorry. Eri, okay, Papa. Ricky, now that we know that Snowball is okay, you need to explain. Seiji. What was that you just did? Izuku, I will explain. But only when Ruby, Weiss, Blake, Yang, Sun, and Neptune get here. They also deserve an explanation. As if on cue, there was a knock at the door. Ricky, it's them. Clover, well, that was convenient. Eri, who's them? Izuku, some of our newest friends. Ready to meet them? Eri, yeah. Izuku, one thing. If they ask, say that you are a faunus. Eri, faunus? Clover, since we're in an entirely different world, most of the people here have no idea about quirks. In this world there are some people with animal features, also known as faunus. People may assume you're a unicorn faunus or something. Eri, oh. Okay. Izuku opened the door to see Ruby, Weiss, Blake, Yang, Sun, and Neptune. Izuku, hey guys. Ruby, we came here as soon as we woke up. We want to know about what happened. Izuku sighed. Izuku, come on in. They came in and saw Eri. Weiss, your name is Eri, right? Eri nodded. Weiss, are you some kind of unicorn faunus? Eri, yeah. Weiss, interesting. Ruby, she's so cute. Eri hid behind Izuku's leg. Izuku, maybe back up a bit. Eri is a little shy. Ruby, oh. Sorry, she backed up. Izuku, alright. I suggest we all sit down. There's a lot to tell you. Everyone sat down. Izuku, so everyone, I have a question for ya. Have you ever heard of the multiverse theory? Weiss, Blake, and Neptune, yeah. Everyone else, no. Ruby, what's the multiverse theory? Weiss, it's a theory that the universe we live in is just one of possibly an infinite amount of different universes, each with its own physical laws and possibly entire different realities. Ruby, that's amazing. Blake, it is. But what does the multiverse theory have to do with this? Izuku, the multiverse theory is true. Clover, and you know this how? Izuku, because in my past life I was born in an entirely different universe. Everyone's eyes widened. Yang, are you serious? Izuku nodded. Izuku, in my past life, I was much different. In fact, I wasn't even a human. Nor was I an animal, or even a faunus. I was a skeleton. Weiss, I beg your pardon? Izuku, the universe that I lived in during my last life was a universe where actual monsters existed. But these monsters aren't like the Grimm. We were pretty peaceful and even lived side by side with humans. Until one day, war broke out between humans and monsters. They feared that the monsters would turn on them and kill them. The war was long and eventually, the humans won. Using 7 of their strongest humans, they sealed the monsters underground with a magic barrier. RWBY, what else? What else? Izuku held his head in pain. Clover, bro, are you alright? Izuku, it's no good. I have yet to remember everything. A lot of my memories are just a blur. I remember that we were trying to get 7 human souls to break the barrier. I feel like there was more reasoning than just wanting to be free, however. But I just can't remember. I've only just started to remember my past life. I don't have all the details yet. Son, well, what else do you remember? Izuku, there was a kid. A human child that held the last soul we needed. But this child they were much different from the rest. Neptune, different how? Izuku, they were killing us monsters. Yang, to be fair, you guys are trying to kill him. Wait, her? I'm sorry, what was their gender? Izuku, honestly, I have no idea. Clover, moving on from that, Yang is right. That child was probably acting in self-defense. Izuku, no, I remember. They weren't just killing whoever attacked them. They hunted everyone down. Slaughtered everyone. Even if they did nothing wrong. They weren't acting in self-defense. They were genocidal. Eri, what does that mean? Ricky, we'll tell you when you're older. Izuku, that kid was different. It was like they could see into the future. Predict everything we threw at them. They may have been human, but they didn't act like one. They slaughtered everyone. Our people had to evacuate. But there were barely any survivors. Blake, that's horrible. Izuku, I remember I faced that kid as well. At first, I was holding my own. But something strange happened to them. It was like someone possessed them. Something about absorbing the kid's soul. That's what it was. Yeah. And then I didn't stand a chance. It took about a minute, no, less than that, before the kid sliced me in half with a giant knife. They all covered their mouths in horror. Izuku, I remember apologizing to someone. I don't remember who, but they, and all their friends told me that they were proud of me for trying and that I shouldn't be sorry, and also reminded me of, I believe, some good times I had with that kid. Don't ask me how. I really don't know. Well, it was more like a hallucination of them, but either way, I saw them. It was able to put a smile on my face. RWBY, that's good to hear. Izuku, I remember closing my eyes and ready to meet them all in the afterlife when he held his head again. Flashes of his past life appeared. Izuku, that's right. The king of all monsters, Askari Dreamer, threw me the second soul that he collected. The possessed kid tried to get it back, but this talking flower held them down. But the kid killed him quickly. But then Askari tried to stop them only for them to kill him too. But he stalled them long enough for me to start absorbing the soul. The kid tried to stop me, but they were too late. I managed to absorb the soul and became more powerful than ever. Those gauntlets you saw me wear? I got those upon absorbing the soul. Everyone, whoa. Izuku, I don't remember much of our battle, but I do remember that I won. But the damage was already done. All my friends from back then were dead. So I decided to travel to other universes to prevent the same thing from happening again. Yang, so you can just travel to other universes? Izuku, apparently. But I don't really plan on doing that. I still have people here that I want to protect. One day, however, I ended up dying. I ended up reincarnating as the human you see before you. What I didn't know, however, was that I still have all the powers I did back when I was a skeleton. But after I got shot in the chest, I met someone in my mindscape. The human soul I absorbed. His name is Randy Delta, but likes to be called Bravery. Blake Bravery? Izuku, yeah? He told me about my past life and who I once was. He also told me that I still had my powers from back then. With his help, I was able to get back in the fight. And well, you know the rest. Eri, wow, Ricky, glad Bravery was there to help. Izuku, me too. Izuku looked at his right gauntlet and clenched it. Izuku, I still have yet to remember everything about my past life. But one day, I'll remember everything. RWBY, will you be willing to tell us all about it? Izuku, of course. Yang, so what were you like back then? Izuku, I was way different. I was weak. I was lazy. I was even depressed. Not sure why though. Why, seriously? Izuku, yep. I also had a love for puns. Yang, now we're talking. RWBY, oh no. Y sighed in annoyance. Clover, that last one isn't too different. Son, thanks for sharing this with us. Really appreciate it, man. Izuku, no problem. Clover, guys, I hate to be a buzzkill, but class is starting soon. Izuku, guess we need to go. Eri, you stay here, okay? Eri, okay, Papa. Everyone clutched their chests and left before they end up passing out. After that, they made their way to class, getting ready for the first mission, Glinda, and that's the match. Pyrrha had a match with Team CRDL. A hard battle, but in the end, Pyrrha won. Carden, lucky shot. Ugh, he fell down. Glinda, well done, Ms. Nikos. You should have no problem qualifying for the tournament. Pyrrha, thank you, Professor. Glinda, alright, now I know that's a tough act to follow, but we have time for one more sparring match. Any volunteers? Izuku shot his hand up. Glinda, Mr. Midoriya. Izuka and Clover, me or him? They pointed at each other. Glinda, I meant Izuku. She looked over to Blake. Glinda, Ms. Belladonna. You've been rather docile for the past few classes. Why don't you? I'll do it. Glinda, Mercury, is it? Very well. You and Izuku will. Mercury, actually, I want to fight her. He pointed at Pyrrha. Pyrrha, me? Glinda, I'm afraid Ms. Nikos has just finished a match. And on top of that, Pyrrha, no! It's fine. I'd be happy to oblige. Glinda, Ms. Nikos. With all due respect, Izuku wishes to participate in a sparring match as well. We can only have 2 people participate. Not 3. Pyrrha, oh. You're right. Sorry, Mercury. Mercury, it's cool. I'll fight Greenie. Mercury and Izuku went down to the sparring arena and started circling each other. Glinda, where did Izuku even get those gauntlets? They look strong. Eventually, they stopped and Mercury charged at Izuku and aimed for a kick, but Mercury, what the? Izuku, what? You think I'm just gonna stand there and take it? Mercury charged again and went for a kick. Randy, this'll be easy. Izuku nodded. He then summoned. Mercury stopped in his tracks as everyone but Team RWBY and JSTC's eyes widened. Izuku, there's no need to be afraid. Come on. Let's have a blast. Mercury, dude, seriously? He then got blasted with an orange beam from the blaster and sent him crashing into the wall. Mercury, ow. That was painful. Izuku suddenly teleported in front of Mercury and held a position that showed he was about to punch Mercury. Mercury, I yield. Izuku, you were right, bravery. That was easy. Glinda, Izuku Midoriya is the winner. Izuku, good match. Mercury, maybe for you. Glinda, Izuku. What even was that? Izuku, no clue. Glinda, what do you mean, no clue? Izuku shrugged. John, okay. Did anyone else see that giant skull blaster, or was that just me? Pyrrha, no, John. I saw it too. Glinda, remember everyone, the dance is this weekend. But you all have your first mission on Monday. Izuku's eyes widened. Izuku, did she say dance? Randy, hey, at least Mina taught you how to dance. Izuku, how do you know that? Randy, Sans, I literally live in your head. I know everything about you. Izuku, oh yeah. Everyone left their classes. Izuku, Blake, are you alright? Blake, huh? Yeah. Why? Izuku, you've been staring at that notebook the entire class and are still staring at it. Blake, I'm fine. Clover, so, are we all going to the dance? Blake, actually Izuku, I think you should go, Blake. Blake, but, Izuku, look at yourself, Blake. You haven't gotten any sleep recently. I don't see you eat nearly as much. Ever since the investigation, things have been going downhill for you. Blake, I don't care. People's lives are at stake. Izuku, and you think staying up late, barely eating, and constantly failing your grades will help? Blake, Izuku, Blake, listen to me. He grabbed her hands, which made her blush a bit. Izuku, there was once a time where I did the exact same thing you were doing. Blake, huh? Izuku, an entire week. Throughout that entire week, I got no sleep, and I didn't eat anything either. It severely weakened me and I barely had any strength left in me by the end of the week. Look, I get your concern. Really, I do. And we now know that they're operating somewhere out of Southeast Vale, which we also know is the primary target for dust robberies over the last few months. Blake, but, Izuku, I know. There are still unanswered questions. But look at yourself. How can you possibly find anything if you can't even stay awake? You need to rest. We'll find the White Fang. I promise. But you have to take a rest every once in a while. Just come to the dance with us all. Take a rest. And afterwards we'll go back to our search. Ricky, Seiji's right. And with his newfound powers, we have a much better chance at putting a stop to all this. Blake sighed. Blake, fine. Izuku, good. A couple days later. Izuku, is everyone ready to go? Ricky, yep. Clover, well, let's head out now. Clover, DOH. Blake came in panicking and jumped onto Izuku's back. Izuku, whoa. What's going on? Blake, keep it away from me. Eri ran over to Clover. Eri, are you okay, Uncle Clover? Clover, yeah. Clover, I see little birdies. Eri, where? Where? Clover, over my head. Eri, are they invisible? Clover, no. I see them. Ricky, great. Look what you did, Kuro. Arceus! Damn it, Izuku, let's focus on that later. More importantly, what is going on? RWBY then came in. RWBY, come on, Blake, he's not that bad. Blake, yes he is. Then in came Eri, puppy. Izuku, okay, now it makes sense. Eri hugged the dog tight. Ricky, why is there a dog here? RWBY, this is my dog Zwei. My dad mailed him to us because he has to leave the island for a few days. Izuku, I'm sorry, he mailed your dog. RWBY, yeah? Ricky, I don't even know how to respond to that. Eri, what do we do about the puppy? RWBY, don't worry. I have an idea. She took Zwei and went back to her dorm. Blake sighed in relief. Izuku, I'm Blake? You can let go of me now. Blake blushed and got down from Izuku's back. Blake, sorry Izuku. Blake left the room. Clover then got up. Clover, how long was I out? Izuku, about 2 minutes. Clover, Izuku, let's go. You too, Eri. We can't keep you here for an entire week. Eri, right? Later at the amphitheater, Glinda, Professor Ashbin would like to share a few words before we begin. Ashbin, today we stand together, united. Mistral, Atlas, Vacuo, Veil, the 4 kingdoms of Remnant. On this day, nearly 80 years ago, the largest war in recorded history came to an end. It was a war of ignorance, of greed, and of oppression. A war that was about much more than where borders fell or who traded with whom, but about the very idea of individualism itself. We fought for countless reasons, one of which being the destruction of all forms of art and self-expression. And as you are well aware, that was something many could not stand for. As a result, those who opposed this tyranny began naming their children after one of the core aspects of art itself: color. It was their way to demonstrate that not only would they refuse to tolerate this oppression, but neither would the generations to come. And it was a trend that is held to this very day. We encourage individuality, expressionism, and unity through diversity. As I have said, today we stand together, united. But this bond cannot exist without effort. Which is why today, while the rest of the world celebrates peace, huntsmen and huntresses will work to uphold it. As first-year students, you will be tasked with shadowing a professional huntsman or huntress on a mission. Some of you may be taken out of the kingdom for several days. Others may work within the walls for the rest of the week. But no matter which path you choose, remember to be safe, remember your training, and remember to do your very best. Izuku, alright everyone. We need to shadow a huntsman in the southeast. RWBY, hate to say it, but it's not available to us first years. At least the one for search and destroy. Ashbin, unfortunately, we determined that the concentration of Grimm was too extreme for first-year students. Ricky, seems like a well-populated area. Randy, no wonder the White Fang chose that place as their hideout. Ashbin, you know, I have a sneaking suspicion that the 7 of you will make your way there no matter which job you choose. So instead of waiting for you all to break the rules, why don't we just bend them? On one condition. Izuku, that condition being? Ashbin, I look after Eri while you're gone. I'd rather we don't put your daughter in grave danger. Wouldn't you agree? Izuku, are you okay with that, Eri? Eri nodded. Izuku, alright. Ashbin pressed a button on his scroll and registered the 2 teams for Quadrant 5. RWBY, thank you, Professor. Ashbin, do not thank me for this. Teamwork and persistence has carried you all far. But you must understand, the things that await you beyond the protection of the kingdom will not care. Stay close to your huntsman at all times. Or at the very least stay close to the former skeleton. Izuku, huh? Ashbin, I overheard your conversation a few days back. Never thought you were once a lazybones. Yang and Izuku, Clover, oh no. Ashbin, all jokes aside, your assigned huntsman will be leading you on this mission. And he can have you sent back to Beacon if he finds your skills to be unsatisfactory. Good luck. Ashbin left. Ricky, G. No pressure or anything. After that, they left the building. RWBY, this'll be tough, but I know we can do it. Izuku, yeah? He then noticed something. Izuku, hey, isn't that Velvet over there? RWBY, the faunus rabbit you helped? Izuku, yeah? It seems her and her team are finally back. Let's go talk to them. He rushed over to Team CFVY Coffee. Izuku, hey. Velvet, oh. Izuku, she noticed his new gauntlets. Velvet, new equipment? Izuku, huh? Oh. Why, yeah. So, are you doing alright? Velvet, I'm fine. I had Yatsuhashi to look out for me. The others came to Velvet. Weiss, your mission was supposed to end a week ago. What happened? Velvet, and nothing happened. It was just there were just so many. Oh, but don't worry, you first years are just shadowing huntsmen, so you should be fine. Yang, right. Velvet, I should go. Be safe, okay? She left. Ricky, anyone scared? 'Cause I'm not. Izuku, no. We've never backed down before when coming here, and we're not going to start now. As things are right now, I am filled with bravery. Clover, what, is that like a new catchphrase or something? Izuku, possibly. I've got a skeleton of phrases at this point. Clover, that would make a lot more sense if you were still a skeleton. Izuku, good point. Yang, I liked it. Everyone, Izuku and Yang, you would. RWBY, terrible puns aside, we'll get to be working alongside a genuine huntsman. Yang, yeah. Time skip. Oblek, why hello boys and girls. As well as you, my doppelganger. Who's ready to fight for their lives? Randy, still think we got this? Izuku, never judge a book by its cover. I'm a prime example in both of my lives. Randy, couldn't agree more. First mission, part 1. Weiss, Professor Oblek? Oblek, yes, I'm afraid those bags won't be necessary. Everyone, seeing as you've opted to shadow a huntsman on what is now essentially a reconnaissance mission. I can assure you we will not be establishing a single base of operations. Rather, we will be traversing several miles of hazardous wasteland, and making camp in any defendable locations we may stumble upon. I've packed all our essentials myself, provided the air course, and readied the airship. And it's Dr. Oblek. I didn't earn a PhD for fun, thank you very much. Weiss, Blake, did anyone get what he said? Izuku, RWBY, Yang, Ricky, and Clover, I did. Weiss and Blake, you did? Ricky, look, Ice Queen. Seiji, Justice, and Silver Eyes talk just as fast. I live with Seiji and Justice, and Pun Girl lives with Silver Eyes. We're used to people talking at that kind of speed. Blake, he's got a point, actually. Oblek, come now, children, according to my schedule, we are already 3 minutes behind schedule. He zoomed off to the ship. RWBY, well, alright then. Looks like we're going to save the world with Dr. Oblek, okay? Yeah. When you say it out loud, it sounds worse. Nora, save the world? They turned to see Nora. Nora, you're going on world-saving missions without us? I'm hurt and sad. Maybe a little hungry? That last one's not my fault, thought Ariane. John, sounds exciting. Where are you going? RWBY, oh, just outside the kingdom. Nora, hey. So are we. Pira, Rin and Nora wanted to shadow the sheriff of a nearby village. Rin, we set out tomorrow. Clover, so you guys get to be real cowboys? Well, cowboys and cowgirls. You're so lucky. John, I didn't know you liked cowboys. Clover, you do realize I'm dressed as one, right? John, oh yeah? My bad. Clover facepalmed. Son, then you can party with us tonight. Neptune, we're shadowing a crime specialist. All inner-city detective stuff. We get junior badges. Clover, ah man. Son, we normally go to the city with you guys, which means stuff's always exploding and junk. So, we thought this might be a better way to check out the kingdom when it's, normal. RWBY, well, Oblek, 4 minutes, ladies. Izuku, welp. Wish us luck, guys. They all got on the ship and took off. Izuku, guys, I'm gonna take a nap until we get there. Oblek, a fine idea. Rest well, oh doppelganger of mine. Izuku's sweat dropped before going to sleep, where he had an interesting dream. Izuku's dream. Sans. Izuku zzz. Sans. Izuku zzz. Sans. Izuku, huh? He got up and saw that he was in a house. Izuku, what? Where am I? Finally! You're up! Izuku turned to the direction of the voice and saw Izuku H. Huh? Who are you? The skeleton tilted his skull in confusion. What are you talking about? It's me. The GRRRET Papyrus. Izuku, I think you have me confused with someone else. Papyrus. I don't have time for your jokes right now, Sans. I have my duties. As a future member of the Royal Guard, I have to continue training so I can capture a human. You should get to your station soon. He ran out the door, leaving Izuku confused. Izuku, who was that? He held his head in pain and flashes of papyrus appeared in his head. Izuku, what in the world? Izuku left the house and saw that he was in an unfamiliar place. Izuku, what is this place? He walked around before stopping at Izuku, why does this place feel so familiar? For some reason, he felt as though he should enter the restaurant. Izuku, this place feels so familiar. But why? He walked over to the stands. Hello, Sans. Izuku, hello. Why does he know my past name? Izuku, I'm sorry. Who are you again? Very funny. You know I'm RWBY. Izuku laughed nervously. Izuku, why yeah. I knew that. Dogami, are you alright today, Sans? Izuku, what makes you say that? Dogaressa, you just seem to be acting a little different today. That joke you made honestly wasn't all that funny. You've made better jokes. Izuku, come on, throw me bone here. Everyone in the restaurant laughed. Dogami, there we go. He's back. Izuku, why yeah. Heh. RWBY, so, I believe you want ketchup? Izuku, yeah. RWBY left for a bit, and came back with ketchup. RWBY, I'll put it on your tab. Izuku, thanks. He took the ketchup and left the restaurant. Izuku then walked throughout this unknown place, getting various greetings from many different monsters before arriving at a post that was close to a massive door. He sat down at his post. Izuku, what is going on here? I remember a sign saying, Welcome to Snowdin Town. So I'm guessing that this place is called Snowdin. But how did I get here? Why am I here? Then, all of a sudden, everything started to fade away. Izuku, what? Now what? That's when Izuku woke up. Back in the real world, Izuku shot up. Clover, you good, bro? Izuku, why yeah. Bravery, what was that? Randy, seems like you're beginning to remember your past. That tall skeleton in your dream? That was Papyrus, your brother. Izuku, that was my brother when I was Sans? Randy nodded. Randy, yeah? I guess that now that you have reawakened your powers, you are beginning to remember your past life. And it all starts with your brother. Izuku, I see. I'll have to tell the others about this soon. Izuku then had a flash appear in his head and saw a human child kill Papyrus. Izuku gasped. Ricky, what's wrong? Izuku, I'll explain it later. Bravery was that? Randy nodded sadly. Randy, your brother's death. Izuku clenched his fist and made sure to hold back his tears so he wouldn't draw suspicion. Randy, if you ever need to talk to anyone, I'm here. Izuku, thanks, Bravery. After that, they made it to the 5th quadrant and hopped out of the ship. It was a complete ghost town. Oblek, students, as of this moment, your first mission as hunters has begun. From this point forward, you need to do exactly as I say. Do you understand? They all nodded. Oblek, RWBY. I thought I told you to leave all your bags back at school. RWBY, but you hadn't told us to listen to you yet. So I didn't. Izuku, I mean. Oblek, she's not wrong. Very well, RWBY. Leave your bag here. We can pick it up upon return. RWBY, but Oblek, young lady. What in the world could you possibly have in that bag that could be so important for you to bring it? Then, Zwei popped out of the bag. Everyone, RWBY, whispers, get back in the bag. Zwei barked. Oblek, we're here to investigate an abandoned urban jungle teeming with death and hostility. And you brought a dog? RWBY, Oblek, genius. He snatched Zwei at a fast speed and sent RWBY tumbling down. Yan, just like that. Izuku, I mean, canines are historically known for their perceptive nose and heightened sense of sound. This makes them a perfect companion for hunts like this. Oblek, I couldn't have said it better myself, doppelganger of mine. RWBY, I'm a genius. Everyone facepalmed. Ricky, I can't believe you brought your dog. Zwei rough. Ricky, I'm sorry, what? Zwei rough. Ricky, I ought to make you eat those words. Yang, you can understand him? Clover, jackals are canines too. It makes sense that he could understand Zwei. Zwei rough. Ricky, hey. My fur is naturally blue. I do not dye it. Zwei bark. Ricky, who even taught you those words? RWBY, does anyone else think this conversation is weird? Everyone but Ricky, yes. Blake, so, what are your orders, Doctor? Oblek ah. Yes. Straight to the chase. I like it, he dropped Zwei. Ricky, that's what you get. Zwei bark. Ricky, okay, too far. Clover, what did he say? Ricky, he said I could never hope to get a girlfriend. Izuku ouch. Oblek, as you have been informed, the southeast area has been marked as a recent hotspot for grim activity. Now, there are several possible explanations for this behavior. One of which being Grim. Izuku Grim? Oblek. Grim. A creature of Grim approximately 100 yards from us at this very moment. Weiss, what? They turned around and saw. Everyone drew their weapons. Except for Ricky, who doesn't have any weapons. Oblek stop. Clover, why? Oblek. There are a number of reasons why Grim would congregate in this particular area. The most likely of which would be their attraction to negativity. Sadness, envy, loneliness, hatred, all qualities that are likely held by our hidden group harboring ill intent. RWBY, so what now? Oblek, we wait. We track. If the specimen leads us to its pack, that pack may subsequently lead us to our prey. Blake, how long do we wait? Oblek, it's uncertain, hours, days, weeks, while lone Grim have been known to stand isolated from the pack for months. Clover, you mean that pack? Then the Grim noticed them. Oblek, and now they've seen us. Weiss, what? Oblek, and now they've seen us. Izuku, looks like tracking is out of the question. Ricky, any ideas, Doc? Oblek, show me what you're capable of. RWBY, cover your ears, Zwei. Zwei covered his ears. Yang ran over to a few Grim and punched them. Blake was surrounded by Grim, but she drew her weapon and then used her semblance to launch herself up and then cut a Grim in half. She then cut 2 more Grim in half. Weiss slashed a bunch of Grim that were chasing after her. RWBY charged at 2 Grim and sliced them in half. Ricky, third user's signature move. Leaf Blade. Using Leaf Blade, Ricky cut down 5 Grim. Clover charged up his gun. Clover Blast. He shot a giant yellow blast and vaporized a bunch of Grim. As for Izuku, he was in front of dozens of Grim. Izuku, time to test an old move. All the Grim were killed by the massive onslaught of bones. Izuku, awesome. Oblek, do not celebrate yet, for I am certain this is the first bout of many. Shall we continue? As they continued onwards, they fought many Grim. Oblek, excellent work, students. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any signs of criminal operations in this sector. Oh well. Moving on. Yang. Hey Doc, I was actually looking forward to seeing a pro huntsman in action. Like fighting or at least helping us fight? Oblek, but I am in action, scouring the ruins of this once great city for any signs of irregularity. Not every mission is filled with daring and heroism, students. Sometimes, it's just a heightened form of extermination. Remember, this is a job, and you all signed up for it. I do hope you understand that. Yang, well, yeah. Oh, of course, they kept on fighting. Oblek, tell me, Yang. Why did you choose this line of work? Yang, huh? Well, to fight monsters and save. Oblek, no, that is what you do. I want to know why you do it. The honest reason as to why you want to be a huntress. Yang, the honest reason? I'm a thrill seeker. I want to travel around the world and get wrapped up in as many crazy adventures as I can. And if I help people along the way, then that's even better. It's a win-win, Oblek, I see. They continued to fight on. Oblek, and you, Ms. Schnee, a girl born into fame and fortune such as yourself certainly doesn't need the extra work. So, why choose this over a cushy job in Atlas? Weiss, it's exactly as you said, I'm a Schnee. I have a legacy of honor to uphold. Once I realized I was capable of fighting, there was no longer a question of what I would do with my life. It was my duty. Oblek, interesting. He came over to Blake, who just shot down a bunch of bird Grim. Oblek, you seem to carry yourself with a sense of purpose, Ms. Belladonna. Blake, there's too much wrong in this world to just stand by and do nothing. Inequality, corruption, someone has to stop it. Oblek, very well. How? Blake couldn't come up with an answer. Oblek, well, I believe that will be all for today. It's going to be dark soon. He looked over to a building. Oblek, everyone but RWBY, set up camp in that building. Oh, and please do make sure that there are no more of those creatures. Your leader and I are going to secure the perimeter. Come, RWBY. They all went to the building except for RWBY. Later, Izuku, then I woke up. Clover, I see. Blake, so to recap, you woke up in the house you lived in during your last life, met a memory of your previous self's brother, walked around the town you lived in, went into a restaurant filled with monsters, got a bottle of ketchup from there, and went to your work post? Izuku, yeah? That's the short version of it. Yang, kind of a lame past. Izuku, look, this is just part of my past. As time goes on, I'll probably remember more and more of my past. Don't forget what I told you about a few days ago. Remember? He died? Yang, oh yeah? Sorry, Izuku sighed. Izuku, it's alright. I just wish I knew more. Clover, well, give it time. We'll have all the answers. Izuku, right. Yang, I can't believe we didn't find anything. Blake, we've always been fortunate enough to be in the right place at the right time. I guess we can't always have luck on our side. Weiss, that's not what I meant. Ricky, what are you talking about? Weiss, earlier, about upholding the legacy. There's more to it than that. Yang, yeah, no, me too. I mean, I don't know. Blake, I don't know either. Clover, don't know about what? Izuku, I think I know. They don't know the true reason as to why they want to become huntresses. It's a pretty deep question that takes time answering. Yang, yeah? It really is. Then, Oobleck and RWBY came. Oobleck, all wonderful. A textbook campfire. RWBY, fire. She and Zvi got closer to it. RWBY, so warm. Oobleck, very good. Eat your dinners and hurry to bed. We have a lot of ground to cover tomorrow and we'll need you to take turns keeping watch over our temporary abode. Any volunteers for first watch? Izuku, I'll do it. Oobleck, very well. Izuku, you all get some sleep. He started to leave. Yang, hey RWBY? Did Oobleck ask you why you wanted to be a huntress? I mean, what did you tell him? RWBY, no he didn't. Weird. Oh well, good night guys. With that, they all went to sleep. With Izuku, he was doodling in his notebook. Izuku, so this was my brother back then, huh? He closed his notebook. Izuku, I wonder who else was there in my past life that was important to me. Papyrus. Ascari. But who else? I'll find out one day. But until then, I'm clueless. But right now, I shouldn't be lingering on whatever my past life was about. I have to focus on the here and now. And so, Izuku stayed up to keep watch all night. First mission, part 2. Yang, Blake. Are you awake? Blake, yeah? Yang, why do you think he asked us about being a huntress? Like what was he trying to say? Blake, maybe he was just curious. Izuku, doubt it. Yang sighed. Yang, Weiss? You awake? Weiss, of course I'm awake. You three are talking. Izuku, sorry. Weiss, don't worry about it. And I think Oobleck when I said I wanted to honor my family's name, I meant it. But it's not what you think. I'm not stupid. I'm fully aware of what my father has done with the Schnee Dust Company. Izuku, I don't understand. Weiss, right. I forgot that you're not from this kingdom. Since he took control, our business has operated in a moral gray area. Blake, that's putting it lightly. Izuku, I don't understand. Weiss, which is why I feel the need to make things right. Izuku, I get it. Had you taken a job in Atlas, nothing would change. Weiss, you're right. My father was not the start of our name, and I refused to let him be the end of it. Blake, all my life, I fought for what I thought was right. I had a partner named Adam. More of a mentor, actually. He always assured me that what we were doing would make the world a better place. But of course, his idea of a perfect future turned out to be, Izuku, not perfect for everyone? Blake, yeah? I joined the academy because I knew huntsmen and huntresses were regarded as the most noble warriors in the world. Always fighting for good. But I never really thought past that. When I leave the academy, what will I? How can I undo so many years of hate? Yang, I'm sure you'll find out. You're not one to back down from a challenge, Blake. Blake, but I am. I do it all the time. When you learned I was a faunus, I didn't know what to do, so I ran. When I realized my oldest partner had become a monster, I ran. Even my semblance. I was born with the ability to leave behind a shadow of myself. An empty copy that takes the hit while I run away. Yang, at least you two have something that drives you. I've just kinda always gone with the flow, you know? And that's fine, I mean, that's who I am. But how long can I really do that for? I want to be a huntress because I want the adventure. I want a life where I don't know what tomorrow will bring. And that'll be a good thing. Being a huntress just happens to line up with that. What about you, Izuku? Why do you want to be a hunter? Izuku, Weiss, Izuku? Izuku, ever since I was a little boy, I always dreamed of becoming a hero. And not like a huntsman hero. I mean an actual superhero. I've always wanted to be a hero, who saves everyone with a smile on my face. No matter how bad things get. Weiss, Actual superheroes don't exist. Blake, if only she knew. Izuku, that's why I settled for being a huntsman. It's the closest thing to being a real-life superhero. There's really no other reason. I just want to be the best person I can be in life. And because of our reasons, we are here. In a war zone and armed to the teeth. This is the job we chose. Being a hunter? It's not a life. Once we're full-fledged hunters, what we want will always come second. We will be putting everyone else first, and our safety second. Later, Izuku was so busy keeping watch that he didn't realize that RWBY was gone until danger sense activated. Izuku, oh no. Everyone. Wake up. Young, what's going on? Izuku, RWBY's in danger. Oblek, what? Ricky, what happened? Izuku, I don't know. Then Zwei came in. Ricky, oh great. It's you. Zwei bark. Ricky, what do you mean? She was kidnapped. Young, she? As in RWBY? Ricky, no. The pizza lady, yes, silver eyes. Izuku, damn it. I was so focused on keeping watch that I let this completely slip. Oblek, everyone, grab your weapons. We're on a rescue mission now. Everyone, right. Zwei led them over to RWBY's scythe. Izuku, oh no. Clover, hey guys. Look. There's a huge hole over here. Weiss, do you think she fell? Oblek, fell? Izuku, it certainly looks like it. Oblek, of course. Of course, of course, of course. How could I be so stupid? Yang, Dokot Oblek, what's wrong? Oblek, Mountain Glen. Yes. An expansion of Vale that was inevitably destroyed by creatures of Grimm. Previously home to thousands of people. Working people, commuting to the city, the main city. Developed a subway system to the inner city. Grimm attacks increase. Population in danger, now desperately searching for shelter. City evacuates into metro tunnels, and what do they find? The southeast quadrant of Vale is known for wild forests and deep caves. Ricky, what are you saying, Doc? Oblek, I'm saying we're not just looking for an underground crime network. We're looking for an underground crime network. Ricky, you said underground crime network twice. Clover, the point is that they've been working in caves. Izuku, no. Mountain Glen was Vale's first attempt at expansion. And it worked for a short period of time. They developed an elaborate subway system to safely carry citizens from the new territory to the kingdom. But without the natural barriers that Vale had to protect its borders, Mountain Glen was doomed from the very beginning. Oblek, precisely, my doppelganger. As the end drew near, the citizens of the territory made one last attempt at survival. They took up shelter beneath the city, in massive caves that they had cleared out for the subway. And they had cut themselves off from the surface. Clover, an underground village? Oblek, in a manner of speaking, yes. A safe haven. Until an explosion opened the mouth of another cavern filled with subterranean Grimm. After that, the kingdom officially sealed off the tunnels, creating the world's largest tomb. Izuku, and if RWBY's down there, we have to find her. Everyone, right. They all jumped down. They immediately started taking down the White Fang, forcing them to run. Following them, they found RWBY and Roman. While Roman was distracted, RWBY stomped on his head and ran over to her friends. Roman, somebody kill her! Roman and the faunus behind him started shooting their guns at RWBY, but she dodged it. Roman, attach this cart and spread the word. We're starting the train. White Fang member 3, but we're not finished. Roman pointed his cane at the White Fang member. Roman, you will do it, or you're finished. RWBY looked behind to see members of the White Fang pointing their blasters at her, and looked ahead again to see more members of the White Fang having surrounded her. Izuku, I don't think so. He brought out his Gaster blaster and blasted the White Fang members away, allowing RWBY to get to them. Young RWBY! RWBY hugged her sister. Weiss, are you okay? RWBY, I'm fine. Listen. Torchwick's got all sorts of robots and weapons down there. Blake, what? Clover handed RWBY her scythe. RWBY, androids, mechs, they're all loaded up on the train carts. Oblek, that's ridiculous. These tunnels are sealed and the tracks lead to a dead end. Then, they heard Roman speaking over an intercom. Roman, get to your places, we are leaving now. The train then began to move. Ricky, then explain that, Doc. RWBY, we need backup. Izuku, it won't work. There's no signal. Down here, or above ground. Weiss, then what do we do? Clover, the only thing we can do. Stop that train. Izuku, here goes. Izuku wrapped everyone in Black Whip, activated One for All, and caught up with the train quickly. They jumped on top of it. Oblek, alright, children. We must get to the front and stop this train. Clover, hey, Doc? What's that over there? He pointed to a machine in one of the carts. Oblek, that young man, appears to be a bomb. Ricky, great! An Arceus damn bomb. And to make things worse, there's White Fang members in front of us. They looked to see that Ricky was right. Oblek, well, I didn't expect the to go. The bomb started to blink a red light. Oblek, easy on us. Izuku, not good. Blake. You need to detach the caboose. Otherwise, the bomb will kill us. Blake, right? Izuku, everyone else, let's jump to the next cart. They nodded and jumped to the next cart. Blake was about to detach the cart, but it detached itself. Blake, it detached itself. Young, I guess he really doesn't want us on this train. Ricky, makes sense. Then, the cart exploded. Oblek, that's not good. Clover, it gets worse. There's another bomb in this cart. Izuku, I'm willing to bet all the carts have bombs. Oblek, I believe you're right, my doppelganger. The bomb in the cart they were standing on activated. Izuku, run! They ran and jumped to the next cart as it detached itself. Young, this doesn't make sense. Clover, focus, everyone. We have to take down the White Fang members. Izuku, Clover's right. Everyone ready? Everyone, ready! Izuku, charge! They all charged at the White Fang. Yang punched one of the members down into the inside of the cart. Blake used her weapon on a bunch of members and sent them off the cart. Wise beat a bunch of White Fang members by charging forward and leaving a trail of ice in her wake that hit the members. Ruby shot herself forward with the gun function of her scythe and slashed at a bunch of White Fang members. Ricky, here goes. Sixth user's signature move. Ricky, Darkest Lariat. He knocked a bunch of White Fang members out with this move. Clover, Full Justice. He shot a giant bullet from his gun, and it hit 7 White Fang members. Izuku, 1 for all full cowling. Izuku shot forward and knocked out 20 White Fang members with ease. Then, the cart that detached earlier blew up and destroyed the roof, allowing Grim to hop down. Oblek, oh dear. The Grim charged at them. Oblek, they're leading Grim to the city. Izuku, of course. The carts are exploding and creating openings for the Grim. Blake, that's insane. The carts that they were in front of detached. Oblek, we have to hurry. Yang. Blake. Weiss. Izuku. Ricky. Drop below and stop those bombs. Ruby, what about us? Oblek, we're gonna stop this train. Clover, she already said that earlier. Izuku, doesn't matter right now. Let's go, everyone, right. They all rushed ahead. Everyone but Ruby, Clover, Oblek, and Zwei dropped down to the inside of the carts. Oblek, up ahead. They came across a giant mech. Oblek, we've got a problem. Oblek, not to worry. He drew his weapon. Clover, your weapon is a flamethrower? Oblek, to put it simply, yes. And then, Zwei completely blew up the mech. Clover, that is one hot dog. Ruby, really? Clover, sorry. Couldn't help myself there. Then another mech got in front of Zwei. Clover, not on my watch. Clover blasted the mech and defeated it. Zwei, rough. Clover, sorry, Zwei. I can't understand what you're saying. With the others, Young, I guess this is what we trained for. Weiss gave Blake something. Weiss, this should help you. Blake inserted it into her weapon. Izuku, what did you give her? Weiss, dust. Unfortunately, that's all I have with me. Sorry, Izuku, no worries. Let's move, everyone, right. They rushed ahead. But then someone dropped down in front of them. It was Yang. Who is this? Izuku, not sure. You all go on ahead. I'll take her on. Yang, you know, I expected you to be more shy around her. Izuku, guess you could say I'm a bit different in the heat of battle. Yang, alright. Ricky, let's go, everyone. Weiss, Blake, and Yang, right. They run to the next room. Izuku, who are you? The girl said nothing. Izuku, I said, who are you? The girl held up a sign. Izuku Neo? Wait, why are you communicating with signs? She held up another sign. Izuku Ooal. I'm so sorry. Randy, you do realize she's your enemy, right? Izuku, even so, I can't imagine life without being able to talk. Randy, that's a fair point actually. Neo made a gesture to come at her. Izuku, alright. You asked for it. He ran in for a punch before danger sense went off and he dodged a strike from her parasol. This shocked Neo. Izuku, what? You think I'm just gonna stand there and take it? He went in for a punch to her face, but she dodged it. He kept on trying to punch her but she kept dodging it. Izuku, seems you're pretty good at dodging close combat attacks. Neo smirked. Then, she noticed something. Izuku's eyes turned orange. She then felt something strange. She looked down to see a heart appeared in front of her. Izuku, unfortunately for you, I can do more than just throw punches. He thrusted his hand and Neo was sent crashing into a wall. Izuku, good luck. You're gonna need it. With Yang, Blake, Weiss, and Ricky, they kept running through the train cart. They came across a White Fang member wielding a chainsaw. Weiss, Blake, you and Ricky go on ahead. Yang, we'll take care of Chainsaw Man. Blake and Ricky nodded and ran through the train cart as Weiss and Yang began to fight the chainsaw-wielding White Fang member. White Fang member 4, finally, I get to kill a Schnee. Weiss and Yang pointed their weapons at him. With Blake and Ricky, they made it to where Roman was. Roman, hello, kitty cat. Lucario. We really gotta stop meeting like this. Blake rushed at Roman. Ricky, nice. Ricky jumped up to Roman. Ricky, Kalos strike. Ricky gave Roman an axe kick that sent him crashing into the ground. Roman then pointed his cane at Blake and fired. But she created a rock clone that took the hit for her, and she ran towards Roman again. Roman was about to strike her with his cane, but she made a shadow clone to take the hit and started clashing weapons with him. Eventually, Roman tried to strike her again, but it got caught in an ice clone she created. Blake, now Ricky! Ricky smirked. He then rushed to Roman. Ricky, Sinnoh strike! He punched Roman with all his might and sent him flying. With Izuku and Neo, Neo got up. Izuku, that expression. Neo tilted her head in confusion. Izuku, that's the expression of someone who's thinking, I can totally beat this guy. Neo's eyes widened because that's exactly what she was thinking. Izuku, don't ask how I know. I'm not entirely sure myself. Neo charged at Izuku and tried to attack him, but he dodged every attack she threw at him. Izuku, you're pretty good at hand-to-hand combat. I can tell. But you haven't used a single ranged attack. In other words, if someone keeps their distance. Neo tried to punch him, but he teleported behind her. Izuku, you won't be able to land a hit. Neo tried to attack him again, but he jumped back. Izuku, I'm a different story, however. He summoned dozens of bones in the air, making Neo widen her eyes. Izuku, I've got plenty of ranged attacks. With Ricky and Blake. Roman, so what do we do now? Do you really think a little bow on top is gonna make people forget what you were? What you've done? Ricky, do you ever shut up? Cut the manipulative crap. Then, Weiss and Yang were sent tumbling through the door. Ricky, the chainsaw-wielding guy came in. Roman, so, what's it gonna? Ricky, let's help them, Kuro. Blake, right. She kicked Roman in the head before they both rushed at the chainsaw-wielding guy. Blake picked up Weiss. Ricky, you help her out. I'll take care of this dope. Bitter Blade. His paws morphed into bitter blades. With Izuku and Neo. Izuku, so, we both know you won't be able to dodge this. Even if you can. He summoned a few Gaster Blasters. Izuku, these guys will take you down. Neo stepped back. Izuku, here's the thing though. I'm not really one for causing permanent damage. So I'm willing to give you a choice. You can run away. I won't stop you and everything will be fine for you. But if you take another step forward, Izuku, you are really not gonna like what happens next. So what's your choice? Fight? Or flee? Neo was no idiot. She fled from battle. Izuku, she made the right choice. His attacks disappeared. Izuku, I gotta get to the others. He rushed to his friends only to find that Ricky had knocked out the guy with the chainsaw. With RWBY, Clover, and Oblek, Clover shot the head of a mech and blew it up. Oblek, good work, Clover. You and RWBY go on ahead. RWBY, but, Clover, he'll be fine, RWBY. He's a full-fledged huntsman after all. Oblek, precisely. He ran the other way where more mechs were at. RWBY, you should go too, Zwei. Zwei barked and ran towards Oblek. That's when the others came to RWBY and Clover. Izuku, oh. We're running out of room. Clover, what now? Weiss, everyone get in close. They all huddled around Weiss as he stabbed the ground and created an ice shield to protect them as the train ran into the closed gate. The train exploded, but when they all came to, they saw that they were now above ground. Unfortunately, the Grimm followed and started attacking the townspeople. Ricky, not good. Clover, what's the plan? Izuku, we give these Grimm a bad time. First mission, final part. Both teams were surrounded by Grimm. Ricky, telepathically to Izuku and Clover, think we can take him? Izuku, we've taken on way worse. We can handle this. Ricky nodded. RWBY jumped in the middle of a circle of Grimm, stabbed her scythe into the ground, and spun around with it, kicking every Grimm surrounding her. Yang jumped up high and blasted a bunch of Grimm with her weapon. Unfortunately, some Nevermore came in and attacked her, making her fall. Luckily, Izuku caught her with a Gaster Blaster before she could fall too quickly, minimizing the fall damage. Thanks, Greenie. Blake shot a bunch of Grim with the gun function of her weapon. Weiss created a giant ice blade to slash a bunch of Grim. Izuku shot a line of Grim with his mouth blaster. Clover vaporized about 6 Grim. Ricky took down 8 Grim with water shuriken. Ruby then came face to face with the giant snake Grim. However, Nora came in, riding her hammer like a vehicle, and slammed her hammer into the Grim before dropping to the ground. The rest of her team soon followed. Pira, let's move! They all charged at the Grim and Ren defeated a couple. John, okay, who's first? A giant Borbotusk dropped down behind him. John, nuts? No. Remember all the training you've done, John. Remember to go beyond. Plus Ultra! He let out a war cry and just slashed the Borbotusk with everything he had, making the Borbotusk fall to the ground. Dead. Izuku, great job. John, thanks. Then, Sun and Neptune came. Sun, nobody move. Junior detectives. He held up his badge. So did Neptune. Neptune, we have badges, so you know it's official. Then, a giant flying ship, followed by a bunch of other flying ships came around. Clover, huh? You don't see that every day. Many soldiers hopped out of the airships and joined the battle, blasting any and all Grim. Mercury also joined the clash, followed by 2 others. Then, a giant mech came to them and Zwei jumped out. He then joined the fight. Ricky, you're actually fighting? Zwei, arf. Ricky, can you quit it with the insults for now? Zwei, arf. Ricky, you're insufferable. Then, another airship came and inside was Professor Port and Team CFVY. They jumped out and joined the fight. Yatsuhashi slammed his weapon to the ground and created a massive shockwave that took out a bunch of Grim. Fox unleashed a massive combo attack on a Grim with spikes on its back and launched it back to a bunch of Grim. It then exploded and impaled a bunch of Grim. Clover, awesome. Coco, nice hustle, Fox. She walked forward to another Grim. Coco, you just destroyed my favorite clothing store. She spits out some saliva. Coco, prepare to die. The Grim tried to slam its claw down on Coco, but she blocked it with her handbag and then kicked the Grim in the kneecap, making it fall to the ground. Then she slammed her handbag down on its head. Then Clover saw that an Ursa got behind her. Clover, look out! He got in between Coco and the Ursa. Coco turned around to see the Ursa. Then, Clover created an aura sphere and shot it at the Ursa's stomach, making it step back a bit. Then, 2 more aura spheres appeared in his hands, 1 in each. He then blasted the Ursa with both, making it fall to the ground. Clover blast. Clover vaporized the Ursa with a giant yellow blast. Clover, you okay? Coco, yeah? Hey, aren't you that kid who's very close with Izuku Midoriya? My teammate, Velvet, will not stop talking about him. Clover, well, yeah? He's my twin brother. I'm Clover Midoriya. Coco Adele. And I must say, you're quite the looker. Clover, thanks? Coco, thanks for saving me back there, stud. Clover, no prob. Coco, you certainly have a good weapon. Lots of power with that gun. A bunch of Grim rushed at them. Coco, so let me show you mine. Clover, go on ahead. The Grim didn't stand a chance. They were all killed easily. Clover, awesome. Coco, thought you'd like it. Also, come here. Clover got closer. Clover, what's up? Coco smirked and kissed his cheek. Clover's eyes widened. Coco, just a little reward for saving me back there. See you round, hot stuff. She winked at him and left. Clover, what the heck? Black and Port both fired their weapons and destroyed a bunch of Grim. Finally, Glinda took down 2 Grim and used her magic to undo all the damage down in this battle. After that, Roman was taken in. Everyone then made their way back to Beacon. Well, we did it, Weiss. If we don't get extra credit for that, I'm going to be seriously disappointed. Ricky, Ice Queen, a 2-headed snake crushed a bakery. Don't count on it. Ruby, plus, we didn't solve everything. A lot of people were hurt, and we still don't even know why they did this. Izuku, unfortunately, Ruby, we can't expect everything to work out at the end of the day. However, plenty of things did work out. We got many dangerous people arrested, including Roman. Ruby, good point. And if anyone tries something like this again, we'll be there to stop them. So what now? Weiss, I'd suggest training for the tournament, but I think we have that covered at this point. Clover, let's not get cocky. We have no info on the students from the other schools. We should be prepared for anything. Ruby, can we at least go to sleep now? Ricky, I think that's a good idea. After that, they all went to sleep. However, Izuku's dream, wake up. Izuku zzz, wake up. Izuku zzz, I said wake up. Izuku shot up. Izuku geez. He then noticed he was in a new place. Izuku, where am I now? Hey, Izuku turned to see. Izuku H huh? Who are you? Cut it with the jokes, Sans. You know very well that I'm Undyne. Now quit your sleeping, come with me. Izuku Undyne now. Izuku sighed and decided to follow her. They continued to walk through this strange new area. Izuku I'm sorry, Undyne. My memories are a little bit foggy. Could I have a refresher? Undyne groaned. Undyne, geez, punk. Fine. This is Waterfall. One of the places here in the underground. Izuku, I'm in the underground? Undyne, we're meeting up with Papyrus. I have a new training exercise and you're gonna help him out with it. Izuku, I'm okay. What do I need to do? Undyne, act as a hurdle. Izuku, I'm sorry? Undyne, you are to act as a hurdle for Papyrus to jump over. All while I throw boulders at him. Izuku, why are you throwing boulders at him? Undyne, because it's fun. Izuku facepalmed. Eventually, they made it to Papyrus. Papyrus, there you are. Let me guess. Sans was sleeping at his post again? Undyne, yep. Papyrus, you need to stop being so lazy, Sans. Izuku, sorry bro. I just don't have the backbone to start trying. Papyrus, Saiyans. He started chasing Izuku everywhere. Undyne, heh? This is better than I thought. She picked up a boulder and threw it at Papyrus. Luckily, Papyrus dodged it and continued chasing after Izuku. This went on for about 30 minutes. Undyne, f. This was a good training session. Izuku, sure was. Papyrus, very soon, I shall join the Royal Guard. I cannot wait. Nyhihi. He started to run back home. Izuku, he seems happy. Undyne, he's got some perseverance. You know that better than anyone. Izuku, yeah? I'm glad to have him as my brother. Undyne, well, you can head back to your post, Sans. Izuku nodded and teleported back to his station and went back to sleep. Then he woke up again to see a human child in front of Undyne who looked different. Izuku, what? Undyne, damn it, so even that power it wasn't enough? Izuku, could this be when she dies? Undyne, hey if you think I'm gonna give up hope, you're wrong. 'Cause I've got my friends behind me. Alphys told me that she would watch me fight you. Izuku, Alphys? Who's Alphys? Undyne, and if anything went wrong, she would evacuate everyone. By now, she's called Ascari and told him to absorb the 6 human souls. Izuku, what? But then, he looked at his gauntlets. Izuku, why didn't he do that? If he did, I would never be able to absorb Bravery's soul. He then looked to see Undyne start melting. Izuku, why is she melting? Undyne, and with that power this world will live on. She then turned to dust. That's when Izuku woke up, back in the real world. Izuku, Undyne. His outburst woke up Eri, Clover, and Ricky. Clover, bro. What's wrong? Izuku was breathing heavily. Izuku, I had a dream about my past. I saw a friend of mine die right in front of me. No. She didn't just die. She melted. Ricky, Seiji. Take deep breaths. Eri, it's going to be okay, Papa. Izuku took a few deep breaths and calmed down. Izuku, right. Thanks. I'm good now. Ricky, so, who was this friend of yours? Izuku, well, her name was Undyne. She was some kind of soldier. She trained on Papyrus. Yeah. That was his name. By throwing boulders at him while he chased me for a pun I made. Clover, I'm sorry, she did what? Izuku, yeah? The dream started out lighthearted before the kid that caused all those deaths killed her. Then I woke up. But it left me with a new question. Undyne mentioned someone by the name of Alphys. I'm not sure who that is. Clover, seems there's still stuff we have yet to uncover. We'll find the answers someday. But for now, let's go back to sleep. It's still the middle of the night. Izuku, right. After that, they went back to sleep. This time, Izuku had a peaceful sleep. Vital Festival first round. Izuku, Clover, and Ricky had just arrived and were out of breath. Izuku, thank God. We made it just in time for the first match. Ricky, we would have made it earlier if it weren't for us oversleeping. Izuku, I'm sorry, okay? Clover, to be fair, we keep forgetting to set our alarm clocks. Ricky, yeah, good point. Clover, plus, Izuku keeps on getting memories of his past life. I'm sure once he remembers everything, our sleep schedule will go back to normal. Ricky, again, good point. Weiss, there you are. They turned to see Weiss. Weiss, where have you been? Your first match is about to start. Clover, it's a bit of a long story. Weiss, well, it better be good when we hear it, because you missed our match. Izuku, sorry. Weiss sighed. Izuku, quick question. Seeing as how this is our first Vital Festival, how does it work? Weiss, the tournament is divided into 3 distinctive rounds. Teams, doubles, and singles. You'll be tested on your skill. The winners of the first match will elect which 2 of their teammates will participate in the doubles battle. The winners of that match will elect one of their teammates to participate in the final round. The remaining combatants will fight their way through the final bracket in the hope of achieving victory. Izuku, alright. Got it. Weiss, good. Now get to your match. They nodded and moved to start their match. Oblique. It's time for Team JSTC's first match against Team Briar. Izuku, alright team. Let's do this. Bianca, aren't you supposed to have 4 teammates? Izuku, heh. The 3 of us are more than enough. Rowan, talk about cocky. Port, begin. Team Briar charge at Team JSTC. Ricky, so, who should attack first? Izuku, let's just get to the point. Yeah, they were defeated instantly. Port, Team JSTC wins. Ricky, well, that was disappointing. Clover, well, nothing we can do about it. Later in the park. RWBY, is anyone else starving? Blake, I may have worked up an appetite. They heard a large growling sound. Clover, was that an Ursa? Blake, that was me. Clover, oops. Izuku, well, it's a good thing we're here in the park filled with tons of stands. Yang, come on. I know just the place. Yang started to lead them to a stand, but Emerald, hey. Might be hard to eat without this. She showed them RWBY's wallet. Ricky, you dropped your wallet, Silver Eyes? RWBY searched her pocket to realize that she did indeed drop it. Emerald laughed at this. Emerald, good to see you, RWBY. She gave RWBY back her wallet. RWBY, thanks Emerald. Ah, girl pockets are the worst. Yang, what's up, Emerald, just left the stadium after watching your amazing battle. You were awesome. RWBY, oh stop. Emerald, and you, Izuku. Izuku, huh? Emerald, you beat them with just 1 attack. That was awesome. Clover, yeah, but I kinda wanted to fight as well. Izuku, we'll be facing more opponents in the next round. Blake, I heard your team also passed the round. Yang, how's they do? Emerald, really well. RWBY, that's great. Why don't we all get some victory food together? Emerald, sorry, but my teammates are really socially awkward. They looked to see Mercury sniffing a boot. Ricky, yeah? Makes sense. Yang, ooh, yeah. I can see that. Emerald, so yeah. Looks like Mercury and I are going to be moving on to the doubles round. What about you guys? Blake, we voted for Weiss and Yang. Weiss, I will happily represent Team RWBY. Yang, yeah. We're gonna kick some butt. Emerald, well, if Merc and I are up against you, don't think we'll go easy on you. And Izuku, which of you guys will participate? Izuku, since I didn't give Clover and Ricky a chance to shine, I decided to let them face off in the doubles round. Ricky, looking forward to it. After that, they went their separate ways. They made their way to a stand. Yang, I'll have a bowl of the regular, please. She got a big bowl of pasta. RWBY, you. The same. She got a big bowl of pasta. Weiss, do you have anything with a low salt? She got a big bowl of pasta. Blake gave a nod and she was brought a big bowl of fish. Ricky, you got any more pasta? He got a big bowl of pasta. Clover, I'll take some too. He got a big bowl of pasta. Izuku, do you have katsudon? The man running the stand shook his head. Izuku, ah man. How about a hamburger? He got a hamburger and got some ketchup and mustard for it. Izuku, hang on, guys. Weiss, no, it's okay, I'll pay. Izuku, no. No. I insist. Ricky, you're not gonna get him to give up. That's just who he is. Weiss, well fine. Izuku paid the man for the food. Then, Team JNPR came. John, mind if we join you? Izuku, sure. Pira, I'll pay for my team's food. After that, they all ate their food. But, Clover, that was good eating and what are you doing bro? Izuku HM? Izuku looked down to see that the ketchup bottle was in his mouth, and he was drinking from it. Realizing this, he spit out the ketchup. Izuku, what the heck? Why was I drinking this? Randy, well, as a skeleton, you would always drink ketchup straight from the bottle. Izuku, sounds like I had some issues. Randy, you could say that. Pira, we should be off. And Izuku, try not to drink ketchup from the bottle. Izuku and noted. RWBY, think you guys are ready? Nora, of course. We've got a world-renowned fighter. One's basically a ninja. I can bench 5 of me. John, we've trained all year. Our weapons are awesome. Glinda barely yells at us anymore. And John, Ren, are you gonna take that? John, she's not wrong. Nora, don't be nervous, the worst that can happen is that we lose. Then again, we could. Clover, let me stop you right there. Don't overthink things. Nora, noted. Izuku, besides, we face grim invasions, extremists, a destructive sociopath, and we're still in training. Port spoke over the intercom. Port, will Team JNPR report to the battlegrounds immediately? Bublek, yes, like they were scheduled to do several minutes ago. Pira, well, it looks like this is it. Izuku, good luck guys. They all left to go to the match. Izuku, can't wait to see how their match will go. Clover, yeah? Ricky, you know, this reminds me of the sports festival. Izuku, yeah? You're right. Port, Team JNPR from Beacon vs Team BRNZ Bronze, from Shade. They ended up with a forest and mountain arena. Port 3, 2, 1 begin. Both teams charged at each other as a member of Team BRNZ tried to punch Pira, but she blocked it with her shield. Ren avoided another member who climbed a tree and used their sniper weapon to try and shoot him. John, retreat. They all retreated as John and Pira blocked the shots that the member of BRNZ shot at them. Pira, what do we do? John, spread out. Try to keep moving. He blocked a punch from another BRNZ member. The sniper wielder was taking aim at Rin. She shot at him, but he dodged the shot. Unfortunately, it left him wide open to get hit by another BRNZ member with his electric weapon, electrocuting him and making him fall down. Enraged, Nora charged at him only to get electrocuted. But she smirked. Ricky, whoa, what's going on? Izuku took out a notebook. Weiss, where did that notebook even? Clover and Ricky, don't ask. Blake, Hunter Analysis for the Future Volume 1. Izuku, this is the result of Nora's semblance, high voltage. It allows her to channel electrical energy into her muscles, giving her enhanced strength. Ruby, so she's immune to lightning? Izuku shook his head. Izuku, no. She's immune to low-level lightning. But strong enough lightning attacks can still hurt her. But that guy's lightning can be considered low-level. So he's only making her stronger. She hit the BRNZ member, and he was sent crashing into a rock. Ricky, ouch. John looked up at the top of the mountain where a thunderstorm was happening and got an idea. John, Nora! Get to the mountain. Nora, you got it! She ran off. John, Ren, tried to distract the sniper. Ren, sure. Why not? John, time to go plus ultra. John had to block a disc that a member of BRNZ threw at him but couldn't block his second one. Another member of BRNZ attacked Pira's shield. Clover, John has really improved. Izuku, well, he's been working hard on his training. Ricky, Sparta Girl is no slouch either. Arceus, damn it. Ren dodged as many bullets as he could and got to the guy with the electric weapon. Ren clashed with him for a bit before putting him in a hostage position. Ren, where? The one with the sniper was pointing her weapon at her. John, Pira! Up! Pira jumped off John's shield and blocked the shot, allowing Nora to use her hammer as a lightning rod. She then turned her hammer into a gun and blasted a bunch of missiles at once that formed the shape of a heart at the one with the sniper and almost blew her up, leaving a massive crater of burnt trees. She then jumped off the mountain and slammed her hammer near the other 3 members of Team BRNZ and created a powerful shockwave that sent them back. John, Nora! Hit N with your hammer. Nora, right. She jumped towards Team BRNZ as they were getting up and slammed her hammer on all 4 of them and sent them flying out of the arena. Port, Team JNPR wins by knockout. It was now time for Team SSSN's Sun match against Team Indigo. They ended up with an Earth and Ocean. But Neptune seemed scared. Ricky, what's with him? Clover, it's hydrophobia. Ruby, what's hypermopia? Izuku, hydrophobia. It's the fear of water. As soon as the match started, Neptune ran for the top of the mountain. Unfortunately, this put the fight on the Earth side and things quickly went bad. One of Team SSSN's team members got knocked out of the arena pretty quickly. Luckily, Neptune jumped down to fight. One of their opponents kicked up a sandstorm, but as it turns out, those goggles weren't just for show. They blocked out the sandstorm from getting into his eyes and he fired his weapon at the girl, but she blocked it. Sun then appeared out of nowhere and kicked her in the head. They then clashed weapons until Sun defeated her. Unfortunately, the other member of Team SSSN was sent flying by a sand tornado and was sent flying. Luckily, he landed on a ship. A member of Team Indigo got to him and they started clashing weapons. Eventually, the member of SSSN knocked the member of Team NGO fell off the ship. He then used the grappling hook on his other weapon to hang another member of Team NGO on the ship. A bunch of kunai fell out of her outfit, but the SSSN member narrowly avoided them. Sun was facing the one responsible for the sand tornadoes. He got 2 coconuts from the tree and threw them at her. Unfortunately, she deflected them, and while Sun avoided them, one of their coconuts hit his team members in the face, and the other in the nuts. Izuku, Clover, John, and Ren all flinched at this. Ricky, ouch! Sun, Neptune! Get over here, Neptune, or I can just hold down the fort and I'm calling, Neptune! The other 2 members of NGO jumped down from the ship and into the water. Neptune, DOH! Fine. He hopped over to Sun and used his weapon to electrocute the water, and the girls who were still in it, knocking them out. Port, Team SSSN moves on to the doubles round. Izuku, I call that victory. Clover, no. Ruby, don't you dare. Izuku, shocking. Yang, a perfect pun. Oblek, that concludes the matches for today. Please leave the stadium in a calm and orderly fashion. Clover, ouch. However, they saw a giant airship and Weiss looked up with a happy expression. Izuku, you know? Weiss, she's here. Izuku, who's here? Weiss, my sister. Family complications and a new memory. Weiss was running towards the landing ship and Ruby and Izuku were following. And out stepped her sister, along with 2 Elysian Knights and 2 robots. Izuku, is that your sister? Weiss nodded. Weiss, Winter. They ran to Winter. Weiss, Winter. I'm so happy to see you. Oh. Your presence honors us. Winter, Beacon. It's been a long time. The air feels different. Ruby, it is fall so it's probably colder. Weiss punched her. Weiss, so. What are you doing here? Winter, 2 reasons. One is classified. Weiss, so. What's the other? Winter, looking for someone. Weiss, well, how long are you staying? Winter, classified. Weiss, right. Well, you're going to love it here. This place is much different from Atlas. Vale, too. Winter, I'm more than familiar with how this kingdom handles its bureaucracy. That is not why I came. Weiss, right. I'm sorry, Winter, nor did I come here to watch my own blood fail so miserably in battle. But it appears I have no choice in the matter. Weiss, but we won. Winter, only a novice would refer to that as a victory. I counted at least 3 strikes missed. Izuku, what the heck? Winter turned to 2 of the Atlas soldiers. Winter, leave us. They stepped back. Winter, how have you been? Why so? Splendid. Thank you for asking. I'm actually the runner-up ranking of our sparring class. My studies are going wonderfully too, I also. Winter hit Weiss on the head. Winter, silence. I don't recall asking about your ranking. I asked how you've been. Are you eating properly? Have you taken up any hobbies? Are you making new friends? Weiss, well, there's Ruby. Winter, I see. And him? Weiss, so. This is Izuku. Winter then glared at Izuku. Winter, so you're Izuku? Izuku, Weiss? Why is your sister glaring at me? Weiss, I have no idea. She then picked him up by the shirt. Izuku, HHEY. Winter, listen here, you broccoli head. You better treat my sister right. Or else you're dead. She dropped him. Winter, anyways, greetings, Ruby Rose. Izuku, what was that all about? Winter, I wish to thank you for taking an interest in my sister. Ruby, yes. Of course. The honor is in my court. Winter, I have business with the general and your headmaster. But seeing as I'm early, why don't you take me to your quarters? Weiss, really? Winter, yes. And bring Midoriya along with you. Izuku, do you mean me? Winter, well, who else would I mean? Izuku, I have a twin brother. Winter, huh? Weiss has not informed me about that. They started to walk on ahead except for Ruby, who decided to catch up with them later. However, someone was following them. They even tore off the head of a robot. Hey, they turned to face him. I'm talking to you, Ice Queen. One of the knights pointed their gun at him. Winter, halt. Weiss was about to march forward, but Izuku stopped her. Izuku, careful. We don't know who this guy is. Saw that gaudy ship of yours in town. Guess you're here too. Winter, I'm standing right before you, so it would seem. Winter, you realize you just destroyed Atlas military property. Oh, I'm sorry. You see, I mistake this for some sort of sentient garbage. Winter, I don't have time for your immature games, Crow. Izuku, you two know each other? Crow, you Atlas specialists think you're so special, don't you? Winter, it's in the title. Crow, Well, you know what, you really are a bunch of sellouts. Just like your boss, Winter. I'm not sure what you think you're implying, but I've heard enough. Crow, oh, I heard too. Heard old Ironwood turned his back on Ashbin. Izuku, what? Winter, Izuku, I want you to take Weiss and get out of here. Weiss, but, Crow, listen to your big sister, Weiss. I saw that match your friend did. Giant laser from his mouth. Pretty strong stuff. He can easily protect you. Much better than how Atlas will protect us. Winter, if you don't hold your tongue, the eye will gladly remove it for you. She drew her sword. Crow, alright then, come take it. She shot forward and tried to slash Crow, but he kept dodging until one strike he blocked with his own sword, which was still in its sheath. He drew it from his sheath and tried to slash Winter, but she kept dodging. Eventually, they started to clash their weapons. That's when RWBY came. RWBY, what's going on? Weiss, this crazy guy started attacking my sister. RWBY, who would do such a? She then saw Crow. RWBY, it's my uncle. Weiss, what? Izuku, that's your uncle? Wait, oh. That's what Ashbin meant by dusty old Crow. His name is also Crow. He then noticed that RWBY and Weiss were cheering for their family members. Izuku, great. I have to do something about this. Randy, might I suggest your soul manipulation? Izuku, I don't think that's a good idea. If I don't use it on them both at the same exact time, one of them will probably get slashed, and maybe even die. Randy, damn it. The fight was getting crazier as they used more powerful attacks and Winter started using her semblance. They were fighting at long range, on different platforms. It was crazy. So crazy in fact, that they were starting to destroy the grounds of Beacon. Izuku, I need to find an opening to get in between them. Then I can stop this fight. Randy, let's hope we can find that opening. Winter surrounded Crow with a bunch of ice birds, but he destroyed them all with an ice slash. Izuku, now we can get in between them. Randy, better do it fast. They're about to charge. Izuku, right. They charged at each other, but Izuku sped over to them with his Gaster Blaster jetpack and got in between them in time. He then caught their weapons. Crow, whoa. Winter, geez. Izuku, you both need to quit it. Winter, he started it. Izuku, he was simply saying mean things. You, on the other hand, were the one who drew your weapon, which led to this fight happening. Crow, he's right, you know. Izuku, and you aren't much better, Crow. You kept on pushing things and making her angry. This is far from the place to be like that. Ashbin, now everyone. Ashbin, Glinda, Ironwood, and even Penny came. Ashbin, there is a sanctioned fight happening near the Coliseum that I can assure you has better seats and popcorn. Glinda, break it up, everyone. We will take care of this mess. Izuku let go of Crow and Winter, and Ashbin, Penny, Ironwood, Glinda, and Winter left. RWBY then tackled Crow and hung on to his arm. RWBY, Uncle QROW. It's so good to see you. Did you miss me? Did you miss me? Crow lifted his arm and smiled. Crow, nope. He ruffled RWBY's hair. Ashbin, Crow. Crow dropped RWBY. Ashbin, a word please. Glinda fixed up the area. Crow, whispering to RWBY, I think I'm in trouble. Izuku, well, you did tear up the courtyard. Crow, you hear me? Izuku, I'm standing right beside you. Crow, good point. He gave RWBY a fist bump. Crow, catch you later, kid. He left. Izuku, so that's the one who taught you how to fight with your weapon, huh? RWBY, yep. Weiss. And suddenly your recklessness makes sense. Later that night, Izuku was having another strange dream. Izuku's dream. Hey. S sans? Izuku ZZZ. S sans? Izuku ZZZ. Oh, okay. I GG got this. J just and I need to G get th this. Then, a loud air horn was heard. Izuku ga. I'm up. I'm up. He looked to see he was in a very hot land. He also saw someone standing in front of him. Izuku, I'm sorry. Who are you? See, come on, S sans. It's me. Alphys. Izuku, that's Alphys? Yeah. Alphys, you okay, S sans? You normally make be better jokes than th that. Izuku, I'm fine. What's up, Alphys? I need you to come with me to help feed Endogeny. Izuku, Endogeny? Sure. He looked over to see a bag of dog food on the post he was at. Izuku took it and followed Alphys to her lab. Izuku, I'm sorry, my memories have been off lately. Alphys, really? I see. Well, I'm sure they'll come back soon. Come on. She led him to an elevator which brought them down to Izuku. This is Alphys, the true lab. Come on. She led him through this very creepy place. Eventually, they came across Izuku. I is that. Alphys, why yes. This is endogeny. The result of a terrible experiment with DD determination. Don't worry. We just have to give him the FF food. Izuku nodded and gave endogeny the food. Endogeny happily ate it. Izuku, why does he look like this again? Alphys, USC, I injected the power of DD determination into dying monsters, thinking that their souls would persist after DD death. Izuku and Alphys, it worked. But then I learned the horrible truth. As a TT turns out, unlike humans, monsters can't handle determination like humans can. With too much of it, our B bodies begin to break D down. The monsters ended up melting together into what I call the 5A amalgamates. I'm afraid to tell everyone about what happened to their F families. Izuku, you'll have to tell them eventually. Alphys, I can know. But not today. Thanks for helping me out with this. Izuku, no worries. I'll take my leave now. Izuku then left, and then he woke up in the morning. Izuku, that was it? What about her death? Randy, Alphys was one of the few monsters that survived the genocide that took place as they evacuated many monsters into the True Lab while you fought against them. Alphys is still alive. Izuku, I see. Well, I'd better tell the others about my dreams soon. Randy, that would be for the best. Later that day, the randomization process is complete. Ladies and gentlemen, your doubles tournament match. Emerald and Mercury of Haven vs. Coco and Yatsuhashi of Beacon.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.